Bulldog in his hand is going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand is going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase. And Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Poppy Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Mexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Mexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands is going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands is going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova.
Mula sa pagsuyod ng Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao sa libo-libong players, ilang daan na teams o kupunan dito at dito pa rin tayo mapupunta. Isang pangarap at isang daan naman na nangangarap para makuha at mapanalo ang tournament na ito. Pero sa 10 araw ng playoffs, masasabi natin na malayo pa pero malayo na. Sanay na tayo makakita ng best of 3 o kaya naman ng isang best of 5, pero dito makakakita kayo ng the best of the best. Welcome nga pala sa VCTPH.
By now, as next is prepared, he gets again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Ladies and gentlemen, o diba nagsimula ng Tagalog pero umpisahan ulit ng English dahil nandito na ang mga bakasyonista. Mainit ang araw ngayon at mga mahilig magbakasyon. Saan ang huling bakasyon mo, Rico, by the way?
Ang ganda ng tanong mo. I think 2 days ako, galing pa na ako ng beach sa Subic.
Sa Subic?
Napakagandang
Sa
area.
Pilipinas pa rin. Ikaw, Fluffy,
Oo
saan?
naman.
Hindi ko siya narinig, kaya tumawa na lang ako. Diba? Pero ang importante dito, Rico at Fluffy, kayo makakasama ko para sa ating panel segment. And for today, ako nga ang magiging host ninyo, guys, para sa VCTPH. Kahapon kasi si Vil ang nakasama ninyo, kaya today siya naman daw ang iiwan ko sa casting table. But anyway, Fluff, kamusta ka naman? Naririnig na ba kita this time around?
Hopefully.
Ang ganda ng
Ayun!
boses.
Yun.
Ayan.
Amazing.
Saan ang bakasyon
Okay.
mo last time, Fluff?
Wala, rank grind na lang.
Wala?
Valorant is life.
Sa rank grind lang. Pero ang bakasyon ng mga players dito ay parang papuntang Ascension. Dahil mainit ang bakbakan natin para sa ating VCTPH. Dahil ito nga yung ating path towards that Ascension. Pero bago natin simulan ang araw na ito, syempre, pasalamatan muna natin yung ating mga magigiting na sponsors dahil kung wala kayo, wala rin kami. Kaya maraming salamat syempre sa Mineski Philippines and of course to Riot Games para sa pagsuporta ng VCTPH.
And of course, if you want to celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day, subscribe to that Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Ayun. Yun na nga, maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors at syempre, alam ko lahat ng nanonood ngayon, alas 3 na kasi, 3:30 eh. So, saktong-sakto, merienda time na, di ba? Saktong-sakto yung para sa Grab food nga nila. Eh ngayon, mainit yung laban natin. And it's actually one of, obviously, we have the leaderboards teams, and then we also have the teams that are trying to come up with the points na pwede nilang madala dito sa season na ito. Pero just to give you guys a quick recap sa mga nangyari from the past days na meron tayo sa mga aksyon na nakita nga natin dito. Syempre, Fluff and Riku, so far ba, pagdating sa pang-10 araw ng season na to, kasi ito yung first time ko actually na makamusta kayo as a host, ano ba yung nakikita natin from the teams itself? Do you have any team specifically, Fluffy, na nagsa-stand out para sa'yo?
I think for me,
Aside from
and
Oasis.
of course,
Oh, bawal yung Oasis na sagot. Sige.
NAOS, I think, is playing exceptionally well with a lot of the things that they're trying to do and newer things that they're trying to do. They showed this split also how they're not afraid to really try experimental things. In the first game of the entire VCT split 2, they tried their new little icebox comp, and ever so slightly, they've always been trying to improve. But aside from that, of course, we have MVP, which will come up shortly, and they're the former Abaddon roster that really has improved overall from split 1 to split 2.
Oh, true. How about you, Riku?
Para naman sa akin, from split 1 until split 2, I'm a big fan of Action PH kasi napaka-defined ng kanilang galawan at kanilang playstyle. Very iconic kung titingnan natin sila maglaro. And the fact that they're currently tied with Oasis and Game Lab in the standing, so it means that their growth from split 1 up until now, parang very apparent.
And aside from that, syempre may mga teams kayo na nilo-look forward, and para sa akin din naman, ganito rin yung nakikita ko. And for me, gusto ko yung mga underdog story eh. Mahilig ako sa mga ganyan. But this time, silipin muna natin yung highlights natin na napanood o makikita natin dito sa VCTPH. Siyempre, courtesy yan ng mga nakaraang matches natin. Let's take a look.
Ready there, and he also has the drone to safely guide his jet, but Mark L will already be there on the close angle, but Walk on Water manages to find Hydrokin. The crossfire already broken, finds another, but will they expect the double A main push? Worship tries to go for a peek, but Walk on Water uses, gets his third, but does he know that Jet is still in wine? The Magician has the Sheriff in hand, but the positioning. Crossfire with his teammate Hot Sauce, but they spot him out. He has no weapon, but it's not going to be enough. Mid Mathers lands the shot as Walk on Water gets the 4K. Able to secure that for them, which allows them to bring their attention here on Art, even though this Gravity Nova Pulse can push through. Oh, Jonas lands the shot though. Worship gets taken out of the equation. The Null Command popped out as well, but Hot Sauce already repositions here with the crossfire from Mark L. They know exactly where they are. They go for the spray down. The Hot Sauce goes huge with the 4K.
But at the end of the day, they're still able to get the spike down, and Mid Mathers sneakily eliminates Hot Sauce. They didn't even know what hit him. 3v5 looks very dicey on the side of RNT, but they're able to still get a kill. Batman narrows down the choices of Mark L at this point with only just the Sheriff, and Jumps will finish the job. And there we go. NCG wins this series against Rambutani Tatay.
RNT, they tried their best, and for both teams, they win the map that statistically they're worse on.
Looks for an answer versus Fall X. The scan comes on in. Owen still relatively safe over onto the corner. And Game Lab Alpha yet again. A pair of kills forces Zint away. Save the operator for another round. Do they get the punish though? That's the question. Zin instead with the exit himself. Boogie wants to get this kill though. Wants to get that gun. Baits out the shot, and here in the hut, Boogie will bid him goodbye. A triple kill for the Sage and another round for Game Lab Alpha. 5v3 even coming in from Link, but immediately Fall X falls. Batman is going rampant. A 3K already for the Killjoy. Bridge, the only one left spotted out here by Kuriyawi. He's the one who decides to peek at the Trailblazer stick. Hands up, you're dead. Batman holding up Dritch to the museum, and well, it's a steal here for Zol. But do they even have the time? Because Game Lab is already there! In a blink of an eye! Zol Esports eradicated! Patman is the only one left still standing. They've been trying to find the right formula in this series. Sugar, spice, everything nice, and the secret ingredient, chemical aggress. Game Lab will take the series 2-1.
Ngayon, according kay Fluffy02, winnable daw. Bali-balita ko mula doon sa cast nyo kanina. And speaking of, since kayo na rin naman yung nag-cast ng match na yon, I actually am very curious how you think about the matchup between RNT and Nakage went and about pagdating kahapon nga. Dahil, syempre, itong dalawang teams na to is actually the teams na wala pang puntos o naghahanap ng puntos talaga pagdating sa leaderboards na meron tayo. And when we were casting yesterday, sa side namin, nung nagka-cast kami kahapon, nakikita namin na RNT side, posibleng-posible talaga nilang makuha to. Knowing na meme team yung klaseng team na ito. But moving forward, it seems like they are still a team to beat compared to Nakage. What are your thoughts about this, Fluffy, first?
I think RNT, of course, they have all the ingredients already. The players have a lot of experience when you add them up together. And even when they're defying their own odds, playing the statistically worst map, they still manage to get Pearl. And then in that series also, I thought that they'd be able to go that distance, but Zol, of course, always playing that best of 3. This time, though, managing to close it out.
How about you, Riku?
Well, for me, RNT, sobrang impressive nila as a team. The fact that they have to adjust numerous times, kumbaga, sa kanilang roster and still perform really well. Imagine having to adjust so many different dynamics is very, very... Oh, the fact that they have a lot of highlights to every time, parang may 1v4, 1v5 na nangyayari. Sobrang ganda nila panoorin.
Totoo, no? Kahit may mga umalis na players, iniwan man sila ni Ching sa team, hindi naman sila iniwan ni Ching sa comment section. Nandun siya nag-cheer. Huwag kayong mag-alala, di ba? Anyway, guys, silipin naman natin yung ating standings para sa... At yung mga nasa taas na medyo relaxing lang kasama ni Fluffy. NAOS Esports onto a 4-0 very clean. At Riku, yung rambutan ni Tatay Esor na kagay na pag-usapan na natin dito. Pero ang pinakadelikado talaga actually is this 4 to 6th place. Kasi nga nasa top 6 lang naman yung kukunin for the next, 'di ba? And this scores right now, so far, parang ang pinakapantay talaga dito is almost as if GameLab Alpha MVP and Zol Esports.
Sobrang ang delikado ng minention mo na mga numero kasi it feels like some of the teams or most of the teams only have 3 to 2 games left in the tournament. So sobrang parang it's so sweaty to look at the standings. And the fact that when we look back at split number 1, may mga teams na nakapag-qualify after just, leaving the fate to another team or winning 1 game after and qualifying for the playoffs after having 2 wins in the entire regular season. So a possibility can happen like that again.
Ang curiosity ko dito, Fluffy, actually, is makakakita ba tayo ng mga panibagong strategy coming in from the players ngayon na nasa day 10 na tayo? Kasi kung sasabihin natin na makakita ba tayong bagong strategy from week number 1, baka nakita na natin yung mga meta picks na yun na nilabas like Harbor. But so far right now, it seemed like it changed completely and everyone's sticking to their composition that we typically see.
I think, for some teams, they just go for that adaptation, try something new, and they can afford to early on. But as the tournament just progresses, they just stick to their guns and do what they do best. Some teams are just better at playing more default. Some are just leaning into what makes them aggressive. And some are still willing to try to be flexible. But with what Rico mentioned earlier, there's just so little games left. It's hard to really just experiment at this point.
Ay, totoo. And still that experimentation process that we have on the teams itself, hindi lang pagdating sa strategy, pagdating din sa mga players Isipin mo, nagpapalit-palit din sila ng mga players din at nagkakaroon din ng mga roster changes natin. But anyway, pag-uusapan natin yan further along dahil pakiramdam ko, umpisahan na natin tong araw na ito dahil nga mainit at summer na at para sa ating lahat ng mga Pinoy, na all ka na lang talaga pag nakita mo yung standings nila pagdating sa leaderboards. Kaya naman from Sana All to NAOS Esports.
And here you have our Split 1 champions, NAOS Esports. That core roster of Ja, Mojer, NDG, Papi Chulo, and Wits has always been that stable core that NAOS has really brought both discipline and firepower towards the table. With their coaching staff, they've always managed to outthink and outplay a lot of their opponents, but with recent new additions in their announcement of Senior Carl, more firepower added to the roster. We've known how that player specifically has always impressed in his previous lineups for Zol, in Pirates, in Zeals, and he's always been that VCT level player. Now that he's on the championship team, it looks like they're aiming to go for another title.
Yeah, I know, right? It definitely increases the flexibility of this team. And when we look at the standings kanina, they haven't lost a series in this entire tournament so far, 4-0, but they have lost maps. They feel like, they're currently the strongest team without a doubt in the tournament right now. But I feel like meron pa silang pwedeng gawin. Kumbaga, meron pa silang kailangan i-grow kasi they're certainly, at the moment for me, not the cleanest. It feels like there's no pattern at all actually because they've lost to 3 different maps. They've commonly have been doing 2-1 victories from different teams. And again, I looked at the maps. There doesn't seem to have a pattern. It feels like they're good at everything, but the mastery, it feels like it could do some work.
Totoo yan, no? We see NAOS actually as the really top 1 team right now. But if we take a look really deeper and dig in deeper later on, makikita nga natin yung mga 3 games na yan na talagang umaabot ng long games, kumbaga, against teams that you're not expecting it to go long games against with. But anyway, syempre, ang gusto na team or rather, ang team na gustong bigyan ng unang talo pagdating sa series nga nila, ang NAOS, para sa regular season na to, syempre, handang-handa na silang kalabanin ang mga titos ng VCT, ready na nilang patumbahin. This is gonna be MVPE.
And we have MVPE. This is also a very super young team that qualified not only during Split 1 but also re-qualified through the open qualifiers coming into Split 2. Sobra, dude. As in, imagine when we met this team nung Split 1, they came from the lower bracket and they qualified to the last slot to the playoffs by winning 1 game. Sila yung isa sa mga team na kapag what do you call this, that's really strive their best to enter playoffs, and they had a lot of upsets. They were able to take games, especially against Action PH ng playoffs, and as well as Oasis as well during the upper bracket. Pero when we look at this team a bit deeper, or rather yung previous matchup nila against NAOS, medyo matagal na sila kung kailan sila nagtuos. Mga February pa sila yung last nilang matchup, and it was it was a 2-0 pa nga yun in favor of NAOS, and I feel like those 2 months Valentine's, I feel like marami na ang pinagbago at pinag-grow na nitong team. So I'm looking forward to seeing this match.
Ayun. At saka, syempre, mahirap na pag may buff talaga ni Lapu-Lapu, di ba? Mga tropa natin from the South to. So, kaya naman, napakakulit ng mga players na to, actually, no? At syempre, kukulitin muna tayo ng ating head-to-head dahil makikita nga natin kung sino ba ang magtatapat dito sa ating head-to-head for this matchup that we have currently. And I feel like I deserve, or rather, hindi ko deserve, no? Yung players, deserve nila itong spotlight na to para sa kanila. Ako yung kumuha ng spotlight, no? Slalom! At saka si NDG. Fluff, we've seen these 2 players play around with the rest of their teammates, obviously. At pagdating sa head-to-head na to, what are your expectations to see? Do you reckon na baka makakita tayo ng mga matitinding matchup na magkapareha sila ng agents, o kaya naman just as we see them as a player?
I think as a player, more than just the agents, both of them really provide a lot of stability, consistency, and a lot of firepower for both of their respective teams. But for me, in this head-to-head, Slatham slightly pulls out ahead because he's always seemed to be that impact fragger, whether he's playing that initiator role, bringing a lot of that info, but also even if you look at the stats, the ACS alone, it really shows that he has a lot more impact during certain rounds. But NDG does provide a bunch more utility for his team.
That's true. And not only utility-wise, lalo na nagkakas nga rin tayo na the teams are able to provide or set up really para dun talaga sa mga gustong mag-shine na players. Like for example, Jack, kaya nga nag-iiba rin tayo ng mga head-to-head because these are players that deserve those highlights din, na these are players na kaya makapag-set up ng mga ganong klaseng mga kills, mga triple kills ng ating mga duelists, kumbaga. But for you, Rico, aside from dito nga sa head-to-head na nakita nga natin for Slatom and NDG, do you have anyone in particular pagdating sa side ng MVPE o kaya naman sa side ng NAOS na gusto mo pang mas bigyan ng highlight dito and not enough recognition?
Honestly, but you said not enough recognition. I feel like we always give points or like highlights onto Ja and Exotic primarily. Pero if I look at MVPE back then sa Split 1, I feel like Vanta Black also had a lot to give when it came to back then. So I'm very excited to see this, honestly, see this matchup.
Totoo. Kasi alam niyo ba, si V Black ang may-ari ng bahay ng bootcamp. Diba? So siya ang boss Ganito kasi ang storya ng MVPE talaga, guys. Para sa mga kakatune in lang pagdating sa VCTPH, it's a bunch of teams. Kung napanood nyo yung interview nila mula doon sa Split 1 nga na sinasabi ni Rico, na nag-decide sila, nag-aaral sila, nag-decide sila na sali tayo sa VCT. At nakarating sila dito, nakapag-requalify pa sila, sumubok ulit sila, naghanap sila ng sponsors. Ang dami nilang pinagdaanan, pero may exam pa yan. Diba? It's just that that kind of stress, you cannot remove that from the players dahil nga rin, life just gets in the way. And for the other team that we have here, Fluff, syempre, as a professional coach, I would say as well, in your idea of perception, ano nga ba yung mundo ng everyday coaching and everyday you guys play? This is what you do. And then, you go against teams like this na kaya kayong tapatan pero sila nag-aaral pa and everything. Does it affect the teams that we have that really does this in full time?
I think mentally, especially if you're signed to like a org or something, it really hits different when you kind of don't play as you expect or you undervalue certain teams, which is why it's a good practice just in general to you have to treat everyone the same regardless of if they're full-time player, if they're a student or they're doing something else. Like anyone in this VCT is equally as deadly, and especially a team like this that has proven themselves requalified, it just goes to show their character more than anything.
And I like how you mentioned that, you know, like not like seeing everyone as equal. And I feel like MVPE also is the type of team that embodies that certain character. Kasi feeling ko, they're the type of team that focuses on playing as a team and playing the game. It feels like whoever they come up against, kahit na veterano, kahit na matagal na sila sa scene, kahit na, for example, champions, feeling ko it doesn't phase them and it gives them more power to like learn from the air quotes stronger teams at the current tournament.
I'm excited for this matchup, honestly. Kasi last time ginulat tayo ng MVP, malay nyo, this time ulit sila ang unang makapagbigay ng talo dito sa side ng NAOS pagdating sa leaderboards natin. So without further ado, I think it's time para puntahan yung ating map veto na meron tayo dito para sa ating series nga na ito. Best of 3, kung sinabi ko man kanina na best of the best, totoo yon. Walang halong biro. At what are your expectations when it comes to the map veto? Kasi for me, honestly, I would say na NAOS can't play right now any map that they want to play against MVPE, but I would say Fracture is also a nice ban for MVPE as well dahil NAOS malakas nga doon, Fluffy.
I think NAOS, you're right, they're kind of jack of all trades with majority of the maps because of that experience that most of their players have. But MVP, on the other hand, they kind of lean towards playing a lot of Haven. They kind of like playing a lot of other maps, like those basic fundamentally strong maps. And I think that's something that just simplifies their game plan. So I'm gonna expect them to lean into some of those older maps, those Haven Ascents, etc. But NAOS, recognizing that, does go for the Haven ban.
It's so interesting to me, yeah, because I feel like Fracture, I think there are only 2 teams in my mind that are comfortably playing on Fracture, which is again NAOS and then Oasis. So that's the reason why I totally expect this MVPE banning this out. But I'm also expecting the typical maps, which is going to be the Pearl map, the Pearl Icebox, and like the Ascent, just as what Fluffy said. Pero dito sa Lotus, I'm very, very curious to see this. NAOS has only lost one of the 3 losses that they had map-wise, one of them was actually Lotus.
Lotus is gonna be the first pick that we have right here. Napansin ko din dito, Fluff, actually, na MVPE, they tried to ban out Lotus before, but this time around, I guess, nagkakaroon na rin ng labasan ng pocket strats as well na maybe it's time to pull out Lotus, maybe time to change up something, but I don't think NAOS wants to change up anything here because they pull out this one of their strongest maps here, Fluff.
Yeah, you can see the duality of things. NAOS bringing out a bunch of that consistency and stability that they brought from their previous Icebox experience, which is also kind of known now because they've played so many games on it. And MVPE going for that Lotus, similar to how they play Haven, another 3-site map. Maybe they just take some lessons that they learned there since it was banned out as we move on with MVPE's second ban, Pearl.
Honestly, this is super interesting. I actually did not expect MVPE to actually ban this map, Pearl, because when we looked back at the 2-0 NAOS victory against, well, Abaddon Abyss at the time, they actually came very close in this map, Pearl. It was 11-13 yung score nila. So I'm actually very surprised. And Ascent being the decider map, completes the trinity of all the maps NAOS lost in this entire tournament so far in Split 2. Lotus, Icebox, and Ascent. Those are the 3 maps. So this is absolutely very interesting to see. It's like NAOS wants to remove and like equalize. We're gonna check every victory throughout these 3 maps, basically.
God. Strong maps. Actually, for NAOS side, it looks scary. Kumbaga parang sa MVP, kung tinignan ko tong mapa na to o yung map Vito na meron tayo, it can go towards NAOS side. But you have to remember that NAOS is a very experienced team. Diba? Sila nga yung strongest team na meron tayo dito. And despite them playing or having the ability to play any map that they wanna play here in this split, pwede pa rin, tao pa rin sila. Pwede pa rin silang magkamali. At the end of the day, pwede pa rin magkamali yung mga players ng NAOS. And over MVPE, kaya nilang i-capitalize yon. Pero ngayon, pumunta na tayo sa napaka-importanting parte ng araw natin. Una sa lahat, ang pagsabi na hindi pala coach si Fluffy. At para malinaw. Tapos, ang pangalawa syempre ang predictions natin, di ba? Dito sa predictions, magkakaalaman kung sino ang tunay na magkakalaban dito. So, bibigyan ko muna sa inyo mga spotlight dito. Fluffy, you go first pagdating sa predictions mo.
Of course, for me, it's now's the time. Yeah.
Yeah!
I mean, statistically, looking at the maps, though, to be honest, like, yeah, they can play any map, but these maps, we've seen them already play on, and they have their successes, and you can really see how their strengths really play well on these maps, especially that Icebox map.
Okay. How about you, Riku? Yung isa nandun sa side ng pinakamalakas daw. Ikaw naman.
Ako rin. Honestly, looking at number 1, NAOS the time talaga.
Ikaw din
I think this is going to complete 5-0. So standings.
I see. 5-0 for Riku para dito sa side ng NAOS. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ako yung unang nag-type doon sa Excel sheet ng prediction ko. At ang prediction ko doon NAOS na nga. So, NAOS nga ba? Yung prediction ko, labas mo nga. Yun!
Aya.
Oo, muntik na nga maging MVPE. Muntik lang, diba? Pero imagine nyo na lang na MVPE yan, guys. NAOS Esports para sa akin. Para kay Fluffy, NAOS Esports din. Para kay Riku, NAOS Esports din. So sa buong panel, isa lang ang magiging prediction namin dito, and we think that NAOS will take this away. Pero syempre, labanan to ng VIX versus yung ating mga maintenance na gamot, 'di ba? So magkakalaban na lang, Titos ba ang mananalo o yung mga bago, yung mga young bloods na meron tayo dito. But I think that's it pagdating sa ating mga predictions dito. Kaya naman, ipapasa ko na kayo sa ating mga nagagapuan, nagagandahang mga shoutcasters dahil ako, dito muna ako.
It's been a hot minute, guys, since me and Raph have casted, I think, for VCTPH here. But we are back, and we are excited to once again give you this match between MVP Esports and NAOS. And it's kind of interesting to say that, again, I think the panel has brushed up on it. Lots of changes within the teams. Within that set time, there is a new pickup for NAOS here. And, of course, MVP still riding high with the addition of Kel and, I would say, Nico.
Yeah, riding high, as you mentioned, because those last performances from them have been pretty spectacular. We've championed Kel as a player that really reminds us of one of the old guard. You know, Dispenser, very, very lurk heavy, so finds those great timings. But before we jump into that, Aster, I think I witnessed a murder on the panel show there. Eliza really just had to rub it in, you know. Fluffy is
yeah.
He was a coach, is basically what Eliza said. Just, come on, don't do our brother like that. Come on now, don't do it.
Man, Fluffy was super like, oh, what is just happening? It looked like he took emotional damage.
It's fine. Point. Don't rub it in. We're rubbing it in. I feel like we're rubbing it in.
Yeah, just a teeny tiny bit. But I wanted to get nitty and gritty with you a little bit with the first map that we will be having here. So if I remember correctly, the first 2 maps was Lotus as well as Icebox. Icebox, we already know, is incredibly scary. Whoa. What is this shadow clone jutsu that I'm seeing right in front of me? What is this? But yeah, finish off. Lotus, I think, has been quite kind of interesting for both teams. Whenever I think of Lotus, I actually thought that, oh, MVP have a really good standing on this. Not actually. I keep mixing them up with Game of Alpha, who I think has one of the better standings on Lotus. And it is kind of interesting to see MVP try to do something similar in that regard here.
Well, I guess so, and I feel like the mix-up is pretty much forgivable because at a time, or I guess once upon a time, those two teams are very, very similar. GameLab has obviously really leaned into that super contact-heavy playstyle that's really benefited them, especially on Lotus. But if we look at MVP, especially with the roster changes, they've gone for a little more tactful approach, and I think you can hear Dwight agree with me. Again, thank you, Dwight. You know, I agree with this point too. But either way, right, no matter where we're going with this conversation, I feel like on our side plus the panel, I think we all agree that NAOS have a very, very strong veto ahead of them. Again, it's very rare for us to actually go against the MVP grain here, because usually it's you and me to really stand by MVP. And I mean, for me, it's pretty obvious why. For Astra, you know, he likes those young guys. He loves the future of our league. And I mean, who wouldn't, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, been such a big fan of V-Black ever since. Exotic also was one of the more entertaining players to watch as a duelist jet overall, generalizing it. Excuse me. So, again, lots of things to watch out for here for MVP. But you did put a very good argument that MVP haven't truly won too many series that ended in 2-0s, right? The last time that we saw them was up against RNT, but that was RNT that was, I think, in the struggling phase. I think that was the first time that we saw them actually integrate their two new players when Ching and Josh S left. That was held up by Hydra and Worship, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, MVP still in that weird, very, very weird spot. To say at the least. They did still win their match against RNT, and of course their previous match, their most recent match against SR Nakage here, but going up against NAOS Esports, who might have their new player be brought in here while we are still waiting for that agent selection. It could be pretty scary here for MVP, because that is a lot of talent on the NAOS side that is very well directed in a good in a very good, I'm sorry, lack of words, good direction from their,
It's a championship level direction.
There you go. Thank you.
No problem. But here's the thing about MVP, and I mean this with all love and respect, but they are super, super young. They're still allowed to experience those growing pains, and hopefully with the things that they picked up in the previous split and with the previous series that they've experienced, hopefully it's going to benefit them into maybe just taking a few notches away from NAOS, because once again, I think we fully expect NAOS to kind of run away with this. We also touched upon how they can't really go the distance in longer series just yet. So if they really want to hyper-focus on something, then maybe they need that initial burst, per se, that launching power into the series, Asterai. But other than that, I feel like we've talked about quite a few points already. If anything, are we looking for any specific win conditions for this one? Because so far on NOW side, they've already proven that they have multiple approaches to the game and just multiple ways to win. For MVP, again, that's one thing. They kind of have to close up the series as quickly as they can, the 2-0. But do you think there's any other avenue that they could probably occupy or just go towards?
Probably right now it might be the risk reward of what agent selection we're gonna be looking at here, specifically for Abandoned Abyss, from MVP Esports, because of the fact that that NAOS has actually chosen to start with the attacking side. It is going to be quite difficult for MVP here to go with their standard setup where they have Exotic as the, I believe, as the
Duelist.
Neon, the Neon Duelist, exactly. Coming into this one, they'll have the Harbor as well. So with that kind of setup on the defensive side, you do know that there's a lot of pressure for Exotic to get very much forward map control on certain sites of the map. So with that being said, there is a big risk, or are we going to be seeing MVP take a step back? Again, that was what the older roster, now having Kel as well, they have a lot more, I think, control with the KJ, so they might pick up maybe Exotic to go back on his jet, a lot more open-ended on either the attacking and defending side, especially when you come into that second second half. I think that's one of the points where MVP tend to struggle. So being Exotic being on a agent that he's more comfortable on, I think will ultimately help MVP Esports in the end, at least in this first game.
I mean, comfort is always something that everybody tries to achieve no matter what they do, and especially in competition, right? Especially with the top level competition and whatnot. But I kind of want to look at the bigger picture here, Aster. I don't think we've necessarily, or at least the world has agreed upon what the approach is for Lotus. I mean, again, if we look at international competition, we still see quite a bit of double initiator, double controller on this map. Some teams even forego having a duelist for that stability, I suppose. They don't necessarily have the gap closed, but they have that staying power. And I think a lobby, Rubble, and anything behind Broken Door has been such a hard point of, I guess, how do I put this? It's heavily contested, basically, for a lot of teams, for a lot of the rotations and a lot of the things that, again, whatever teams want to set. But with that being said, what is our identity here? Because again, you talked about the Neon pick, you talked about the forward space control. Is that really how we're going to go about Lotus? Because, again, there's really no general consensus on how to play this map just yet.
Yeah, that's true. And again, there's so many iterations. There's so much interpretation from a lot of the teams. I'm just looking at the NAOS stats real quick here. They had last split where they had a Neon selection with the KO. The last week that they went up against Oasis, they changed it up to the Omen Viper one. So that is, I think, very interesting to look at it from that perspective, because I think who was it? I think that might have been Oasis or another team that struggled to actually deal with the Viper utility. So that's going to be something to definitely at least, be cautious of if you're a fan of MVP. Finally, we have our agent selection right now, guys. Let's look real quick what MVP have in their ideology. One of the things that I was very much interested to see was how far Nico's ability on that on the initiator flash agents will benefit MVP here. Because even though we talk a lot about Kel, I think Nico has shown how much pedigree he has. And very interesting enough, similar composition except for Ja that does play on the Jet, now going to be on the Raze.
I think the lineup on the side of NAOS, both agent composition and player composition, is interesting to me. Senior Carl, who's been a very consistent force. And actually, one of the things that I really wondered, how is he going to slot in for the NAOS setup, right? Are we going to move Wits around to something of, I guess, the older days where he was on that second frag position? Are we not going to see him a little more in that controller? I think it was NDG who was slotted out for Senior Carl going in Aserai. So once again, I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning is behind that. Senior Carl has been performing, or at least has been performing when he was on that Zol roster, if I am not mistaken. Again, top fragging like crazy and still supporting his team the way a support should. But once again, going into this now, his first NAOS game, I think it's fairly confusing. Like, what is the reason why he would slot out NDG? Because it just seemed like that system that NAOS had in place was already perfect. Or honestly, at least perfect for that group of players.
True. I think if I would actually, at least, again, this is just my opinion and such, if I had a chance to choose if anybody I would slot out comparatively here for NAOS with Singer Carl to be placed in mind, I would have actually put out maybe Mojer. Because in terms, here's the thing, in terms of non-duelist agent proficiency, I feel like Senior Carl has that a tad bit higher than Mojer does. So if they need somebody to play as, let's say, an Omen and such, I feel he slots in perfectly into that one. Removing NDG, though, I'm not entirely sure about that too, but I could guess it's just the fact that I do tout Singer Carl. Before we saw Envy come into the limelight, was one of my favorite, if not my most touted flex player before, especially when he was still with the 6045 Pirates. So with that being said, I feel like they're wanting to see how far the Swiss Army knife of Cebu can go.
Well, now you put it that way. Now you're just kind of like pandering to me, Astra. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's always going to make sense. But here's my thing on why I thought NDG was a very interesting slot out, because his positioning relative to the team has already been meshed so well, right, that it's perfect. I don't see him necessarily be out of place if they're going for a cheeky post plant or if they're going to go for hard contact. It seems that NDG has really stepped away from that super heavy contact duelist that we probably know him from, I guess, way back, right?
Yeah.
And he was really, really proficient as a Sova for NAOS. And this is just looking at it at a team-wide perspective, in a chemistry type of way. But of course, Senior Carl does have his merits. Maybe, just maybe, if they're going to run double controller, this is the configuration they're going to go with. I think that's what would make more sense. But finally, guys, despite all the speculation, despite everything that me and Asar have talked about, we are going to be jumping right into the game.
Yeah, actually, just to also clarify, as you can see right now, Mojer is playing as the KJ, which he has played before. So at least I think it does still slot nicely well, because NDG might not be as proficient with another controller here. But as I mentioned, Senior Carl, very versatile with the agent selection or agent pool that he does have. So with regard to that, feels like NAOS have a lot of good options right now. That being said, though, it is a trial by fire, because when was the pickup of Senior Carl? That literally was... Is this like his first... Yeah, is his first debut match on NAOS?
It is. It really is. And again, with such a short amount of time, we can only wonder what he's going to bring to the table. And I've talked about this before. Sometimes role swaps can create short-term success, but in the long run could be a bit of a problem. Both duelists do get some contact here and find a little bit of success, but it doesn't seem like NAOS is backing out. With that stubborn nature, they still push forward Senior Carl, and even with everything that they've achieved, it's still, I would say, leaning towards MVP here. They have a lot more map control. Look how spread out NAOS is. Asarai is looking a little dangerous, but time's already been burnt, surprisingly.
Kel has a good idea of where the lurk might be. Papichulo overextending could actually merit his life, but the timing for Kel, he lost his nerve, man. Could have waited for his turret. Could have waited for his turret for that B contact. There was no need for him to just swing around like that, and that will pay the price for MVP here, as they've lost the A site already. Still in a 3 versus 2. There's so many smokes because of the 2 controllers still alive from NAOS, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky here, because Nico will have to start pushing in. His flash might not even hit anybody, because again, of the destruction of that smoke. Senior Carl into the corner, fights, wins, gets traded, but again, there's too many players of NAOS still lurking around for Nico to deal with.
Too many and just too much. Overwhelming, really. One thing that I do want to note here, guys, and just put it out to the public, and again, if you just tuned into the split, if you haven't been following VCTPH for the longest time, which you should be anyway, Senior Carl and Nico are long-time teammates, so I feel like that would bring an interesting dynamic to this matchup. Asarai, Senior Carl knows the type of calls that Nico would potentially make, so maybe, just maybe, that's another advantage that they can hinge off. Slay them is going to throw down that dart to try and poke and prod. Again, that's one of the biggest strengths Sova has, and MVP's been pretty good, I would say, utilizing that. But on their side right now, nothing too crazy, really. They're going to hinge off Exotic finding a pick or potentially attempting to go for a pick. In any case, now take it slow and steady.
So instead, no need to, again, show their hand this early on, especially when they can actually just punish some form of overextension from MVP, just in case that it actually does transpire. Yeah, so that being said, also NAOS have truly committed into this round coming into the next, because they have, what is that, 4 Bulldogs. So very huge commitment for them. Good timing on the smoke. Hell, though, might have to be forced back by the Trailblazer, but nobody yet pulling the trigger. 44 seconds, and now they should start to make their move. Mojer could be in a bad spot, has to open the door already. No one chasing him, thankfully enough, and this is where the rest of NAOS start to show off their fangs.
Fangs, indeed. They want to sink it into the neck of MVP, but so far they're not showing any weak points. Sorry, they try to coagulate and play this still as a 5-man. That is a beautiful stun on the side of John. He is as good as dead. Everything not going his way. Once again, retaliation and fangs. Papichulo has that in spades. And you see MVP, they're trying to pluck this hole up through the jugular. Was that bite? So accurate. Exotic. Kinda still looking for value here, Asar. Again, no real reason to save this Marshall. And in fact, 2 of those players are very, very low, so this could be a pseudo-op. It doesn't seem like he's going to go for it. He's a little wary of a potential flank. But as you mentioned, just NAOS investing quite a bit into their weaponry and paying off very, very well.
Timing to go for the chase was a tad bit too late there, so he'll just die to the spike. But damage was definitely done. Honestly, without Papichulo's heroics there, that might have been a worse situation for NAOS altogether. Yeah, starting off... I mean, they do get the round regardless, but that was a bit of a weird start here for NAOS. Maybe still having... I don't like to call it jitters, but...
But it's exactly that, though.
Yeah, I guess so. It did look like it.
But it's exactly that. Sometimes we need a little bit of time to warm up, and that goes for all our pro players too. We did talk about, and the panel did talk about, that this is going to be basically the new generation versus quote-unquote the titos of the scene. Again, now it's very, very well storied, has experienced pretty much everything that esports has to offer. Now they still look very, very confident and pristine despite everything, Asterai. They don't necessarily go for the upgrades on the players that they've lost, but instead will go for a hard bonus here, a true bonus.
True enough. Still, though, could get risky, as there's a couple of players from MVP that might have a difficult time going in for the fights. Look at how close NAOS has gotten onto the site itself. Jai is just going in, swinging, and thankfully that was a quick out from V-Black. Jai's going to be on the fight. V-Black was ready for the swing. Tries to at least recuperate more kills, but unfortunately no one's right in front of him. Senor Carlo has snuck his way onto drop, but there's about to be a whole bunch of MVP players just about to go into this, but are they aware it is there? No, he's not. They're not even. Senor Carlo was the one who got the kill. Oh, this could be bad. We have Wits on the corner as well. Quick little swing from Exotic, and it's getting a little bit messy, and it seems like MVP super clean on the retake.
As we mentioned, that is going to be a bonus for now, so pretty much the expected outcome for this round, right? But I am really happy to see MVP be very, very proficient in going in together. Again, there was a slight overextension on the side of V-Black, and not necessarily something that you would want to happen to your controller, because you really need that angle isolation, something that we like to highlight every now and then. But this is going to be the first gun round, Asterai. What ults do we have here? Senior Carl could potentially use this from the shadows to scout, and Papichulo is not too far away from that pit. But Nico, look at him, already so close to that Rolling Thunder. Arguably the worst ult in the game, though, honestly, with everything that's transpired with the Rolling Thunder.
Can't point it. I mean, we can't go into specifics of it, but I feel like everybody knows what's been happening with the worst ultimate in the game as of now. It has been a hot minute. Yeah. Anyways, it is kind of annoying though to deal with his fault line, if I'm being honest as well. Is that a trick you can do to not make any noise? Just drop on the head of your teammate? In any case though, quick little stun, and they were sure to just back away. Exotic already has primed up his stun. Oh! Goes above and just doesn't get obliterated. So as he was dazed by the Trailblazer, Exotic's got to back away, burn his dash now, and now they already know. NAOS has so many options. They can just back away from this and go the opposite direction, which they might actually do.
I mean, they have all the room in the world to do that, Asterai. One thing that I really like about NAOS' approach is that they're maximizing Ja's raise. Again, we see a lot of the raises, and this is not necessarily a bad thing to just kind of go in, when in reality, Raze is probably the best utility stagger out of any duelist. And with that being said, the best duelist in terms of kit, right? But Mojer opens up the site. Typically, the Sentinel's not one to be first in, but we have seen stranger things as Papichulo finds the flanking V-Black. I feel like this is where MVP kind of concede. They're still being incredibly stubborn about this Asterai. Now Nico gets cut down. Exotic with 10 HP is not a good sign for MVPE. They try to slink away with whatever bonus, whatever scraps that they can find in this salvage. NAOS, they're going to hold strong. It looks like they want the bounty. They want the full sweep against the MVP squad.
Exotic's just going to have to back away here. If Exotic can actually get like a fadeaway 2 kills on the exit, he'll be happy with the blades, and at least that'll give opportunity for him to drop his Vandal for somebody else. Yeah. What was kind of interesting here, or just a funny thing that I wanted to point out, Ja, no damage with the Aftershock. Just
interesting.
Like, yeah, it was farther away. It looked like he was about to die to it, but he was so sure that he wasn't going to get hit. He just tucked himself in the corner and voila, still alive, still kicking.
Can I get this?
A non-point for MVP, and a little bit of a heartbreaker. As you mentioned, no damage incurred on his side. And just to circle back at my original point, Ja is, I would say, the best duelist we have, honestly. In just like how balanced he is in terms of fighting the frags and clutching it out when he has to, but ultimately maximizing all the tools that he has in his kit. NAOS, they might not be ready for this Asar, as MVP is going for a little more activity here, especially towards the A site. Now, Papi Chulo, who's been catching off these MVP players here, might be in for a rude awakening. He sees one head, and he even takes it clean off V-Black's shoulders. So this push, not looking too spicy. I think he sees another shoulder Asar, so he is just threatening.
Oof.
But Exotic is going to stand tall and stand strong, equalizing the numbers for MVP.
Oh, Nico's call here might have been a mistake right now. Had to wait for his team. Actually, might not be, but the thing is, he's allowing them access into the site already, and that's a big no-no. Could have been, woulda, shoulda, but the timing, even though Papi was already down and dusted, his teammates were already on the B site, and they were slowly creeping up. Nobody was aware that C-Link was exposed. Spike's going to get planted on the B site, and look at where Wits is as of the moment. He's already flanking the two players of MVP who are pretty much unaware of the dangers to come. They're going to try to exit, but he's so prepared. He's so ready, and Wits gets himself an easy 3K with the 2 lurks.
Riled up and ready to go as Wits. A man not to be forgotten, Asarai. He is just being such a nuisance on the side of MVP. What I like about what NAOS is doing is that they're planting their feet really, really hard, using Papi Chulo to, once again, just establish a very strong lurk threat. And once they clear that up, and once they pull the attention, we have somebody else replacing that type of offense, right? Again, a very, very experienced and a very patient approach on the side of NAOS. Potentially could be throwing MVP off tempo.
Oh no, Papi heard him. Or rather, V-Black heard him. That was Papi that dropped, I believe. In any case, quick stuns. So this is the problem right now for MVP, right? Is the fault line is put into a position, is put into a situation where it's used so much reactively, but because they don't have clear line of sight or clear understanding of where NAOS is playing, Nico is forced to throw it out at positions where, I think that somebody might be here pushing. You can check, or I can use it to delay a non-existent opponent, and usually more times than not, it's a non-existent opponent.
Non-existent is Exotic in this round as he gets caught out by Papi Chulo yet again. Just ties into what I said earlier. Papi's just been so good at dissecting this map and trying to pull the attention of MVP away from literally everything, no matter what he tries to do. But granted, folks, this is an eco. MVP, they do have a chance, albeit slight, now as thin as a razor's edge, as Wits is gonna cut them down. Another 3K for him. NAOS have no problem with running away with this lead. And we know that this is an attacker-sided map, but this is still MVP's pick, so you would expect them to be a little more prepared.
Yeah. The double initiator, while in practice, should be good. The problem with is there's no one to actually get any value off of it. You get a tag, sure, but no presence, no punish whatsoever. I think Slatham right now, yeah, he's 0-5-1 because he hasn't really gotten any value off of just having the Sova get any pings, right? And because of that, he's just been relegated to being a point man contact. Any case, this is so risk for Papi Chulo. His smoke is about to drop down right here. Gets spotted by...
Gosh.
Holy, still gets a pick off in the end. Here. They do know now that Exotic's going to have his, well, his ultimate, or rather his operator already hunkering down on the A site. And now it's immediately go for the call to just straight up look for B. Nico, this is his time to shine. He needs to get a first pick right now. Trying to pop a couple of shots, but unfortunately not going to work. Ja forces him back with the nades. And even though it is trade for trade, NAOS have gotten the map control.
Necessity doesn't necessarily bear fruit. As Mojer is going to find Kel. And the efforts of MVP stifled once again. Do you see how many resources they had to expend just to get Papi Chulo out of there? And despite everything, he still got that first pick. MVP, they're still trying to stop the bleeding here, but it looks like they might just gracefully exit this round with a save call, as they don't have enough credits in the next round to, again, have a solid arsenal, but a Hail Mary play potentially. They even bump each other. Senior Carlston is going to once again dissipate, but while that halo is still on him, he is going to have wings upon wings as he rises above everybody. And Nico, like you mentioned, Asterai, needed to get that first kill, needed to capitalize off that Rolling Thunder, but worst ult in the game.
True enough. Papichulo's been so good at these first contact lurks. And even though, again, he does get traded quickly, now it's just immediately know what they have to do. And this is the, I guess, the flexibility of having the double controller, one for lurk, one for with the rest of your team, is you can do this. You're not going to be afraid of not having any utility that doesn't that blocks vision of your opponent, because you still have that extra controller. Literally what Papichulo is just doing here is forcing opponents to never push the A angle, because of the fact that even though nobody's there, they have to respect the Viper util. And it has severely mitigated a lot of the map control that we see right now from MVP.
Mitigated and mitigation has been such a priority for NAOS, and we are yet again stuck with an MVP eco. What can they really do in this situation? I mean, we already know the prerogative of having a weaker buy just do damage, but Wits not allowing it. A complete vanguard for his team. So much blocking power. And MVP, once again, they struggle. I feel like they would have needed those 2 Vandals from the previous round and potentially that Rolling Thunder. But we have to put our eyes forward, Asterai. This should be the adjustment round for MVP. They've gathered all the data. That was the one round Papichulo did decide to push them, but once again, Viper wall pressure. It's pretty insane.
Again, it's not the respect anymore, but rather the fear of MVP to challenge the map control here. Now it's just playing on a not really a different plane of spectrum, just playing their own game. And we've seen this time and time again. It's been a struggle for teams to figure out how to go through this. And we go back to the point that what was the true adjustment here for MVP in terms of what they wanted to do. Again, I pointed out that Exotic could be going back on his jet, which is right there. He's getting some value, some kills, but the double initiator is getting immensely outvalued by the double controller of NAOS. Again, it's because of maybe the lack of willingness to go for the fight here. It's Nico not able to hit the fault line so that Exotic can feed off of that util to get kills. But whatever the issue may be, NAOS is just unwavering with how they control the map right now in the first half.
So I really like the composition on the side of NAOS, right? We talked about so many approaches to this map in particular in our in the pregame. But if we look at this closely, we still get the value of the double controller, as you mentioned. They're not going to be lacking any information, albeit slightly unreliable. But having that boom bot plus having that guiding light, it's going to be enough to go for those side takes. It doesn't seem like NAOS really want to go for that super heavy poke. They want to have a measured approach, but in terms of chunking, if that makes sense. Again, I'm kind of translating this into FGC words, but
yeah, no, I think I get it. Yeah.
Look at that, Asterai. Once again, not a lot of hard information, but they get the zone anyway. Dominate the space towards V, but MVP is still locked and loaded. They have a full arsenal in their back pocket.
Man, I think you were the one to mention this, but NAOS really wanting to be that team that gets into Ascension, and you kind of see the hunger and how they play as of the moment. So unbreakable, so unbeatable at this point. Anyways, that first pick onto Ja, really strong arming their way into some mighty, mighty things. Paranoia, Senior Carl got side swapped, but Mojer, okay, hold on. If he can hold on onto this Killjoy ultimate, that's going to force back the rest of MVP.
No
and
way.
even though, yeah, now it's got almost cleared up, that's so many detains. This is going to be quite the battle, even though it's a 2 versus 4. Trade for trade, though. Mojer's going to be on the angle right now. Exotic's going to have to hit the flick, which he does. And the timing? Oh my god, no way they 2v4 that. And now walk away again with the round in their bags.
All right, back to the drawing board, boys. I did mention that this is supposedly the adjustment round for MVP, and it did seem like they had the right call. They got the right picks. But now they have contingency upon contingency upon contingency. 1 to 8 is just super indicative of how this game has been going. Again, an excellent pick here on the side of Nico just to open things up for the rest of his team to flood in. But the decision making by Modric to just kind of stand strong and kill the diffuser first. Again, small things, and it might seem obvious to everybody, but to not panic and let instincts take over to spray whoever is closest to you. Still good stuff, Asterai. Despite them winning the utility shuffle, Papi Chulo once again sinks his venomous fangs into the MVP defense.
Man, I mean, what are you thinking as like MVP at this point? What is happening? What can we do to alleviate the woes that we are experiencing? What is going on? Ja's instinct right now is just to wait outside of C. Exotic, fearing what is to come. I mean, maybe he could ask for a flash or something at this point. Oh, that is going to spot him out. Yep, insta dash away. Actually gets stunned by his own teammate. That is a big no-no. If anybody from NAOS followed up, that might have been the take on Exotic right then and there. So you could really see a bit of friction in what supposedly is a needed seamless experience between the two. V-Black, he has timing to go super ballistic, but immediately gets picked off by Singer Carl. Ja, he actually tried to shoot his own teammates, Nanoswarm. In any case, numbers advantage for NAOS. They're going to be able to plant the spike. This Killjoy lockdown going to force them back ever so slightly, but it's all on Exotic to make the impact in this lurk.
And look, nobody's really looking, but the alarm bot has basically done its job here. Mojer is going to take this duel straight up. Exotic stomping around and will have his legs absolutely demolished here. Senior Carl doesn't even need to swing as the rest of his teammates clean it up. And I gotta say, Asterai, NAOS looking anabolic. Gotta squeeze that one in, man.
Yeah,
you got room for two more.
All right. Show it to me later. All right, or let me hear it later once more. Whew. But
I'm saying, man,
right. Yeah.
NAOS looking like Michael Hearn right now, dude. They are as natural as possible, but they are looking clean.
They are absolutely looking clean. Right there. Lean, mean fighting machine. 9-1. I mean, I'd say this is something to be like a wow thing, right, to point out for NAOS, but this is just a regular day in the park for the team itself. They can absolutely dominate a lot of the competition right now in Split 2. And even their biggest offenders, Oasis, still crumble in the end to how well NAOS has just been competing or is performing as of this point. Kel, okay. I thought he would have like a headshot angle on Ja there or something. The nade's going to be thrown out immediately. And here comes the push. And look at that. It's just so contained. Anyways, though, good shot from Kel. Paranoia, unfortunately, makes him an easy target for that pickoff. And now it's a 4 versus 4. But the players of MVP pretty low in terms of the HP. Spots out too. V-Black still somehow manages to get the pick before he gets eliminated.
Ooh,
Exotic. Okay, they're making this pretty damn good. 2-2.
Yeah, no spike plant just yet, but Senior Carl finally using that from the shadows, and he will plant
30 seconds left.
spike in broad daylight. Sorry, this is a long rotation. I'm not... Why would... Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. Sorry. MVP decided to split up for whatever reason. Again, just an error that's a little appalling. To be honest, today MVP doesn't seem like they're completely locked in Asteroid. It seems like they're dipping in and out of focus, and just small moments like that is very telling and honestly incredibly worrying. NAOS, they basically like to find all those small weaknesses and they just make that gap huge. But look at this. Retake's gonna happen. 2v2. It's now NAOS. It's fairly isolated. Senior Carl, he is gonna pay for the sins of not having a trade. But time is running out. They try to double up. They try to go for the body block. And Mojer, once again, is a criminal. An Exotic can't call the cops. They've been robbed. MVP cannot answer back.
Man, they're just really struggling at this point. Nothing to really dive deep into this. It just seems that, again, NAOS has full control of the Lotus map as of this point. And I was actually about to argue that aside from MVP, you know, wanting to do another iteration of the agent selection that they have, right, in this particular map, you might also argue that Lotus is one of the less effective maps for NAOS. I don't want to say worse. I think less effective maps for them if you at least look at the very at the overall stats that they have. But recently, this is what the map I believe that they won against Oasis, if I remember correctly. In any case, quick little pick onto Exotic there. That's going to really lower the offensive capabilities of an MVP here. And Papi Chulo, he's just been perfect on the lurks. There is nothing that these guys can do to push him away from a good positioning with... Oh, spots him out. That is so bad timing for V Black here. Still going to force the fight. If he does get the pick onto Wits, that's going to be good. But the rest of NAOS are already working their way to claw at C site. And this is going to be a long-ass rotation that is just going to be very difficult for MVP to get any flanks moving or lurking.
Yep, it's incredibly long ass, right? But despite all the errors, no punish. Instead, MVP getting cut down yet again. NAOS is on something, man. They are so crisp. Senior Carl on his debut in a very dominant half. Almost perfect, near perfect. Them is quaking in his boots right now. Not having the best of halves, not having the best of starts here. He can really only hope that NAOS make an egregious mistake. They'll do it for a split second here. But round after round, NAOS, their attack, their offense has just been unguardable.
Unguardable, unbreakable, unwavering. And you're absolutely right. It feels like Senior Carl is fitting in like a glove with the rest of the team. Just, again, working well. And you kind of see this with anything that he's been playing on, right? Is he doesn't... He does two things really well. And I don't know how he does it, but one of those things is he frags consistently. He's always guaranteed 1 to 2 kills. He's that streamer that says, I got mine, right? But somehow, he also is able to supplement... got mine. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And the second one, before the round starts, is he's really good at being able to manage utility, whichever agent he's proficient at. And that is a bunch of agents, too.
Once again, it's really just the fundamentals. Again, overall, guys, we're always championing the teams that have a very good understanding of the game. Obviously, right? This is the pros. Duh. They're the top-level teams, of course. Once again, so many statements that can sound so ridiculously out of place. But once we get down to it, right, it really does become just a game of inches, right? And now they've been so good. They've been so good. It looks like MVP take a slow approach here. They know how fragile this round allowance is for them. So they are treading on very, very thin ice. Now, they have no reason to overextend here too. And that Viper Killjoy combo is going to be absolutely lethal. If that alarm bot is going to find somebody, they're as good as dead.
I think I remember it now. I think it was Game of Alpha that wanted to bring out the super aggressive comp and somehow were just basically destroyed by Oasis. I think, was it on Lotus or was that Pearl? In any case, super difficult to get through the meaty stuff. Anyways, speaking to meaty entries, quite a bit. MVP as they just ransack the C site, obliterate everybody from NAOS. Bulldoze is, I think, the better word to describe it. And it's going to be a quick, well, possible retake here. Not possible, but a retake in the 2 versus 5.
2 versus 5. Once again, they just kind of want to do damage here, not allow the armor to translate into the next round. Senior Gal gets a freebie on his former teammate, but that's about it. And MVP, they're staying alive, Asterai, but the real question is for how long. Granted, this is one of the most, if not the most fickle map. We've seen crazy turnarounds on Lotus.
Well, this is a possible start to that, but we'll still have to see. How far do they go though in terms of committing weaponry here? 3 rifles with V Black already nursing a Vandal in his grasp. Oh wow, that's a very quick one. Wits, okay, there's the cover of the smoke. Gonna immediately come around the corner, hit the flash, and he's exposed! Oh, dude! I mean, yeah, they get the trade, but there's been a lap of interests there from MVP. One wanting to get the spike, one wanting to find Wits, or it's not the spike, but the orb. In any case, it should be a quick done and dusted match here, or map here. Sorry, round here for MVP.
That's right, and again, it's just these small mistakes, despite them winning the round, is what's worrying me. Of course, these bursts are something typical of MVP. And, you know, some people might be like, oh, why are the casters so nitpicky? Well, if if you really want to know why, guys, it's because once again, we're striving for the highest level possible for the scene. There's small mistakes like that on MVP side and really anybody's side can add up very, very quickly. And might I add, it ends up being a death by 1,000 cuts. That's something we don't want to see happen, Asrai.
True enough. This is the first true test, or the only test right now for MVP, because if they lose this, NAOS already put themselves onto match point, so it's kind of difficult to just bounce back from such a standpoint, right? And considering the MVP not really one of those teams that are able to do such things, it's going to be a miracle if they do get hit by that match point by now. So in any case, MVP playing a slower approach here, but now it's great control and see all together. That is what we wanted to see. The fault line. Oh! Still does absolutely nothing to Ja. No, Ja. No one is helping Exotic at this point. Which is gonna back away, not take any damage whatsoever. And we're still at the 4-4 with everybody from NAOS now understanding MVP is rock solid on the push on Mound.
And MVP, they pretty much anticipate the rotation on the side of NAOS, but realistically speaking, if you just take a gander at the minimap, NAOS are unmoving. Granted, we have some movement on the side of Senior Carl, an info check here on the side of NAOS, and potentially showing why this comp can be a little more difficult on defense. They don't have that hard info, as I mentioned earlier.
30 seconds left.
So far, Asrai, so far, the lead that they built upon for themselves is still a very, very good sign. Now, Senior Carl anticipating contact. And MVP is on the opposite side of the map here. It's only Papi Chulo to be the anchor.
All right. Papi Chulo is doing a very good job at anchoring this position. Mojer explodes and leaves Nico by himself. There will be time to plant the spike. And is there time for Nico to actually position better? As you can already see, now is actually pretty aware that he could go for the big flank all the way through the stairs. They're clearing out the corners right now. Nico trying to get the best position, the best bang for his buck in terms of where he is placing himself. What? He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it! Risky as can be, but pays off in the end to secure the round for MVP and keep themselves afloat.
I bet he's playing on a stretch res. I was like, yo.
Does that actually work in Valo?
I think it happens in Valo.
I haven't done stretch res in like years now.
Once again, man,
wow.
A very, very precarious position on the side of Nico, but clutching it out. I thought NAOS had the Nightmare combo there, honestly. Potentially the Sherwin combo, Paranoia plus Guiding Light. Such a pain to deal with. But, again, MVP, they're fighting back and they're holding strong. NAOS, their only job now is to play ahead. Good job. Gets maybe a little too literal, exposes his head, gets it cut off, Wits replicates that. And now shaky, but as we mentioned earlier, this is pretty much an eco buy anyway. Look how cautious MVP is. I love the composure. They go for that side, then Mojer still gets discovered. Papi Chulo still gets one more, and I have to say, man, Papi Chulo has been just such a menace against MVP.
True. Oh, he is turning into a true menace, knowing the capabilities of how far his pistol can really go. He might have had the honorary title of Dennis. So, almost. If he got the kill through the wall there with his Sheriff, even more.
True. And unfortunately for now, it's no hot doorknobs, no toy trucks on the staircase, no paint buckets falling on MVP's head as MVP gaining quite a bit of momentum here. And it seems that everybody's slowly coming alive. Slatham, who started this half, I believe, 4 frags, has gotten up to speed. Now, they can't let this slip away. And wow, despite having a clear shot here, all the utility is just providing so much cover. Senior Carlson finds Exotic trying to jump back. That's absolutely appalling, but MVP, they get 2 in return. And now a bloodbath has happened outside A. Now so they can choose to ignore it and maybe go for a clean retake here. But MVP, they are bloodthirsty. They are just succumbing to the rage here, Asarai.
Well, They still have to build up against this machine that is NAOS. Wits can always find an opportunity to explode as of the moment. You can already see one player marking his position. V-Black getting closer and closer. Wits is in a very, very weird, if not risky spot, but it doesn't matter. As this smoke dissipates, could be bad for Mojo, actually good for V-Black. And now it's all down to Poppy. Spots out one. Does he know that V-Black has actually gone for the rotation right here? He is so aware, but is he good enough to be able to win that fight? Yes, he does. 1 versus 1. Here's the plant.
30 seconds
Can
left.
actually reposition. He has multiple angles to actually force this fight. And one of those is just going on drop, but Slay them, you know, he's going to be playing this very, very safely. Just waits for the drop and, well, reads the situation up to a T perfectly.
And the hunter lays a trap. Finds its prey. As NAOS, they're slowly coming undone here. Astra MVP have found again the weak points, but wow, what a flick by Senior Carl. I thought that looked so dangerous here. It seemed like MVP didn't know how to respond to the Poppy Wits combo. Let's slay them. Again, super confident. This time MVP inching ever so close to breaking NAOS. Light buy, eco buy, ult, whatever you want. NAOS have to pull something from their sleeves. Otherwise, this momentum is potentially fatal.
True enough. Still, though, there is a long way to go, to be honest. If MVP can hit 8 rounds, that's when NAOS really have to feel the pressure. But right now, I feel like this is still a good buffer for them. They're still figuring out how aggressive or how far the lengths of MVP will go. How is Josh still alive through that wall? How much damage did he take? Well, a venerable amount of damage. Over pop shot before he gets the heal would be very bad for him, but now he's back up to speed. So your Carl playing inside the smoke. The flash right there, but not fully enough to actually peek through it. Still, they know where Cha is, and finally they pick him off. Regardless, the paranoia from Singer Carl to delay them even further. But MVP really taking their time, just pushing through all of the weird crossfires that NAOS was able to set up.
And peculiar as it is, Astra, it is still ineffective. Despite going for a pretty unorthodox stance here, MVP Snowball is looking to be as dangerous as it can be. NAOS, what can they really do? Poppy's been pretty sharp with the sheriffs, but it doesn't look like he could be the lawbringer here. MVP, they go for a pretty traditional crossfire. Nobody's really in the danger zone, barring Exotic and Slay them, but they do have a pretty effective crossfire. Exotic just waiting for somebody to show its head. Oh, and that turn doesn't even spot him out. I don't think that's information they didn't even know, and Wits, despite getting a bit of a free pass, still gets stopped by the second boot, and Poppy Chulo gets a little bit of value. That's all they get. Hell, look how close to death he is, but he's managed to roach a few more seconds of his life as MVP, once again, slowly crawling up.
Actually, remind me, NAOS hasn't picked up a attack pause, right? No timeouts for them just yet? Yeah, so I think I might be on the dot that if they lose this round and again MVP hit like 8, they need to start calling something off or start to truly adjust as of the moment. But because they had such a long round of buffer, now even though they're not really high in terms of the kill impact or the kill score, they've garnered a huge amount of utilities, if not ultimates, at this point. So this is where MVP really have to meet their marks. And they're really committing into this too. Poppy Chulo wanting to do something ultimate for ultimate here, but they are countering everything and anything that NAOS is trying to do to basically stop them dead in their tracks. Exotic has to find one, and that was huge because now he knows Poppy Chulo's exited the site. That means that the ultimate, the Viper's Pit, will actually dwindle right here and right now, which gives MVP full access to the C site.
Full access indeed, uncontested at the moment as the Rolling Thunder, a very aggressive move here. Now they can smell that thirst, that rage that MVP's playing with, and Slay them even takes the head of Mojer. A second falls to him as the bodies left and right are accumulating. Slay them, huge 3K for him. Now Poppy and Wits left to wonder, are they still gonna go for this retake? Because it is not looking likely. MVP, they've found a second win and they've used it to, again, great amounts. Pretty much around for them here already, unless Wits pulls something miraculous. That's the first frag, but exits upon exits potentially. They back out Asterai. They really want to go for the long game here. And maybe you're right on the dot, actually. I think they might just have to call for a pause.
They really have to. But to be fair as well, that was great answering by MVP in terms of the ult department. They really were able to answer perfectly what NAOS wanted to do. Maybe that slow approach on C site was there. There we go. I was right on the dot.
It makes sense. It
makes
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like I said, and like Asterai has mentioned, there was a round allowance that NAOS have given themselves. It was quite a bit to figure things out without the help of the support staff. But once you cross that magic 8-ball territory, that's where it becomes scary. That's where the swings become a little more fragile and a little more volatile. NAOS? And again, NAOS not really the team to crumble Asterai. Very, very rare, if not, again, ultra rare as a site.
So what's the adjustment right now for NAOS, right? Is they're having the same issues that I think MVP experienced during the first half, where there's just so much utility here, and now we flip the switch. I know, guys, I pointed it out that it is very questionable to have double initiator here for MVP, especially with the Sova, but we do see now the value that he gets when you're on the attacking side. Once you have your ultimate, it's the only thing that can actually break a Killjoy lockdown, which is perfect to match up against Mojer's utility, you know, when you're trying to clear up the site truly. And it really helps, I think, Exotic just have a clearer picture as he pushes in because of the recon dart, or at least the, well, see here, the drone. So that being said, there's the push. Exotic gets this kill. That's going to be massive, which he does. And MVP looking mighty, mighty fine at this point. How's the punish coming game from NAOS? Actually pretty good. Oh, God.
Well, despite everything that's transpired now, looks like they want to pull away with a man advantage here. Wits could be in for a bit of a run, but B-Black, beautiful timing on that. As Papi Chulo still alive, wondering what the hell happened to his teammates here. And V-Black gets the spike. The plant is coming down, but the gap between him and Papi Chulo is not as big as he thinks. Papi Chulo slowly but surely stalking his prey here. Doesn't necessarily know where V-Black is going to be playing from. And V-Black still has a paranoia, right? That smoke is going to come online very, very soon. Papi Chulo doesn't have anything except 2 snake bites, and he has to confirm where his enemy is going to be coming from. But once again, he is just trying to get as much info as he can. But V-Black clutches it out. This is where potentially now start ringing the alarms. They're not on a good buy. They are just stuck on how to stop this MVP offense.
Well, if they don't have that goodbye, maybe it's time to say goodbye to the Lotus map, especially when MVP are looking absolutely refreshed, rejuvenated, refurbished. It's like they're a whole new team in this second half, and still go back to the point that, you know what, at the base of things, Lotus is an incredibly
fickle
if not attacker-sided map. And now it's looking to struggle at a lot of the things that MVP are utilizing. You know, I was a little bit, again, questioning the fault lines from Nico, but now that he's able to set up for Exotic much more efficiently, you see the clear-cut picture of how MVP can really ransack NAOS from these rounds.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, NAOS really suffering from not having anything to confirm off of. They have a bot, and they have the guiding light, but it's not like a site-wide scan or anything. So they are kept guessing on the defensive end. And it's been hurting them quite a lot. You see Wits wondering if he should rotate to, again, put more presence towards literally elsewhere upon the map. No, they go for the full rotate now. They don't get any info off or any sound spot off of Senior Carl. Now they have that 6th sense. Going yet again to try and mount the retake Astra, but with a weaker weaponry, it is looking highly unlikely.
Wow, Ja just swings out to get that contact for a bit of that vision. Trade for trade, though. Okay, there's the drop. Josh still hasn't used his nade here, but he's so far from the positioning. Is he going to be able to stop that? No, absolutely not. And MVP, they've just defaulted into a more, I'll hold your back, buddy. Let's go for the crossfires. We'll always go for the trade, and I got you. But they're able to isolate on Exotic right here. He's by himself, but he's still managing to get the picks regardless. And Exotic is going ballistic. Unfortunately, could not see the POV of the man himself, but he was able to fend off 3 players of NAOS. Of course, they were on the pistols, but still, you got to give it to Exotic for popping off and, well, just giving himself highlights. And again, putting him right on top near the, well, the frags.
Well, perfection has been demanded on the side of MVP, and it looks like they're delivering. They have been on fire ever since the side swap, Astray. But now we have Wits' Seekers yet again.
Let's make some
Your Carl still has that from the shadows, but what can that really do on a macro scale? Sure, they can scout. Sure, they can pressure just a little bit. But MVP leading this dance. Their offensive side, so volatile. And look at this. They crawl up towards B. The question is, are they going to commit?
Oh, that's a step in the right direction.
For who? NAOS or MVP? Because it looks like MVP have been dissuaded from trying to get into the space that they want to, Asarai. And I like it. I like it a lot. They're not trying to force the issue here, but NAOS, I think they have a great read on this. They're still going for a 2-1-2, but look how deep VBlack is. VBlack could potentially replicate that massive flank he did. Right there. Sound and the noise will alert, rather NAOS, of the brewing storm outside of A.
Okay, let's go for this once more. The story being told right now of the ability of MVP to rise above, be relentless, as is the motto of VCTPH. Kel now stuck with the rest of his team on tree here, but the rest of NAOS have actually claimed ways around this corner right now. Alarm bot, as Kel wants to get a bit of that positioning. Look at this, the flank coming in all together. Mojer, 1 versus 1, but VBlack chase him before he gets back into cover. Wits though, I thought it was over, but he's still here. And VBlack is unaware, but the thing is, he has so much utility. Wits also has the same, but time is not of the essence. He needs to flash out of this. And this time, it works.
And the 1v1, the clutch gauntlet that's been going in the way of MVP will not give them the blessing as NAOS push themselves ever so close to taking this map away. It's been super interesting. We mentioned it before. That the margin for error on the side of MVP is just so thin. With a shot like that, Wits might have just given his teammates that buff, that reinvigorating aura, I would suppose. NAOS, so close, Asarai, so close. They have that lockdown on the side of Mojer, who's been an absolute anchor.
Well, when Wits can perform like that, he turns into Witsarino. Yes, because he no back down from fight.
I don't know what that's supposed to allude to be honest with you. But I agree, Wits is a crazy player. Again, he's very reserved when he has to be, but once he is let loose, he is like a coordinate berserker. Blood for the Blood Gods and Skulls for the Skulls Throne. And Wits finds another one. Looking like Lucius the Immortal Astray. Unslayable, unkillable, and a true raid boss. Pulling NAOS away and far from MVP. But look at MVP. They are remaining composed. They still try their hand towards A. Maybe they don't want to replicate what happened in the previous round. They decided to back out. Like you mentioned, had to face the wrath of the retaking NAOS team.
They're not going to know. VBlack somehow manages to get through the nail in the coffin, or the sticky defense here, but Ja's still undetected on the back of C. Unfortunately, still going to get found out. And Singer Carl's read there, unfortunately, not going to work. So, might need to be a full save right now, because I don't know how far NAOS's monetary resuscitation will be come next round. And this Child of the Emperor, this Lucius, as you were mentioning it, definitely unkillable.
Yeah, well, seems like the Butcher's nails are a little too deep in the skulls of NAOS right now, and potentially just not having the best clarity of what they want to do on this attacking side, or rather this defending side. As MVP, they have just been wave upon wave crashing onto NAOS' shores. NAOS really haven't done anything, or not too much to equalize. But this could be a bit of a thriller already, Asterai. Like you mentioned, NAOS, they're going to be holding on to these weapons. Very, very unlikely. Likely MVP is going to find them. But they are going on a slightly weaker buy here. Once again, half armor. The important thing is the lockdown was not expended on that round. They still have a very, very good chance. But Wits, ooh, actually getting the POV of that is a bit of a blessing. Really had a hard read on that full send.
And such a big read on that one, too. Thankfully enough for now, as they somewhat still have purchase power here. Interestingly enough, this is something to point out as well. Ja has only 9 kills this entire game. And that may be because of the way that he's been playing as the Raze. It's a lot more, I get a kill, you trade me, you push in as I fall down. Which again worked so well in the first half, but come second half, it hasn't really found its value. What a massive flank coming in from NAOS, though. I mean, you can already see Exotic is so aware of this, but there is a huge risk for him being out in this open without his dash ready. He needs to find the pick right here, but gets immediately traded by Ja, thinking that there could have been chance for him to whip out the plays. Unfortunately not, and now they're going to charge right in. But look at this, the quick rotation back of the rest of NAOS with the rest of the team. It's now going to be turning us, obviously, into a 4 versus 4.
The question is NAOS going to respond with an... Wait a minute! Yes, actually, a response, a very quick one. I honestly thought that the lockdown didn't come through, so maybe that Hunter Sphere could have been premature. No, perfectly timed. Very, very small window of opportunity for NAOS here. It looks like they're going to jump right on it. They spot out Nico in the corner, so that's going to be a one-and-done spot, but 2 flashes are still here. Senior Carl with a stare gets 1, but Ja, you mentioned he's lacking in kills. He's now picking it up, and NAOS, they take the map away. MVP, they crumble at the very last second, Asterai. And NAOS, once again, stealing Lotus away.
Was that just a positional disadvantage from MVP? Because, again, 3 of them were stacked on tree, so it made it very easy for Ja to just line up those kills. I would have really loved to see his POV. Maybe we can see that in a bit, but that was incredibly head-scratching from MVP, how they weren't able to get that control. Because, again, you mentioned how Nico was alone in the default spot. He had all of his response of his teammates on tree. Maybe it would have actually been better if Nico was actually the one on tree and not the one planning, because his utility might have been better off utilized, you know, flashing from that big wall rather than the small LOS of where he was, right? Right, with the flashpoints. In any case, absolutely butt-clenching round from NAOS there, because obviously if they lost that one, that's the word I'm going to be using to describe it, because if they lost that, they're obviously going to be going into overtime and possibly even losing the first map to MVP.
You could have said nerve-wracking, you could have said you were at the edge of your seat, you could have said that you were sweating bullets. You could have said you wanted to close your eyes, but again, you have a very, very interesting take on Anatomy, Asterai. But again, with all the things that we've said, that was such a close round, or rather a close map for both these teams. I have to pinpoint, though, that the body language of NAOS is just indicative of maybe on their side, it wasn't as close as people thought, because they just looked so relaxed. Like you mentioned earlier, it was pretty much another day in the office for them. We have to really highlight, though, that V-Black had so many great plays there. That monster flank from Broken Door. And again, just replicating that type of success on a lot of those retakes. NAOS, on the other hand, just maintained excellence. So good all throughout the map, despite having a bit of a shaky defense. But hey, what's new on Lotus?
Yeah, what's new on Lotus? In any case, the call of MVP to bring out this particular map, even though they didn't have the best of records in Lotus, still almost paid off if we're looking at it from just how far they were able to stretch NAOS's rounds there, right? And NAOS looked invincible in the first half. Like, there was nothing wrong. There was nothing that they could do wrong at that point. So for V-Black and the rest of MVP to bring it this close is just, again, akin to just how far this team will try to do anything and everything to win.
That's true. And again, we love to see the grit and just the ability to stay in it despite the score, despite the round count. But I have to say that an initial point that we brought up is that how, despite what's happened, despite them catching up, there are really times where it seemed like MVP was not completely focused, especially not last round, right? We were talking about how it could be a death by 1,000 cuts. And again, Nico, you would have thought that his teammates would respond a little bit quicker. But who is too fast? It's Wits, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Man, it could have gone either way. The cleanliness of NAOS in that first half and the grit of MVP in the second half. Which one succeeded? Well, as of the moment, we already know the answer. It is NAOS, but honestly, again, it is showing to us MVP. They got the pieces, they got the talents. They just need that extra step to bring themselves to a point. The thing is, again, they won their past 2 series. It's still not over. They have a chance to maybe bring this to map number 3, but that second map incoming is where it gets incredibly tricky. That is NAOS's home court icebox. Whether any side that happens, I feel like NAOS still have such a huge advantage coming into the second map.
I think this is where NAOS start to add a little bit of variation to the way they play Icebox. Again, it's been tried and tested, but as time has gone by, they've looked a little bit mortal in their home court. Again, they looked so dominating at the beginning of the split, but with the natural progression of things and how teams will anti-strat, they have had some clear weaknesses. I think Action PH was the best at exposing on how to approach that retake, but they've still managed to pull through. So this is not a knock on NAOS. It's just questioning the overall scheme of the game.
Absolutely. But again, all right, rather, in any case, guys, we are going to go on a break. When we come back, it's game number 2 on Icebox.
Welcome back, folks. It's me, Asarai, and his burger hat. Welcome you to VCTPH once more. Very, very exciting map one. There is, to be honest with you, Asarai, a lot of sweet nothings being whispered in the ears of MVP. It looked like they were so close to coming back. But now, they put their foot down. They put the hammer down. And now we are going into something a little colder. As Dwight agrees with me. Don't you think so, Dwight? Yeah, honestly. We were talking about body language, me and Dwight behind the scenes, and he agrees with me that, you know, in the long run, MVP, they kind of need to be a little more composed. Again, there's just those small moments that were super, super worrying.
Oh, I thought you were going to add something more to that. But you're absolutely right. It did feel... Okay. There really was moments that made me flinch from MVP there. But honestly, again, you point out a lot of good things before we went into that break where V-Black was so good at still making that impact play, especially on the attacking side. He's absolutely fearless, probably one of the most nastiest lurks we ever did have right now from Split 1 coming into Split 2 in 2023, and we still do see remnants of that. I think the only problem that we saw in that last round was, again, just a slight miscall in the point that everybody was stacked up on tree. It's a good idea, but the problem there was they had to peek out one by one, and they faced against Ja, who was, as you mentioned, so prepared to finally get his spotlight as he was getting any of the kills in that entire game. So that being said, honestly, I don't think MVP did anything wrong except for maybe just not able to adjust or utilize well what they had in the first half. Because again, the problem there was there was a disconnect with how they wanted to utilize Nico on the breach. And just one thing, it was also kind of difficult, I think, to maximize the capabilities of a Sova on defense on Lotus per se.
So Dwight brought up a great point, and I honestly thought being in tree was an egregious mistake on the side of MVP Aster, because do you really want to be in such a claustrophobic space when there is an enemy Raze on the team, there is a Sky on the opposing team, there is a Paranoia that could potentially encapsulate the entirety of MVP, and once again, so on and so forth. We had obviously Mojer, who had such a great game, a reliable anchor. Both nano swarms could just delay so much. So I feel like if they went for a more open plan, it would somewhat alleviate the weaknesses and the problems that they would have in terms of that retake. But with that being said, we have to kind of move on towards Icebox here, because this is going to be a completely different playbook on the side of NAOS and how they're going to approach this. So MVP, honestly, I hope they have something in store, and hopefully they've been anti-stratting as much as they have.
So last time, though, we did see MVP here as the MVP roster. They played Icebox, and they did lose to Action PH, but that was obviously Action PH, who have looked the best that they've ever done before. And what is also quite interesting, that as we are moving to Icebox as well, just to kind of add to that, the Action PH point that I was mentioning, they haven't won any of their matches in Icebox or in the maps for a very long time. The last time that we saw it was late January against Puggers, and then one with Game Lab Alpha. And those are two teams that have already gone to pasture. Game Lab Alpha is a whole different team right now that looks incredibly, incredibly well made. So that being said, not too good for MVP. Not too good coming up against one of the best teams in the Icebox map. But again, maybe with the pickup of Kel.
You did mention Action PH, right? So I would have to say that he is Action PH has set up a blueprint to at least deal with what NAOS could potentially do. Obviously, we're still gonna see that with Harbor, who's been so effective despite everything being thrown at them. And I'm actually really surprised it's still Senior Carl being slotted in instead of NDG. Again, we were talking about something akin to a map-specific rotation, but instead we're gonna have Senior Carl still going to be playing for the day. So yeah, even Dwight's really surprised. I know, pretty crazy. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's all good.
Sure enough. But again, I don't think it's without merit. Obviously, Senior Carl has done so well, to be honest, just to integrate with the team in and of itself. NAOS looks incredibly scary, whether it's NDG or Senior Carl at the helm. And again, I go back to my point that NAOS roster with this new pickup just has a lot more options. And it's not the thing where, oh, you know, we're weak here, so we're gonna readdress it with another player just to see if it's going to be stemmed better. I think what they're good at, they're trying to be better at more with the options that Senior Carl gives to them. Because we already know the NDG is incredibly good. So that being said, Senior Carl also equivalently good on in another aspect.
Still, I find it incredibly interesting. Again, there's just so much we've seen from NDG on this map specifically. It is a little unusual, and I have to say, Dwight, it really is. You know, I have to say Dwight's input is way better than a lot of Twitch chat. I'm joking, chat. You guys are fine. Anyway, that being said, Asarai, we will have to see if this maybe experiment is gonna go in the way of NAOS, right? They do have a map allowance, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna allow that to happen. But once again, still a very, very peculiar choice to just kind of sideline NDG for now.
Yeah. Again, it's okay for me because I would always love to see Senior Carl be able to play shuffle what he's got. And to be honest, too, right? He hasn't really played in a major team in a while, if I'm being honest. Because the last team that I think that he looked the most convincing at has got to be 6045 Pirates, even before they turned into the Zeal. I mean,
well, he played really well on that Zol roster. Just, you know, the last
he always
2-3
plays
weeks.
in any he always plays well in any roster that he's been taken. But you know what I mean. In any case,
I don't.
It's more of a time for podcasting. We'll save that for a longer discussion, I think.
No, okay, but I want to hear like just the bare bones of it. Why why? What point were you trying to make here? Again, guys, I'm not mad at Asarai or anything, but like, I just feel like it's not making any sense.
Yeah. So my point before we get into game, because we haven't actually gone into it, is I feel like even though Senior Carl does play well on the teams that he's been on for the most part, right? It hasn't meant success for him because I feel like, again, it's either he hasn't been put in a spot, in a role where he can really flourish, or he's in a team that feels like cannot or is not at a point where he can get fully utilized by that particular team. Again, he can find the kit picks and find the plays, but unfortunately, it hasn't found that value.
Now you're upsetting Dwight. It's like, what is Asarai talking about? I understand, Dwight. I get it. It's fine. It's completely fine.
I die when I see Dwight because of the hair.
That is
my
so
allergies.
great, though. But
he is.
No, here's the thing, right? So the success, or rather the individual success of Senior Carl hasn't necessarily translated is what you're trying to say. Because again, he's been so consistent on that Zol roster. He was really good when he was on NCG, if I'm not mistaken. He was always good when he was on Zeal, when he was a pirate, so on and so forth, right? But what are you talking about? They did win that one. Again, that was so long ago, though. That was so long ago. I'm trying to remember it, too.
Yeah, but at least for me, I don't remember them reaching that far. I remember it was because they won as 6045 Pirates as how they got the sponsorship as Zeal Esports. Again, I have to go really far back for this. This was like early 2022 or late 2021. So that being said, though,
I have to say, though, if you really want to bring up Zeal, you are gonna encourage just me being upset for so many reasons, you know. And people are like, "Oh, why is Raph hating on Zeal?" It's not that I'm hating on Zeal. It's just they literally had everything, you know what I mean? But it's fine, guys. It's fine. A lot of their players and the players that really touted, like Tuge and Senior Carl, they've really been flourishing. We saw quite a bit of Flash also. Again, making his rounds towards the official circuit, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful watch for everybody. But maybe, just maybe, Asarai, this could be what pushes Senior Carl over the hill, so to speak, to really find that peak.
It would be great, though, finally to see him maybe back again in the international scene, because I think we did see 60-45 get into C Challengers, was it, if I remember correctly? So it would be great to see Singer Carl back again on a position where he can show what he's got in the Southeast Asian scene alongside NAOS. Again, if they do get that since the slot. My God, it is taking a while to get into the game itself. The chat is already asking,
sorry, chat.
where's all
It's
the
on its
meowing
way.
coming from?
No, like I said, it's Dwight tired of listening to us. And again, Dwight's making a lot of good points. But I have a lot of reservations for that Zeal team. They could have done so much, especially with what they had. And again, I say this with all the love and respect. They could have been so much more. But it just seemed like they were... they floundered, basically. They dropped the ball. I'm just going to say it. They floundered.
Yeah. In any case, again, that's already done and dusted. We've elevated ourselves. We've gone to the next level.
Like I said, it's really so much fun to see all the players really flourish when they were surrounded by the right pieces, the right support staff, everything, so on and so forth. Just the caliber of, again, the individual talent that Zeal roster had is just showing. Look at Senior Carl, who's now on NAOS. Look at Tuge, who's on, I believe, on RRQ. Again, we had an interview with him just the other day. Really good guy. Really strong player, too. And once again, just whatever we have to give as a whole to the scene is just being utilized by so many of these teams. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you on that regard. Again, we do see... teams that are players that did not have the chance, right? From last year's VCT, maybe even the year before that. And they have their guns right now slinging in 2023. And that's what's good about it. Because again, at least, since we're already doing the mini podcast at this point, one of the things that I would love to see is us nurturing new talents as well. Because just to finish off my point, if you look at it from a perspective where we want to see, 5 years from now, VCT in the PH still flourishing, we need to find new talents. We need to have those new talents. So that being said, it can't always be just Team Secret or another org that has players that are nearing 30s, right? We need somebody that's 18 and such. I'm not saying, again, it's age or anything. Just mentioning that it's always nice to have budding talents be... in the scene. All right? That's all I'm mentioning. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no, like I said, the vanguard for PH are climbing up there in terms of age, but we have pretty much entered an age of immortality where we've seen so many of our players that have passed the 30 mark thrive. But again, we have to focus the lenses here onto MVP versus NAOS. Thematic, actually. The new blood versus the old guard. As V-Black will get cut down by Ja here, returning on that signature jet. A little bit of a reply here on the side of MVP, but they haven't necessarily crawled towards the side here. Ja is so low and they have no way to recover the health, but they don't even bother checking. Ja could have a monster flank, but he's only good for one. As Exotic will get that trade-off, but look at all those pings, Aserai. Doesn't really matter though, as this post plan is still going in the way of NAOS. Do they have the utility to keep this going? Yes, they do. They can't get Kel off. Kel, despite the mess, has enough time to hold strong and take that pistol away from NAOS.
Man, even through the smoke of Poppy, he still somehow manages to pick up the kill regardless. And that was wild. Did Exotic just jump up and get a pick as he was coming through pipes? Man, that guy can always find the highlights if you give him a chance to do so. Huge start here for MVP. And you're right, Ja could have made some damage there. Look at that. He's done it once, did it again, and single-handedly gave chance for Kel to start that fight, to start having the chance to win that fight.
Yeah. And again, MVP, they go for a pretty typical upgrade, to be honest with you. Again, we talk about a lot of scalability, a lot of the Guardians, a lot of the Bulldogs, but we still have the Spectres being set into motion here. And now kind of stumped on what would happen. My goodness, Exotic was so close to getting shot in the face there, but again, Ja not capitalizing on the moment here. Now with the pistols, try to look for literally anything they can find here.
That's anything that they can find. Excuse me. they actually bypassed the Nano Swarm because they didn't want to show off the positioning of how far they got into that. Then they called the wall to go down. So quick are the picks from NAOS as of the moment. This could get a little bit iffy for MVP, but Slatham is popping off. Oh, Wits and Papichulo still somehow to manage to get the picks off first here, though. Slatham now trying to reposition, and that wall is going to stop it. Dead center. Yep, that's going to be a quick little refrag. Poppy as well as Wits, they got to die, or else their money's not going to be looking too hot coming into their next round, and there it is.
There it is. And pretty much an expected result here is now getting a few kills here and there, but MVP ultimately capitalizing on the pistol win here. And again, it's a good look. They've studied how NAOS approach their attacking side, which has been a conundrum for a lot of our teams here. But now we go into a bit of a prior round on the side of NAOS. We do see a few upgrades here on MVP. That Marshall can be incredibly deceiving. Sometimes it'll get as many heads as it wants to, but sometimes just can't even hit the broadside of a barn here. Exotic going for a classic jet play here to just challenge top belt. And we will not witness any straight up duel here. Slatham already feeling something. Could be a miss. Throws that wall immediately. And now he's crawled back towards the side here. Now still trying to knock on the door. Can't really get anything going here. Exotic damaged, but not deterred. Oh my goodness, Nico. Only with a frenzy here, but the range, he could maximize this. Exotic, a little worried what could transpire between those very, very thin and fragile walls, as Senior Carl is going to find an overpeaking Slatham. And now Wits and the rest of the crew, they commit to the push. They try to do as much damage as they can, Asterai, but two Bulldogs are still on the side of MVP. So this is still fair play. And as soon as I mentioned that, we have Death knocking on the back door. As Exotic struggling to stay alive. Only 20 health, but nobody really knows if he swung deep into pipes. It's Exotic. Exotic! Maybe check behind you as Papichulo will drive that proverbial knife into his spine as NAOS take that bonus round. Not cleanly, but they still managed to take it.
Exotic still finding that big impact that we were definitely looking for, and he's really nestled himself on 2F most of the time that we've seen them play on that A site. So something maybe for NAOS to definitely watch out for. Exotic has been very much taking advantage of just NAOS not really clearing the vertical positions of Icebox. So that being said, as you mentioned, was an iffy round for NAOS there, even though they did get it regardless because of just how expensive Exotic made it for them. Oh, timing is going to be crucial here. No turrets. Just an alarm bot. But Exotic can't really push forward, especially because you can already see Mojer is locking in mid. So a bit of just spread out control for the moment for NAOS here. Just trying to see if there's anyone overextending somewhat, trying to get that information. And they're not running to go for that A site. So it could be a slow cut of noise. No, now they're making a lot of it. Well, it is a minute in, and they're going to be starting to make their magic known. And Wits, just wanted to point it out, has his reckoning.
Well, that's a default that they've been using a lot. They anticipate the jail push, and again, they put a lot of resources just to punish whatever forward aggression, no matter who is on the defensive side here. The job will make a case of being the first to answer the call here, as this Cloudburst is going to dissipate very soon. It doesn't matter, as he still gets a pick here. Slatham responds in kind, as well as the rest of MVP. But now they will still march forward, and Slatham, a victim of unfortunate timing here. And the rest of NAOS suddenly dissipate into nothing. MVP, beautifully executed there.
This is also something we see a lot, I think, or at least recently with NAOS. And I think that was the game against, I think it was Zol Esports, when they also struggled against how Zol was approaching NAOS. I think that was attacking side or defending side from NAOS. So that being said, there is, even though again we do tout NAOS as to be one of the strongest, almost made the jump, as one of the strongest teams on Icebox, defaults are still difficult for them to try to manage, especially now that you're seeing MVP look a lot more comfortable at getting this massive amount of map control. Oh, that's a miss from Ja, though. Could be a risk. Exotic has already shown his sights on underneath on Tube here, and ooh. Okay, Ja. Okay, all right. There's like 3 players now looking at him. Somehow manages to not find anybody because nobody can find him as well.
No value whatsoever in that mid push here. In fact, losing wits. Again, the weaker weapons. Not necessarily expecting too much on the side of NAOS here. But Ja has knives, and Ja's ready to cut whoever is going to be in front of him. This is looking like a bit of a salvage play here on the side of NAOS as Kel falls back. Very, very intelligent decision making here. He already gets the value off of one, and now NAOS is going to be scrambling what they can do with, again, a weaker armory. Try to crawl forward, maybe just get that plant down. Senior Carl's inching ever so close to the site. But once again, now show the resolve. They get whatever they can find with the weapons in hand. And V-Black actually manages to lay a trap for Senior Carl here. And Ja all alone has found one for himself. But it does look like these odds are impossible, especially with a res in hand, and maybe not count Ja out, as he is going to have a grand old time for as long as he can hold. Nonetheless, MVP, they eke out this round.
Could be a call for a quick timeout here because MVP, they're starting to build up steam. Even though Ja, again, you can't count him out. He only got 2 kills. V-Black was already aware that he only had to wallbang that box and he would have gotten the pick regardless. Great kills altogether. Man, imagine Ja getting that pick. That would have been massive, or a dash away from V-Black into cover and reset himself for the 2 versus 1, or just delay the time. In any case here, NAOS back again in the drawing board. MVP's got everything, and Exotic has purchased himself an operator. This is where it gets a lot more tricky because Exotic, one of those players that you'd think is always great on the rifle, but also has a very mean sniper.
Like I said, right, this is where NAOS kind of have to shift their play style a little bit. Maybe they've stagnated just a tad bit in terms of iceboxes. Teams are just really doing such a great job of holding on against their attacking side. But Senior Carl manages to find V-Black there, so not having the Viper in mind for MVP gonna make this retake a little more troublesome. You did mention Exotic has an operator, but I feel like that's gonna be completely nullified by this Viper Smith. Tag is gonna be there, but ultimately Wits not having any functional cover for himself. Exotic, he has no idea that there is a lurk right behind him. The moment the smoke pops down, there could be a bit of a disaster. Ja gets his counterpart, Asterai, but nothing too committal just yet.
Well, they risked Wits' life, right, for that trade. Still, wait.
Oh, what? Oh, wait, there's a flank.
Did he not get the call? Because Mojo got a kill, though. I believe Mojo got a kill out of Kitchen as well, and Nico just did not look in that direction. So you'll look at the kill feed here very quickly, or at least slowly but surely where Nico was coming from there. Never mind. It was Senior Carl that got Kel, so there was no takedown for Mojo. So Mojo had, or rather Nico had no idea that the flank was coming. My bad. But still, huge map control from NAOS.
Okay, now we have lockdown on the side of Kel, and NAOS this time has an ultimate to respond with. In fact, 2. If they prioritize orbs here, MVP, I'm curious what they might actually cook up with these limited weapons. They do have pistols only, and if I'm not mistaken, MVP is not necessarily known to be a team that's very, very good on these ecos, whereas NAOS have had so much success. If they can isolate and overwhelm, then they might just have that window. The Papi Chul sees nothing, but will find maximum value. V-Black already out of it, Asterai. Look at this. Like I said, MVP trying to get a little creative here, but Mojo is so aware.
So aware indeed. Could be a double swing, but they don't know where it's actually nestled upon on Belt. Now has called out the reinforcements from his team, and that is going to be a quick flawless from NAOS here, breaking down the defense of MVP. Very much slowly but surely. In any case, you're absolutely right. So that operator cost MVP these true crucial rounds, just not able to find the picks. And now Exotic realizing this, or rather not having the creds for it, not really risking the sniper once more.
I'm just saying, every time we see an operator on double controller, the results really vary. I feel like it's doable, but it's just ultimately unreliable. Now
Yeah.
we have NAOS still trying to pressure A as much as they can. They now have confirmation that MVP is never going to go for that jail control here. And again, slay them being on that stage, they'll have to be a little more proactive and just potentially just that much slower in comparison to NAOS's roster, right? Or rather, NAOS's competition. Here we go. We have that ultimate being popped here by Wits, trying to get a reaction out of MVP. MVP, they will concede the site. They will go for the clean retake.
Who's going to be planting the spike, though? Going to be Wits again. They need the smoke. These wall bangs are such an egregious thing to just deal with. Look at Ja. He actually took a bit of damage from that, too. The love taps, regardless. And Wits... Wait, are they going to know he's actually tuckered himself right there? Because he did put out a cascade. So this is going to be quite interesting. Ultimate for ultimate. Once again, they're going to try to break through the lockdowns. And Wits... Yep, they did not know about his positioning. And he could have more. 3K already for Wits. One more onto Nico. Nico's been drenched in bullets. Down to 5 HP. Time... Well, he might actually still have some bit of leeway here in terms of the clock. But the thing is, HP and opponents... Oh! No way! He gets that flick. Oh my god. But Mojer finishes him off to equalize the round between the two teams.
Like you said, he was so close to being reduced to Swiss cheese and was just one shot away from it. Now they recover beautifully, and I believe this is going to be a pause on the side of MVP. They have to recollect. They thought that they had the formula. Once again, the blueprint that was presented by Action PH to really hold this down, but suddenly there's no more round advantage. Suddenly there's no more eco advantage. This is the strength of NAOS, to adapt on the fly. And MVP, they have to respect that. Operator might not be something that they want to lean on in this map particularly, but Exotic is so close to those blades anyway. So orb control could be just the plan for this map, or rather this round.
True enough, right? At least have the man have his blades. And we've seen Exotic be on that warpath, on that streak of kills if he has a good start with his Blade Storm. What is happening here with our observer? He's wanting to show the alteration of Soba with his eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's got augmentations.
I wonder what that actually does. Is that what links up to his recon? Is
Yes.
that what
For his drone.
Oh, for his drone, you're right.
Yeah, that's why
right.
you see him putting his 2 fingers on his temple, because it's like
the thing that Fluffy does?
Yeah.
Oh man.
What was that for?
Well, that's what Fluffy does anyway, but V-Black has had the chance to stop this push before it began, but Mojer, once again... wait a minute. Now Ja gets to be a victim of Kel's Sheriff. A little messy on the side of rather both teams here, but no pressure on the side of NAOS. They still have the rifles and the weapon advantage. So on and so forth. They have backed MVP into a corner, and again, these just really wild shots are landing, finding their marks. Exotic, I don't think he knows that there's going to be a double up from 2, but he will find Senior Carl. No trade potential here. He tries to jump around and gets a little bit of wiggle room. And he will still fall into the loving arms of all these NAOS players. Slay them, trying to find just anything really, but he will surrender. He will concede this round. NAOS take yet another one on the board.
NAOS really loves to go for that mid push once they know that they've already bamboozled their opponents. I think it's just a conditioning thing that, oh, they're going to be a lot more used to how we approach the A or B site. You know what, let's throw a wrench in the mix. Let's try to go for a B push here. And not a lot of teams actually still, or rather mid push, excuse me. Not a lot of teams still know how specifically NAOS operates that way. So it's a little bit difficult for them to mess around with, especially that it's very high contact CQC. And you do see MVP just kind of freaking out, confused as to how they approach that. And a good example to that is how they were just trying to get that fight on Kitchen. Ja, no way he still gets this pick. I mean, he's not getting any picks. It's Wits and Seer Carl, but regardless, the impact is already there. V-Black can slide them down. A-Site is going to be a breeze right now for NAOS if they want to bulldoze their way now that there's no more smokes and walls to stop them dead in their tracks.
Like I said, right, it makes sense for them to try and switch it up, but the default on the side of NAOS is designed to stop whatever aggression that may come from the A side. And everything is just kind of falling apart for MVP here. They have one more player left in the tank, and that's going to be Nico. But Ja's taken many names, many careers on this map, and he will not be a stranger to just adding more to the tally. NAOS, seems like they've gotten a head of steam and unanswered momentum, right? That's about, what, 5 rounds in a row that hasn't been adjusted to?
Truth. And this is just, again, NAOS fully understanding what MVP is capable of. Figuring things out, slowing the pace down, giving Ja a lot more breathing space to make impacts first. And MVP, they're trying to control the map, but NAOS is so aware of it that they're the ones taking risks and losing resources in the process of it all. So that being said, MVP, oof, I mean, that's a pop shot, yes, but that could also give a very good idea or information to NAOS as to what the setup could be. You can already see the pings already where Exotic is at. This drone is just going to make sure of what it is. Yep, they, even though it wasn't spotted, I think they know. Oh, yeah, they did.
Once again, now it's just experienced, so well refined, and that was the first time MVP tried to go for a setup like that, Aserai, and it was still snuffed out. Again, now it's just so good at disjointing plays before it even happens. MVP, they tried to respond as well as they could. You saw the slow orb, you saw the backup, but still falls apart. It looks like they're gonna shy away from this A side still, as now they smell blood in the water, like sharks. They approach towards it. Red mist potentially could be where MVP again fall apart. Go in the rest of the gang. Wow!
It's not yet over. There's a huge dart coming in right now. And because of that, the follow from MVP is definitely much felt. And Mojer just drops. Actually, 2 of them dropped to the snake bite of V-Black there. So somehow MVP manages to deal with NAOS without even really needing to come out of screens.
It looked so good. It looked so good. And suddenly it just did not. Those double snake bites proved to be too much of a challenge on the side of NAOS to conquer, I suppose. But wow, what a half here on both ends, really. We have MVP, despite losing a little bit of control, finally answering back. If they can take this 6-6, I think this is way more doable, as I think it was proven on the Action PH side. If you can't at least equalize with NAOS when they swap to defense, it just becomes that much more problematic. NAOS though, look what they have to work with us, right? They have so many ults, so many impactful ults. If Poppy can stay alive, then that post plant is gonna be an absolute nightmare to deal with MVP. We still have that Viper Spit, we still have that that ult on the side of Wits as well. And Ja could bring out the blades if he needs to be, if he's coerced to do so. Look how passive MVP is now.
I mean, he is sporting an operator here, so he'll have to at least utilize those blades come what may. Plus, this is the final round of the first half. In any case, they heard the wall too. Yep, that wall's about to break. Perfect timing for NAOS here to call it up. There it is. The follow-up here. Ja still has a dash. Ja still has a dash, and he will try to commit to a fight here. You can see him right in the corner, but somehow manages to get immediately traded off by Exotic. If there is a fight for MVP to take, this is the perfect time for them to take it. As soon as they're just close into the corners, Spike's already been dropped. V-Black into the corner right now. Nico right on top. If he can provide cover for his teammate, that might be something that they can utilize, but no! Somehow they still manage to get the picks regardless. What? NAOS is so good at just re-engaging a situation.
It looks like Senior Carl has played with this roster for forever, apparently, as there has been no chemistry issues, no spacing issues whatsoever on his end. And in fact, actually winning that round for NAOS MVP, they must be a little worried on the outcome of this map. but they have won the pistol so far, Asterai. So that is a very, very telling sign. I think they've won the previous second half pistol too. So again, MVP a lot more attuned towards the offensive side. Now so they're a little more well equipped, at least getting that information. We have Senior Carl Natsova now. Again, something that I feel like was sorely lacking, despite getting that W on Lotus.
Man, this is one of those baby don't hurt me no more moments. The hurt that I'm feeling right now for MVP. But not the end of the world. Oh, Witz has got to respect the sheriff right then and there. He still wants to go for the fight, and that is going to cost NAOS some control here on the B side, as Mojer doesn't realize that V-Black was already going for the flank here, leaving Poppy and Singer Carl to deal with this 2 versus 5 numbers overflowing for MVP. But we'll see how it still works. We know Singer Carl can do some damage here, even though he has been quite injured already.
Injured and just pretty much worse for wear in general. V-Black will find Senior Carl's face and will slay them. And like I said, right, statistically, MVP did very, very good on those second half pistols. You replicate that success, Asterai. And again, they're expected to win this round. I mean, what could go wrong, right? And I asked that as like a bit of a tease. We have talked about NAOS being such a proficient team, especially with dealing with superior buys. But maybe, just maybe, they're going to play this one out in a very default, very typical manner.
Let's see how this unravels. Now still have control of this game, even though, again, MVP have gotten themselves that round. It still is a risk for them. Exotic already trying to clear the corners here as Nico now uses the drone to make sure no shenanigans is happening on the A side itself. There's the wall. It's a clean take here. The NAOS will be forced to go into things with just the pistols and not really the utility that they wanted to utilize. I think the only thing that they can really back up on is that Papichulo is alive and his wall is there to separate the A site. So MVP might need to play a lot more close quarter than we were expecting.
Oh my goodness. We know this is a full save, and I'm actually curious if NAOS actually took the orbs already. I think they did on the B site. And again, folks, this is nothing surprising. They went for the full save. They went against the Bulldogs, and classics are still getting picks, and overall this is pretty good round for NAOS. MVP still taking it away and equalizing, but otherwise pretty good. If he found that right click towards Nico, then it could have been better.
Could have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. 7-7 right now. Still, I mean, they're able to save up a lot. Oh, no half measures for MVP. If you saw the purchase there, they went straight for the rifle, so you know they want to stretch NAOS's economy as much as they can. And if they can win this particular round, that is going to be a big swing right here for the rest of MVP. They still have opportunity to buy into the next round, which is good. But the people that I think did get knocked out, which was Exotic and V-Black, deciding to go for Vandals over the SMG, I think is a very good idea.
At the same time, it's a bit of a gamble here, Aster. MVP, that is a sign of confidence, and once again, something that we all appreciate. At the same time, if they drop this round, then they're gonna be entering the next one with maybe a Guardian, maybe an extra Bulldog on their team. Maybe V-Black wants to play close with an SMG. Maybe we're looking too far into the future here as the action is happening right now. Ja is responsible for it. Losing the controller early in the round is something that I like to highlight because it just makes the rest of the round such a pain to deal with, especially on the attacking side, right? Yeah. MVP, very accustomed to these contact plays, Aster, right? But still, not ideal.
Not ideal indeed. Rest of MVP here forced to back away to the other side as Kel is slowly creeping up onto A. What's just kind of good about this is he can have a fairly good chunk of the A site secured before he gets up to the point where Poppy as well as Mojer is waiting for his contact. But he's so well aware of that. You already see the damage being done, and he smartly backs away, still wanting that numbers equalization between the two teams. That's going to be the plant of the spike. But what's kind of dangerous here as well is Exotic has taken the damage from somewhere in terms of contact.
I like the start from Nico. This could potentially just crash and burn this retake, but Slathem's on it. He gets Mojer first. Gonna be the Sentinel removed from the equation here, and look how compact MVP is. They, once again, are very accustomed to these contact plays, and Slatham had the angle. Nope, unfortunately for them, it's now still cutting them up. My goodness. Again, with a lot, and I mean a lot of determination, now muscle their way through that retake. And I kind of want to talk about how that wall of wits, again, the high tide was so well placed, but at the same time, it was MVP's choice to kind of stay in there.
Well, it was planted for a weird spot too, right? Because that was not planted for belt, not even planted for maybe a main. So they had to play a lot more disjointed just to make sure that the spike is well in their sights. And that's also the same thing that we saw in that finalizing round, whether it went to overtime or the win to NAOS. So again, these calls for MVP, even though they have a good start, the return of it isn't as good. And honestly, again, one of those situations where you kind of wanted to see the POV of Wits, because I honestly thought that it was going to be, as you mentioned, a round for MVP, because they look so good with the first kills. NAOS were slowing down. They had to still deal with the recon dart. I thought there was not going to be any more time. So that being said, I honestly thought the MVP was going to win that one.
You know, you would think with a Sage lineup, they would be a little more aggressive towards mid MVP, I mean, they have, again, tools to just go for something that would require the res. Nope, NAOS just been avert to that. Or rather, they've been so good at avoiding it. This time an execute is going to happen towards A yet again. Lesser weapons, this time on the side of MVP. But determined to get that spike down, Asterai. They finally get something a little more traditional, but now they're ready for the double swing. Very, very patient as Senior Carl, but will get his spray eventually. Nico will fall. That's still no rifles on the side of MVP as they just kind of scatter and play this as patiently as they can. I think they're waiting for another high tide on the side of Wits. It's going to come off cooldown very, very soon. The Cascade could potentially be another layer, but you already see the Viper reaching towards the sky, dropping down as much snake bites. Mojer gets Kel, but as long as they can't find V-Black, this is still going to be a pretty close round. Get that defuse, they'll stick it to half, but there's nobody to punish Wits. They find Mojer with Exotic's pistol, but it's half. They have to be feeling a little nervous here, Aster, as they're kind of cutting it close. What? And have they stolen it away? No, now managed to get the defuse. I'm not sure who stuck it, actually.
I honestly don't know either. I think he got eliminated as he just stuck it for that second half of the defuse. So regardless of how messy that particular fight was, and again, it is a little bit comical to look at things, that was as well played at by NAOS as you could tell. Because again, they knew that V-Black was there. They knew that there was the dangers of the snake bite, but they played it so perfectly. Again, they had to risk one player's HP bar, yes, to have to spike, and they were counting. They were looking, watching, waiting patiently for when the second snakebite will actually come through. Because again, snakebite is technically the worst damaging molly ability because of the debuff. You know, if you could shoot, great, but without a smoke, which there was none, I believe, and there was only pop shots through the high tide, it would have been a higher chance for NAOS to defuse that spike.
Oh, Exotic spots out the nano swarms there, Asterai. Speaking of damaging mollies, but NAOS, they don't actually still respond, but wow, job. Finds Exotic yet again. Maybe an overextension here on the side of Exotic, but maybe just another layer of security. However, now they're looking ready to breach, looking to cause so many problems, and V-Black had it. But no, NAOS once again playing the deny game. Such a cruel fate. And it could have been. Once again, it could have been. Nico has to back out and just save his Vandal, Asterai. NAOS love to play the spoiler.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Oh, and MVP up to a screeching halt at this point. They do. Oh, if MVP wants to rock the world of NAOS, this is the perfect time for them to do so. They've called, I believe, the timeout here. I don't expect NAOS to be the one to call it because they're looking mighty fine at this portion of the game. But yeah, because I'm just looking at it, MVP, they have almost a whole enchilada of ultimates available for them to dish out. Yeah. And this is a very well-called timeout as well because, again, even though they're at that point where they can almost win the round, it's not a win of the round. And again, you do see that with them only winning the first 2 starting rounds in the second half, with NAOS somehow managing, as you can see in the scoreboard right there, to retake the site every single time and defuse that spike.
Well, again, a lot of teams have been presented a blueprint to deal with the NAOS attack, but this has been the other side of the coin. Nobody has really figured out. Still a bit of a puzzle, a labyrinth that people have to navigate through, and MVP, they're no different. They seem quite lost. Again, they had the initial openings of pistol and, of course, the anti-eco round. But moving forward with all these high prio gun rounds, they still have not cracked the code. Now they want to keep it as cryptic as possible.
Cryptic indeed. Exotic, well aware of what could be coming through belt here. Patient as can be. MVP is just waiting for the contact first. It's a bit of calm before the storm. I mean, again, can't really hype this too much. Now he starts to move a little bit more, especially that we're about to hit the 1 minute mark. But again, now is understand what MVP are trying to do. I think they're just not really showing anything at this point. Exotic, oh man, this is gonna be so close. Wits doesn't even show his face, and if they try to chase someone else, I think that was Senior Carl at A site. Exotic could be in a world of hurt. He doesn't know the Wits is there. He doesn't know the Wits is there. Oh, and there they are. Impact plays upon impact plays. Do they have a res? No, because Slatham is down.
No. Again, problem upon problem on the side of MVP as they try to mount an attack here towards this NAOS fortress. Ja looking like the absolute warden. The absolute, again, siege captain here. Not allowing MVP to get damage. Not even damage, Asterai. They've already found Wits, but at what cost? The investment was just way too high. For what? And I kind of want to highlight this defensive layout on NAOS. It's very similar to the way they would approach. Again, the attacking side, I feel like... Oh, poor Jet. Again, the perfect way, or maybe just a good way to deal with that, is to have a KO. But KO has kind of fallen out of style, especially in Icebox. Yeah, because if you go double ini, right, you get the 0 point, and then you can save the recon dart for a side take itself. But again, KO has its own set of problems, so just another variable being introduced.
Yeah. Honestly, I think he could be a credible initiator, but not with the Sova. It has to be with the Fade. Because if you're already going gung-ho, you need an initiator that allows you to do that. I don't think Sova does the same. I think Fade is just a tad bit faster. Speaking of speed... Oh! There you go.
Again, just the value of Slatham staying alive, Asar. You mentioned that the res could have been present in the previous round, but again, he was the first to fall. Senior Carl, bastion of defense, a turret perhaps. He will get that first kill onto Exotic, but he is now surrounded on all sides, giving him a target-rich environment. A huge double kill for him, delaying this offense on the side of MVP. But look at this, the rest of NAOS have positioned themselves to retaliate as quickly as possible. And Mojer gets Nico. And I cannot believe they're even thinking of investing that lockdown when they don't really have to. But apparently, no cost is too high. Victory is V-Black back himself in the corner, going a little vertical. Slatham gives him a little more wiggle room. And now Mojer all alone despite the success of that defense. Huh.
Well, that call to silence by both sides on the 2 versus 2, I thought it was going to be beneficial for NAOS. But once V-Black started going to 2F, even though it was a big risk, was absolutely a massive call for him. Man, Sayer Carl here, he was making waves, but look at this. Okay, so... okay, we didn't see it. Anyways, They get that 2F, was able to spot out both of the players of NAOS who were just forced back because of the existing wall for VBlack. So VBlack really, really influencing how that particular round was going to go in the favor of MVP, especially in that 2 versus 2.
Ultimately, it became his undoing, as they're still trying to find a way to close this out. And 8's going to be the worry round here for NAOS. Ja is finally on that operator. Something that's become a little bit of a rarity these days, but has often found value. MVP, not dissuaded by that offensive hold NAOS had the previous round, or 2 rounds ago. They try to strike fear and going into A. I think the wall's already been set in place here, at least for Viper. And Poppy might want to step back a little bit. There they go. The double lockdowns are going to come into play, Asrai. They're probably still going to get that plant down. Oh, but look! Exotic, again. Super wild!
Oh my
That's going to trap
God.
his teammates. Oh my goodness, and they call upon any deity.
Oh.
And who is going to be found first? Kel. He's sweating. He's scared. Nico has to play the bodyguard here, and he will get shocked back into awareness. I suppose his wits. Oh man, behind his cascade, and with the help of Senior Carl, we'll clean up the round. NAOS, so close to cleaning this up.
Man, you hate to see that effort from Exotic go to waste. He spent a good 2 to 3 seconds shooting the lockdown, and unfortunately, you can't control that position. Look at this again. Just trying to break that down, and unfortunately just could not overthrow it. And what was also an issue right there, at least for MVP specifically, was maybe it was an issue, maybe it wasn't, because they can at least rally around, is they didn't plant the spike. So there was no real threat here for NAOS to actually chase kills and just stay in the site itself, which also pressured MVP to just run on the site itself and just hopefully regain it, plant it, and force the post.
Well, there you go. Breakdown by Aserai. And step by step, MVP could have done it. But once again, now so good at being the spoiler to disjointed play. And look at this. Good old reliable. But denied still, Aserai. The protocol on the side of NAOS looking impeccable. But this Viper's Pit is going to provide a layer of safety on the side of MVP. They have Exotic playing vertical. And he is going to just have a little bit more room to work with here. Mojer, unsure where everybody is coming from, but the Reckoning may have been something that they did not take into account, Aserai. This will flush out the site, but that's not going to stop the long-range post plan. They have to find VBlack, otherwise this time is still going to be in the favor of MVP. But slowly but surely, they're cutting them down, and no one, and I mean no one on the side of MVP is on the side, but it doesn't have to be that way, as despite the Viper's Pit, MVP survive for yet another round.
That recon dart from Sarah Carl, even though it did look like it was placed well, the thing is, VBlack's Viper's Pit never deactivated. He had it in a spot where he could retreat on, I think that was like underneath belt, and still influence the site where specifically the spike was. So because of that, NAOS wasn't just able to retake it. Just an absolutely difficult post-plant situation scenario that MVP have taxed them with. So that being said, huge, if not good round to keep things afloat for MVP, at least at this point.
And keep afloat is something that they have to do, considering that, again, they are at the mercy of the sea. They are at the mercy of wits, apparently, but Exotic, not entirely sure how he found that kill, but he will get it anyway. But Papi Chulo looking to brawl, and Senior Carl jumps into the fight as MVP suddenly has been shocked, Aserai. They just look, again, lost. Now 4v2, and they can pretty much chase map victory here, perhaps. Ja looking to maybe, just maybe, get more anti-flank or flank himself, but he decides against it. And now they have full control. They have no reason to push harder than they have to.
Sure enough, just keep the crossfires, have these off-angle lurks. Oh, Bobby Joe's on a judge. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
It's all down to VBlack. And Bobby has put himself in such a rat position. He has his own smoke there. He has everything, and if all else fails, there's Wits. And that's going to secure this game, secure the series 2-0. NAOS with the dub.
Like I said, they are at the mercy of the ocean, and now they look unshaken. Look like it's going to be another day in the office here, and I believe they still have a perfect record, Asarai. Correct me if I am wrong. MVP, still valiant showing. Again, they kept most, if not all the maps very, very competitive at the very least. So there is visible progress for this very young squad.
Yeah. So here's a fun fact. As you were mentioning it, NAOS have not lost a single series except for that one game on Split 1 where they lost against Oasis. And again, that was still the NAOS that was still grinding gears with NDG and Mojo. But now that they are full well integrated, 13-9, another 13 I think that was 11 on the first map. Absolutely gorgeous here from NAOS. And honestly, again, you'd think that why did it take them this long to finish off both games? You mentioned it already. MVP were looking really good with their bounce back rounds or bounce back halves in these maps.
But yeah, again, there's visible progress, and we're going to be jumping right into the highlights to see where it went right for both these teams. And MVP, we talked about it earlier, right? These small decisions that they make will eventually pile up. And it's probably one of the reasons why they can't really go the distance between a lot of these teams. Now they just remain composed and shuffle their hand so well.
Oh, man. There's just nothing, again, that's stopping NAOS right now from claiming lordship over these lands of VCTPH. And honestly, I think the chat, we were talking about it as well. Absolutely, if not the best contender that we have right now for Ascension moving forward.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, it's been pretty telling. How many series have they lost? Barely any. And we will look to why it has been this case. Of course, back-to-back is Wits delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Once again, congratulations to NAOS for yet another strong showing for today.
Yet another strong showing from Wits. And Wits was one of the reasons, again, why NAOS was able to get that second win for the Lotus map. And he deservedly gets that final blow in this particular series altogether. So that being said, as we mentioned, when all said and done, NAOS have yet to lose another series here. They might be taken off of our game, but they have not dropped a single one in this all entirety. And that is very much something to definitely point out on. MVP, on the other hand, they were coming off of a 2-series win streak. And in this particular series, they were also showing how far they can really stretch some of these teams thin once they do find their groove, especially with their new addition. Looks like they're able to really even out the rest of the team here. Anyways, we're going to throw it to the panel, guys, to discuss things a lot further.
Or in friends ang tawag sa atin para sa araw na ito. No? Kasi yung mga nakaraang araw, grabe sila sa mga panelists. Parang and friends lang, no? Walang pangalan. But anyway, welcome back to the panel. Siyempre, kasama natin si Rico and Fluffy. But talking about this series, and finally, NAOS, they closed off on a 2-0. Pero mukhang yung mga casters, hindi pa rin sila sigurado 100% na ito ba yung strongest showing ng NAOS ngayon sa Split 2 really. Fluffy, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I think on Lotus, they had such a deciding first half of the game, getting an almost perfect score, going 11-1. And you can see that with the addition of Senior Carl, they really have a lot more firepower in them. But then also, you can also see that it was just so hard eventually for them to come back and close out the game. And Rico was talking about it earlier in the panel, how yes, NAOS overall is the best team because they have the best standings, but it's always come very close and down to the wire.
Yeah, honestly, diba? It feels like, what do you call this? It honestly feels like, this feels like a trend from NAOS na parang it always possibly can go to a game number on map number 3. Pero I feel like it also could be the adjustment to the addition of Senior Carl kung bakit it became like this close.
Speaking of, since na-mention mo na, saktong-sakto lang naman na dito, the debut of Senior Carl, literal, mainit na balita to. Kaka-post lang 12 PM kanina nung announcement nila. And pinasok na nga nila dito si Senior Carl. Fluff, what do you think about having Senior Carl on the team of NAOS? Does it fit well so far? Or you think na parang ito yung way, kaya parang medyo shaky at nakakabalik pa rin yung MVPE dun sa mga rounds kanina na hindi natin expected makabalik sila? Or it's a completely different reason?
I think overall he fits pretty well. He seems to fall into the same playstyle that NAOS does genuinely bring. And you know, it's a trial by fire for him as it's his first debut, and it's gonna be honestly a good way to start it off because again, they've had those 3 map games, and this one being a 2-0 just shows that even though they have a new addition, it's still a very strong ending for NAOS.
I mean, Senior Carl, at the end of the day, is still a VCT veteran, di ba? At silipin muna natin, syempre ngayon, ang MVP para sa ating first series of the day, which is Wits, Rico. And Wits, so far, yung harbor niya, especially on map number 2, saved a lot of rounds as well, Rico.
Sobra, he was getting 3Ks, he was getting a lot of kills, and he was recovering the rounds for NAOS, especially pagdating sa icebox kanina. I feel like even though it felt very close for the two teams, they couldn't really answer to Wits, especially their MVPE weren't really expecting him on certain angles. He was just out there surprising and winning a lot of these fights. So props to Wits once more to his impact, especially sa mapang icebox.
I think with that also, having the Harbor pick also just makes it so flexible. We know that Wits is a flexible player in his own right. He's always played a multitude of roles, being the main duelist, a flex player, and now on that Harbor, he's really making waves here in Icebox, bringing the remorseless winter that we normally see NAOS bring to another level.
Yeah, definitely true. I do agree, no? Kasi nga, na-mention natin na parang napunta ulit tayo sa comfort picks. But this time, Wits is still here and showing up with the Harbor. Pero nga, hindi pa tapos ang laban natin pagdating dito sa araw na ito. Mainit pa din. Hindi pa tapos ang araw na ito dahil later on, syempre, may mga matches pa tayong kasunod. This is MVP versus NAOS. At NAOS, syempre, ang nanalo nga dyan. But anyway, guys, before we head into sa ating second series later on, maraming salamat ulit, Fluffy at Rico, sa pagsama sa akin dito sa panel. We're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong aalis because VCTPH will be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm. And Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. While the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. While the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall. Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of the Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from NAOS with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and
Muli tayong nagbabalik dito sa VCTPH kung saan kasama ko si Aso Raf, pero naka-cat shirt kami ng aking twin ngayong araw na ito. Welcome back nga pala. At kamusta naman, Raf, ang mapagit na kay B1 at B2?
I mean, honestly, I could just go upstairs right now, and we're all gonna be on one side. Asar's gonna be pretty confused, but I'm doing pretty alright. Ikaw, Asar, kumusta?
Okay lang naman. Pero parang na-weirdohan ako na wala akong ganyang klaseng outfit. Parang
Na-OP ka?
Yeah, I feel out of place, guys. Hindi siya masayang feeling kasi alam mo,
Kaya ko lang na-realize na para pala tayong ewan, no? Nakagitna pa talaga si Asuray dito. At mukhang magkamukha pala talaga tayong dito talaga lahat. But anyway, andito na nga tayo, and it's finally for the second series this time around. Pero bago tayo magsimula, syempre, pasalamatan muna natin yung ating mga magigitang na sponsors. Of course, this event is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
And of course, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, Acer Games with your favorite go-to meals and enjoy up to 30% discounts on select Grab food merchants when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited free on your first month.
Of course,
Bakit naman kasi nag-iba ng spill bigla?
Okay, may kasalanan.
Wait, guys, compose yourselves.
I'm sorry.
Let's not forget VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody. Kahit medyo magulo yun kanina, diba? We're still getting into the groove, guys. So
Walang
hello.
magulo dito. Hello, Miss
Wala ba?
Cynthia mula sa Games and Amusements Board. Pero eto na nga, walang magulo pagdating dito. Ang tunay na gulo, syempre nandun sa leaderboards na meron tayo, no? At para sa second series nga natin today, mainit din yung laban na ihatid natin sa mga viewers natin. Kaya wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa, papakilala na natin yung ating unang team, which is ang Action PH.
Ito na, yung ating challengers looking for a fight, looking for redemption. Action PH. They were able to pick up some really talented individuals in the form of Kelly's, in the form of Gadowers, and this has really, I think, boosted up na talaga yung capabilities na meron ng Action. And it really does goes to show, even though they did lose that series against NAOS, again, every other series that they have had with these two new players was incredibly dominant for Action.
You're absolutely right, and they've been looking like the true usurpers to the throne. Nasser, I feel like they've been our surprise team of the split, and we were honestly wondering where would the development go from, again, what we saw from them in the first half of the year, but it seems that they just needed those two players to get them over the hill. I don't think we've actually seen too much of Gadors. In fact, I think we've only seen Kelly S play. I could be wrong, though.
Once, I think. We saw him once, I think, on Haven, was it? Yeah. Haven or Icebox.
Pero so far, para sa side ng Action PH din dito, Asaray at Raf, no? Maganda yung pinapakita nila. Kasi so far right now, kung nakita natin yung leaderboards a while ago, they are currently at the top 4 ng seeds or rather ng ating mga teams na meron tayo dito. But if you think about it, they played against NAOS the other day. And when you look at how they played against NAOS as well, umabot ng 3 games din yon. And at the same time for them, it wasn't that much of a one-sided match, and at the same time, muntikan pa nga sila makabawi against NAOS. So really great showing coming in from Action PH compared sa nakita natin from Split 1. But moving along, syempre, hindi pa tayo nag-i-in-depth pagdating sa dalawang teams or pagdating sa matchup na meron talaga tayo dito. Kaya wala na tayong paligoy-ligoy pa. Pakilala na rin natin kung sino nga ba yung team na makakalaban nila na simula naman since day 1. And nandito na ang Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming. So many questions, and yet so much expectation still. Again, a team that's considered to be one of the best, if not the most individually talented when it comes to just their players, but they haven't really been able to piece it together to really go the distance and take the crown for themselves. I honestly think Action PH is going to be a pretty difficult challenge for them. But if they keep it together, then obviously they're going to be such a dangerous team.
So here's an interesting fact pala. I think I mentioned this with Raf when he mentioned the NAOS hasn't gotten themselves a loss ever since nung split 1. And if you count naman sa Oasis yung mga matches na hindi kasama yung NAOS, they technically still do have an unbroken win streak then. So, yun yung parang problema nila eh. But that just means now there is no other team that can match up against Oasis. Even Action PH have struggled against this team. Granted, that was nung kasama nila sa Yanagi. Now with Kelly S, maybe there's a better rounding out for Action, but you still do see the pedigree as well as yung just talent na meron dito sa Oasis that makes them such a credible foe to deal against talaga.
Yeah, I mean, they are full of a superstar team, di ba? Superstar players para sa isang superstar team. Pero tignan natin or i-dive in natin, lagyan natin ng microscope yung mga players na meron tayo dito. Bigyan natin ng highlights yan. Siyempre, with a head-to-head. Silipin natin sila at suriin na mabuti. When it comes to this, it's Micro versus Nexi. Ngayon, we were talking about the players, these two players that we have a while ago. And Raf, you were talking about Nexi, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I mean, Nexi has just been the sentinel, if not the best sentinel of PH. And I have to say, he's been an absolute wall. There have been times where there have been some miscalls, again, just some rounds where I feel like they could have won, but just, again, slight errors. On this other side, though, Micro has been absolutely popping off. Not known for volume, but his numbers have definitely gone up.
And that's very interesting thing to point out, diba? Kasi parang they play on somewhat a similar spectrum where Nexi doesn't really have to explode. If he's put in a position where he needs to just fend off yung positioning niya, he's able to do that. And Micro has done the same thing, even as, you know, sabi nila kanina na they had that match against NAOS and it looked closer than it was. It was actually because of Micro then and some of his godly holds on a site that really gave Action PH such a great set of rounds, di ba dito? And if Micro can keep doing that same iteration, nakakatakot ko pwedeng ma-reach ngayon ng Action PH, especially when they've rounded out yung offense nila, again with blurred sa si Kelly S.
Malay mo, nag-overthink si Azuray. Tapos si Micro kasi
Palagi
kakampi dati ng NAOS. Kaya ganon, di ba? Anyway, pag-usapan na natin yung map veto na meron tayo dito dahil dito magkakaalaman ng tuluyan, no? Dito magsisimula ang lahat pagdating sa map picks na meron tayo. And I actually want to touch upon on the strengths din ng mga teams na meron tayo rito. We always talk about ano yung butas na pwede nilang hanapin, ano nga ba yung mga weaknesses na pwedeng paglaruan ng ibang teams para lang manalo against stronger teams like this. But these two teams right now currently sitting pretty well pagdating sa leaderboards natin. Kaya let's touch upon on the strengths itself. When it comes to the map vetoes, sino nga ba sa tingin nyo, Azuray, ikaw muna, ang mga teams dito na, you know, have better sense when it comes to the map picks that we have right now, especially with the Icebox being banned out by Oasis?
Oh, that's... Honestly, I feel like Oasis has a much stronger ideology sa mga different maps natin. There are some certain maps na parang nagka-fumble lang talaga sila. I think once they start to lose that momentum, dun sila nawawalan ng idea kung paano matapos yung certain rounds na ito. But some teams really go through that. In any case, I feel like Oasis still has a one-up dito. But APH have done, I think, a really good job at just forcing Oasis to possibly bring out, I feel like, Haven at the first start, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Well, if you're lying, then they'll get Lotus. But I think this is a really, really smart way to approach the veto, right? Because Oasis banning out Icebox, and honestly expect them to ban Haven and Ascent. All these default maps, these super default heavy maps that have been super exposed to the scene, has to be done away for Oasis to be a bit more dominant in this matchup, because APH, that's so far the only strength they presented. They are super well-oriented when it comes to the fundamental approach of the game. But if you ask set play from them, that's where they kind of go thin, and I would honestly say lacking. And for them to pick up Haven like this is, once again, very telling of how they want to approach this veto.
That's true. So that means na Oasis will probably ban out Ascent na lang din, maybe forcing out the possibility of a split.
See?
Yeah, there it is. You're right.
Oh
You're
my
absolutely
God.
right.
It's like I know this game. It's like it's my job to know. I'm actually really happy about that prediction. It's like, you're right. Go me.
So what's I don't know ba dito the last maps? I keep forgetting. Okay. No. All right.
Well, it makes sense.
Interesting.
Because, like,
Yeah,
again,
fair enough.
Split has been
Pearl.
pretty 50-50 in terms of the win rate as of late. So it does demand quite a bit of, again, set play from both these teams. So APH just getting rid of it is really smart. Pearl, very attacker-sided, but still a lot of movement and a lot of just basically displacing the team when it comes to attack. As long as mid control is going to be present, it's going to be a grand old time for Action PH. But pretty much that's the scouting report for Oasis.
Ooh, interesting map picks we have here, guys. At alam naman natin na medyo nagiging paborito ng mga teams natin din yung pagpili ng Lotus at pagpili ng ating Pearl map as well. But looking at this teams that we have and then the map veto na meron tayo, aabot ba muna ng 3 games? Yun muna ang ipe-predict muna natin, ha? Aabot ng 3 games, yes or no, Asoray?
I
Bawal
want to.
magpaliwanag.
Yes or
So
no
yes,
lang eh.
yes.
Yun.
Ikaw, Raph, yes or no?
No.
Hindi siya, okay. 50-50 ang desisyon dito ng aking mga panelists, no? Pero pagdating naman sa prediction, kung aabot ng 3 games, Asoray, kanino nga ba mapupunta?
Para sa akin, since I am a big fan of Kelly S, as well as the capabilities na pwede dito pakita pa rin ni Blurred, I'm gonna have to go for Action PH.
Action PH. And para naman sa isang tao na kamukha ko at sabi niya 2 games lang daw, kanino daw ang kanyang prediction?
Tao pala ako, no? Nakalimutan ko yun. Salamat, Taylor. Salamat.
Ako bahala magpaalala.
Salamat. Anyway, I think, well, honestly, again, with all respect and love, Oasis have to go 2-0. Otherwise, this experiment that they've been doing is a complete bust. They have to win this series. It's not even like debatable or negotiable. They have to win.
Ay, para sa akin, interesting din ang aking pick dito dahil I'm gonna go towards APH actually. Sa tingin ko, wala nang statistics. Feeling lang. Yung gumising ako ngayong araw, tas naisip ko kagad maliban sa It's Time ni Vil, Action PH. Diba? So, that's my feeling for today. Kaya naman yun lang ang prediction ko. Wala na akong tinignang iba pa para lang magulo lahat. Diba? Action PH para sa aming dalawa ni Asoray at para naman kay Raph, Oasis Gaming since day 1. Nandito na yung mga predictions natin. Sana walang panel curse. Kanina walang panel curse, pare-parehas. Ito, baka naman walang panel curse. May mananalo at may mananalo talaga. But anyway, without further ado, I think it's finally time para ihatid na sa atin itong second series para sa araw na ito. Ang huling series for today. So casters, please do take it away.
And welcome everyone to the second series of the day. It's the battle for top 2 in the standings between Oasis and Action PH. Rico here, joined by Fluffy02, and we'll be bringing you all the action. I'm sure everyone will be excited for this one. But before you proceed, just want to let you guys know that we are available into other languages as well. When I say other, there's one other one. You're watching the English broadcast, but we're also available on the Filipino broadcast. Take a look at the YouTube and the Facebook channels of VCTPH.
And both of these teams for sure are hungry to break that tied score for our overall standings. And if you yourself are hungry, don't forget that you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to that Grab Unlimited promotion. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month.
Yep, sorry, on your first month for free. So, going back to our current series today, right now, we're looking at a triple-way tie, actually, between APH, Oasis, and GameLab Alpha. And when we dive deep into the past, Oasis managed to 2-0 APH last season. While this is their second bout since then, this fight is to definitely break away from the current tie.
I mean, there's a lot on the line, not only for the standings, but yeah, for this specific matchup, they did do well into APH last time, but this time around, they're playing against a slightly different roster. They mentioned on the panel already how Kelly S has stepped up, but also the addition of the former Oasis Gaming Pro, Gadowers, as the 6th man, if he's going to be playing this match too, brings a lot more firepower to their table for APH. And they have, this time around, been doing just as well as Oasis Gaming. So it's Oasis Gaming's time to really prove that their decision making has really paid off.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that we have to take into account, because honestly, when we looked back then in Split 1, it was very clear who the top two teams are. Now for Split 2, it feels like that position is up for contention, honestly. And I feel like this particular scenario, this match that we're looking at right now, is going to set the tone for that one. And of course, when we look at Split 2 specifically, you know, Oasis and APH, they have a similar standing. Of course, when we talk about the tie, they've won every single match except for the ones that they went up against NAOS.
I mean, that's something I guess that they can think about. But thinking about this game as well, APH, their story involves something different. They really have to, you know, prove to themselves yet again that they do belong in that upper side for our standings. These are players that have, some of which have made it to APAC, like Gado as well as Kelly S, and the rest of them, of course, and I think Kevs as well on RRQ. So the rest of them, you know, are all veterans in their own right. They have the experience, and we all know that they have their firepower. The question is, I think between both teams, which one is more put together for this game?
Especially when we take a look into the maps that are going to be in play. We already saw the map veto. It's going to be Lotus first, into Haven, and as well as lastly Pearl. We all know Pearl is one of the most, well, difficult maps that a lot of the teams are always having to deal with constantly. The fact that this split, when both of these teams lost against NAOS, it has been Pearl that was one of the maps where they had difficulty with. But of course, let's take a look at the first map, which is going to be Lotus, as we head on over to Agent Select.
Lotus is something that I think both teams are kind of familiar on. We've seen highlight plays coming both from the side of APH when we see Kevs, and we also see Kelly S really pop off there. And for Oasis Gaming, they have a lot of stability even in the previous split of how they've really gone through a lot of their rounds. They've really run through this map a lot, and this time they're going to go for a slightly different composition. They're going to run that Breach on Wild Oreo in addition to Marquee with that Omen.
Yeah, this is super interesting, right? Because when we look at this sort of a scenario, it has been a lot of the teams leaning towards what? Triple sentinels, dual sentinels, or even on the attacking side, most importantly, either the double initiator to dictate the pace of the game. But it feels like it's going to be a different approach for both of these teams.
I mean, for APH side, they are choosing to opt for a more defense approach. They have this Sage as well as that Sky. Gives them a lot more sustainability for the longevity of the round, but it doesn't have that same impact of having the aftershock, having that fault line that Breach can really bring. And I think that's going to be one big difference. A lot more long-range support for the Raze entry coming here for Oasis Gaming, and a lot more safety for APH and the way that they play the game.
Honestly, I'm so excited for this, because it feels like this is it's a very familiar scenario. We've seen Kelly S on that race even during Split 1 back then when he was on Sky Empire, and he was able to do a lot of work in this map in particular. So it's going to be exciting to see if he's able to replicate the same performance back then.
I mean, that is also, I think in general, Lotus is just so difficult to really work yourself around as a team. There's so many variables just because every site is just so different. And one thing that's really great about that characteristic for the map is any of these strategies are viable. You can use any composition you like, you can bring in whatever, because I think out of all the maps, this is the map that has the most played agents diversity in it.
Yeah, true. We've seen a lot of different things. We've seen a lot of neons being brought in, a lot of chambers being brought in, a lot of different varying combinations. And yeah, it's really, what do you call this? It's really nice to see a map like Lotus that has a lot of versatility and a lot of approach. And it's just one of those things where which composition and approach that would fit your team specifically.
I mean, outside of composition as well, we have to think about the team dynamic. We know Oasis Gaming has the firepower. We've seen them bring it to bear to other teams, and also against APH in the previous split. But the biggest question for them is, when they're winning, it seems like they really go all out. That explosive power you can expect from a lot of these young bloods are really shown. But when they're losing, sometimes they struggle to come back, and it goes down to that core mechanic of our team dynamic, of what decisions we have to make. We have to be able to make smarter, faster decisions, and I think that they have improved that, especially here on Split 2. So hopefully they are going to be able to do that, because now that they don't have Drax in this 5 for Lotus, who used to be the player in Split 1 who was their IGL, it's moving towards more of the other players for the leadership. For Action PH, they have a bit more stable roster, in the sense that even though there are a couple of adjustments with additions of 1 to 2 players, they still have a good system of communication. So regardless of what you bring to the table in terms of agents, how they're going to play out their rounds is equally, if not more important.
I like how you brought that up, because honestly, the addition of, you know, Gadors and as well as Kelly S, their, what do you call this? Their transition over to Action PH felt very seamless. I'm pretty sure that both Kelly S and Gadors already had performances on this particular map at Lotus, but I suppose the dynamic is very different. I remembered his debut game was he was on a Sage on this particular map, but meanwhile for Kelly S, he's definitely more of that flexible player. Is able to do initiating for the team, but also now being on that duelist role, I feel like the pressure is going to shift towards him a little bit, especially the fact that they have to go against a double initiator squad, which we've seen a couple of teams try this out, you know, having to pair up one duelist with the double initiator, try to dictate the pace of the game, try to be fast, try to be swift, and catch people off guard, even during defense. I think I want to look forward to see if Oasis is definitely going to stick this trio out, and they're like inseparable. Is that the right word?
I mean, they have a lot of tools to go for the punish in case anything does go awry. They have a lot of response, especially having that breach and omen, such a wide piece of utility between the fault line and paranoia to really do anything. Can be very flexible for delay, for aggro, etc. But you mentioned Kelly S and moving back to this duelist role. At least, you know, for his saving grace, it's not unsurprising. It's not an unfamiliar situation for him. He is one of the top duelists here on VCTPH. That's why he made it all the way to APAC, and that's why his addition of firepower to this new squad can really be brought down here as we start our game on Lotus.
Woo, let's go! Map number 1, APH versus Oasis. Oasis will be starting on attack, and it seems to be a stack on to B.
Very early wall here coming in from the defense. Still a lot of time, meaning it can be waited out. They can just walk by it, but then it looks like they're just going to break through, get some pressure, and get the orb for Savvy.
Yeah, it's just getting that orb control, stacking up orbs. And it feels like there is going to be a less contention actually on the Rubble side of things, and it is going to be the sole Derek having to guard that site.
Yeah, normally you see a lot of breaches posture themselves here on A, take more control of that, but it's a very peaceful round here to start off everything. Just a couple default plays here. Now going to smoke outstairs, use the Trailblazer to clear a path. Derek is spotted out on site. That gives them the information, but look at the Oasis Gaming's reaction. They're not going to force anything. This time around, the squad still deciding, maybe leaning towards C, and now falling back to A.
This is so, yeah, interesting. The fact that Oasis wanted to gather information in every single site, stack on the different parts of the map, but have decided to go towards A instead. Derek's gonna get chip damaged a little bit, gonna get flashed, but still retained inside Hut. Looking at towards tree, Kelly S gets Savvy AK, no duelist anymore. He survives, he's still here, has to reload, and the spike carrier is down. Georgie lands a kill, and Marky wants to reposition under the smoke. He spots him out, but the kill's not gonna be there. And right now, there you go, Oasis. Despite a very chaotic first round, so many things going on, they win the pistol.
They make an interesting decision to still go for that A hit, even though they kind of thought of maybe going to C, pull some pressure that way. But a very, very difficult round. Savvy, he went for that entry, but the slows coming in from Micro really stopped and separated him from the rest of his team. Gets punished because of that, but somehow from the heroics of Marky in combination with Nexi, they stay alive long enough to just win a couple of these important fights.
The repositioning coming from Marky through the smoke, dealing extra chaos. And we'll see now what the approach is going to be. Would this be a rush? Because it's a stack on to C now for APH.
This time around, a good read for them. It's only going to be Nexi away from the rest of the Oasis gaming squad. They have the firepower with this better buy, so once this makes contact, there goes the Paranoia, there goes Pain Shells as well. Isolates one, Blurred manages to find Georgie, and now the rest of Oasis gaming is pushed back.
Yeah, they've seen all the utility. They know that's going to be a stack, but as you can see, Kevzy already running across the entire map, positioning himself onto A.
They have the A control, and the defenders slightly late on the rotate, still going for a read, but it's still an overall win for them. They managed to get one upgrade their weapon because Georgie did fall on that Sky. Savvy 8K maybe gonna go for a lurk play here as they pressure A but fall towards B, but opposing them is actually the contact of the Killjoy turret already. So a lot of decisions making. It looks like overall the way that they're playing, they're very unsure of where to go.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like both of these teams are just matching each other and trying to one-up rotations against each other. And so far, this default spread coming from APH is going to work wonders for them.
In fairness to Oasis as well, stacking and pulling the rotation like this moves the stack that was formerly on C on A, which leaves only Sky alone on the side. Trying to get a frag here, but Marky does eventually get him. The Bulldog working wonders for him.
Here we go, Kelly S. The one who gets the upgrade, but Savvy AK deny that. Michael's going to pick that up instead, having the Guardian. With this smoke, it's going to be a little bit difficult to penetrate through the visionless field. Savvy AK is ready with his gun. Sights on that with a jiggle peek. Finds Micro, and Marky is playing Savvy AK rather. Finding these kills, and honestly, Derek with just this pistol, it's a bit dicey to even try.
Not probably gonna try. There's not a lot of time left for him. He's probably just gonna take himself to the spike, and that way doesn't give off an orb. A great try from APH to try to salvage the round, but Oasis smartly rotating a lot means that they can play a lot of these longer angles, because yeah, they do drop one weapon, but they still have 4, so overall still a very solid plan from Oasis Gaming, which safely, and that's more important, safely gets them the second round.
Honestly, it's so difficult how Oasis has been rotating. It feels like APH is trying their best to match, but Oasis is always one step ahead based on these 2 rounds.
This time though, Oasis, they're gonna debate on which weapons to actually buy. Marky debating on the Bulldog there, eventually landing on that Spectre. Action PH, on the other hand, has the full rifle buy. This has to be the round that they start making their mark and getting their foothold for this match.
Get to see how this is going to pan out. There's a 3 stack we talked about. With that said, it is going to be an A stack attack, and only Derek there guarding that area.
Nice change of pace from Oasis though. They start off slow for the previous rounds, but knowing that they're on a slightly lower buy, they're gonna go for a better explosion. Taking control quickly of 3. Savvy AK explodes onto the side, but is not gonna find any targets. They're all just gonna back up and wait for the pure retake. They're allowed the spike to be planted, but will they retake now or wait it out a little bit more?
That is the biggest question. A lot of smokes covering heaven. And Savvy AK seems to be going under. Spots out Kelly S. He's wrapping around, finds the second and the third before he goes down. But Derek and Kevzi, quick with a trade. 1v2 situation. You know, right now, it's a bit dicey for Nexi. It's all up to him to clutch this round for his entire squad. And now he peeks, and there you go. That's APH's first point into this map.
A great show of discipline from APH, able to just wait out their. They're like, okay, they're gonna throw util to take the side. We're just gonna chill, back up. We're gonna go for a clean and retake. That way we can just ignore half of the things. But Savvy 8K getting that cheeky position allows him to get a couple frags here and there, but just not enough for them. They do the damage, but they don't secure the round.
Yeah, this was a very, very good move. He was able to kill 3 from this instance, but then Derek and Kevzi were just right there immediately for trades.
Enemy pain shells, but he went for the spray instead. Obviously, a lot of pressure in that situation, but the value, though, still there for Oasis Gaming. Now, in this 4th round, both kind of equal on the buy. This early wall here has something that they've been trying to use on B to do a lot of delay, but I think it doesn't delay as much into these vandals, just gets instantly broken.
Yeah, that's true, especially if it's a stack. It also gives a lot of orb control as well on the opposite side.
On the upside, though, at least you do get info because you do hear the 2 players shooting the wall, so you at least know where some of them are, but that does give up that orb for your team. You can't really contest that once you do use the barrier orb on it. Georgie, though, on the other side of the map, trying to push out. They know that the enemy Omen is here. Kevzi watching from the other side.
And Nexi as well. Gonna dodge that guiding light, but still gonna keep track of anyone coming through B or even an attempt to open the door.
I mean, if you're an APH side there, you already know that Georgie's on C. You have the ping already for B, so you at least have some sort of read. You can tell by their adjustments. 2 on B, 2 on C. They're ready for any swing here, especially with Kelly S playing this narrow corridor. If he does get the timing on it, he will be able to use a lot of his util. The pain shells, especially, doing a lot of damage in this situation.
You're right, because of that information. Blurred, wow, headshot onto
30
Nexi.
seconds left.
Didn't even see that coming. Xavier K with the satchel. He is ready for his ult. He finds Kev Z and shoots it in front of his face. Xavier K will not get the second kill as Micro retaliates. And now it's a 4v3 situation in favor of APH. They know where everyone is right now, but look at this. Derek's still very patient, sticking
Not a lot of
onto
time.
A. Yeah, they don't have a lot of time. 10 seconds on the clock here, and Kelly S decides and trying his best, but at the end, they're still able to destroy the spike planter. Marky's trying his best to put the plant down, but that's gonna be a no. APH at the end of the day wins this round.
APH, their default hold was just so good. To get the timing, they get Nexi out early in the round as Blurred lands the shot. The explosive refrag coming in from Savio on the C. But then as we move, they decide last second to go for that B hit. They have to wait for the door, they have to play the corridor, and they have to hold for that spike planter to really go down. So many angles, and a questionable decision from Oasis Gaming, which eventually leads to their downfall as there's just not enough time. But I'm sure the patience is the lesson, and they're going to learn that this round.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. 2 rounds in a row, they've been wanting to switch, bait and switch all of these types of rotations. But it's one of those things where the weakness could be time, not having the luxury of that. A now, they're playing a bit faster compared to the other rounds, though.
They have the nade, though, for Kelly S, though. He is holding this choke. He hears Savvy go for that spray. Derek gets stunned, but he's in the dark cover to give him some breathing room. Savvy from behind is able to find one of the Seekers. Gonna spread out their locations. Gonna know that they're gonna be playing close. And through this commotion, the spike's gonna be planted by Wild Oreo.
Here we go. Xavier K with a P. Kelly S will respond. Georgie with a trade, though. Really nicely done, but they're shooting through the smoke. Oasis having a lot of kills, but Blurred makes it into a 1v2. How can he isolate these fights is the biggest question. He has an idea where he knows where Georgie is at least, but I don't think he knows where Marky. He's sticking it! Blurred is sticking it! They're shooting through the box! And Blurred clutches it for APH.
Pros don't fake, and that's just more proof that that is a valid tactic. Playing on that mental that he's probably just gonna half it, get off it, go for a second tap and swing. Instead, going for the ballsy stick on the spike secures and pays off as they get to another round.
Honestly, crazy, dude. Yeah, that is the unexpected approach to that spike. Especially Georgie gave away his position already, so they were hoping that he'd stop that spike defuse.
It seems like Oasis, they have a plan at the start of the round. Like, let's take this space, that space, and we're going to control this. But somehow during the mid-round, it seems like your decision-making has been a bit iffy, where they're going to decide too late or maybe sometimes too early, not fully clear something, and APH is just capitalizing on this. It's less of APH playing like super amazingly, and it's more of Oasis just stumbling upon themselves with their plan as it seems so far.
Yeah, the execution, the idea is there, but the struggle is also there. And let's take a look at the ults available now. Oasis does have From Their Shadows and as well as Rolling Thunder, so that's going to be very important if they do want to rush a certain site.
At least for them, though, because of the tactical timeout for Oasis Gaming, a lot of readjustments can happen this round. So the mistakes of the past will not repeat, as it looks like they have a more confident start. Already postured early, holding out that flash and to take something, get some more control, get that map on the Oasis Gaming side.
I wonder if they were expecting the same thing, to have Micro there again by B and see if the barrier orb will push through. Kevzy, though, has eyes on the prize. They know someone's there. The dark cover will slow them down a little bit.
Gonna segment that side, make it a bit more breathable for APH as Kelly S manages to sneak his way through C. Gets the timing, though. He doesn't spot him. Finds the first one. Has the ulti to pop on the second, but he gets shut down in the air as Nexi lands the headshot on Kelly S. Just trying to fly away, but unfortunately just flies too high.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 where Nexi was going to be coming from. And now it's a 1-for-1 trade, but this means... Oh, triple man flash coming from Blurred, but they won't push through just yet. It just slows them down.
Xavier K gonna push out, clear some water, but Kev's gonna respond to the paranoia, give himself a bit more space, delaying the pushes again more. And again, Oasis Gaming, 40 seconds remain in the round, and still not a very decisive start. Here comes the entry, but Kev's already ready for it. Goes straight out of the smoke, gets the 3K, and Kev's wipes Oasis Gaming. They're slowly just losing the momentum, but Marky, though, He's still here. 20 seconds remain, and still a big chance for him if he gets the shot. The flash comes through. The lineup almost happens, but Kevs gets the 4K to secure the 4th round for APH. Slowly building up a lead.
Dude, that kill. From, I'm sure we're gonna see that from the highlights. Props to Nexi, but Kevzy, this is such a clean Bulldog spray over, and it's also due to the fact that Blurred was right there to distract them to peek alongside with him.
They hold the combination of teamwork, really drawing the attention of Oasis Gaming on the entry, has really been one of the deciding factors that has given them a lot of these opportunities later on in the rounds. But for APH's side though, if we look at them, they have that better buy. Oasis Gaming now reduced to an eco.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit difficult now. Only Nexi having, and as well as Wild Oreo, having the bigger guns here. Savvy AK already pushed through. They're close to A. Satchel activated. It's penetrated through this entire area, and there's no one there on the side of APH to guard that.
Here comes the guiding light. Well, Wild Oreo does get the plan. Still good for their eco so far. They have the Rolling Thunder in the lockdown, so even though they have the lower buy, they can actually buy themselves a lot of time. Attacking Killjoy ult does come out already. That's going to be at least 8 seconds where they can't take it. But Kev is trying to do something cheeky. Maybe use his ultimate to gain some info. Look at the area of which has in control for Oasis Gaming.
I wonder if From the Shadows was used. He's detained. I thought he was detained. That was just his dark cover. Micro gonna come from heaven. Mark is gonna spot Kevzy out. It's all up to APH to get a lot of these space. Door's gonna open, but look at that. There's just so many people from behind. And now it's all up to Derek and Kelly as to try their best to clutch this. That's very difficult with the flashes on their faces. And at the end, Oasis wins this thrifty.
What a great round from Oasis Gaming, able even on that lower buy to at least get the site. And because they got the plant down so early, they decided, you know, it's a good idea to buy time. We'll just use the KJ ulti. Even if they retake the site, it's fine. We just play together because even on that lower buy, if you stick together, keep that manpower advantage, it's equally as deadly. And they were just able to isolate a lot of the fights that they needed. And more importantly, in combination with the Rolling Thunders, secured them so much more valuable time, which gets them another valuable round.
And the fact that they're always ready for APH as well, that was the attempt of Wild Oreo, or Blurred rather, to do the flank. But as we see this round, it feels like Oasis says, feel like A is the least defended spot on the side of APH's defense. Let's try it again.
It's been a pattern for them. They've already made it so far to take A for the past couple of rounds here. I think he just spots out the turret with that sound.
No, a smart decision coming from the side of Oasis. And as you get to see, Micro and the rest of the gang already in, as the dog will concuss a little bit on Micro. But so far, so good on the side of Oasis, as Savvy AK able to kill Micro here.
And there we go. Paranoia from Kev in response. He knows, but actually, Savvy's too fast, doesn't get flashed. And now, because of that, they have to scramble to go to the B side. Kelly S trying to hold the position here as the spike again on Wild Oreo's planting, and which is a big deal because he's always the one planting, so that Rolling Thunder closer and closer all the time.
Now they have to take note of the showstoppers. Nexi kills the enemy Killjoy. Kelly S may have gotten a kill, but against 4 people, it's gonna be difficult.
A lot of firepower from both sides here. They equalize the score here on round 8, so because of that gap that APH had, Oasis slowly solving.
This is so close. This is very, very dead even so far, but props to Savvy AK finding all of these timings and kills. And what's interesting is that A seems to be, we'll go back to Action PH, leaving, what do you call this? A lot of space for Oasis when it comes to A. Usually, you mentioned this earlier, Fluffy, that usually people stay on Rubble. Usually people have Rubble control and see if they can get a pick or 2 at the initial stack on lobby.
Yeah, as a defender, if you're able to really take control of that Rebel side, you get so much more of the map under your control. It protects your B-Link, the breakable door to be open. It protects the A side in general because now you can shift your focus on holding B and C. But it's so difficult when you don't have a breach of your own or KO and you're playing into a composition that does have that breach, because the Aftershock can just ruin the plans because it's such a wide and long area of effect that anyone from both the Rebel side all the way to stairs just gets stunned. It's very hard to fight into.
That's most likely That's the reason why, rather, APH having a difficult time, and now it's a 4-man stack with Derek using his utility to guard 2 sites.
You're gonna try at least to take it this time. Bring the fight to them instead of just passively holding. Something you have to do in a lot of these bigger maps. The nade's gonna come in, the guiding light, the paranoia invested as well. Both satchels, they get everything, even the Sage slow, just to take control of it. That does limit Oasis Gaming's options, but they're already playing a bit more defaulty. They have a player waiting outside B and C.
Even on top of rubble as well. They're still not shifting gears, remaining at a lobby, seeing where everyone can go.
The thing is, though, that with this Trailblazer, it will spawn out a bunch of their opponents, and they haven't used their fault line till now, so that an opportunity to peak for them, but now everything's going to be on cooldown. It's going to be recharging. With 1 minute on the clock, that does mean that there's going to still be 1 fault line left before the spike is planted, unless they rush for it. But it looks like they're shifting towards that C side, but the question is, will they know the Killjoy is here, because that guiding light is going to spot them out?
That's true, and the fact that Blurred has already joined Derek onto this defense. At this point, Savvy AK ready for his entry. Be firing onto Falls. And so far, they haven't found anyone because of this retreat. The Nanoswarm's going to slow down the plant for sure. But Savvy looking for someone. They found the Odin. And Kellyus manages to kill Savvy AK. The spike now being planted 2v3 at this point. Nexi, he's going to wallbang. You know someone's there. He kills Blurred, and he's gone. And Kevzi now on a very dangerous position, having to look at 2 players, but he manages to make it in a 1v2 situation. So now Nexi joins forces to peek alongside with his teammate, and that's a 3K for Nexi, and that's a 5-4 on Oasis.
I like how when Wild Oreo's teammate died, he looked to the left. Just he actually fell. But that was kind of funny to me. But you know what's not funny is this current situation, because Oasis Gaming, they started at that deficit and now they're clawing their way back into this game. A lot more cleaner plays and more confident decisions after that tactical pause. Congrats to their coaching staff. But also for APH's side, they're refusing to take a lot more control. They tried on the A side, but that gamble didn't work out. They threw so much util, and imagine you're trading all of that just for the fault line, which is going to recharge anyway.
Yeah, that's true. They invested so much after that, but yet still managed to work it out. A seems to be a call once more by Oasis, though.
Here we go. The attack begins, but Savvy's deafened to that. Actually doesn't actually need the heal, but he does get some chip damage.
Able to heal back at least some of the HP. The shield, just as you said, damage. And this has been the Oasis special, at least for Lotus. They'd shift gears towards somewhere else, hurting the rest of APH to move. Derek, though, will die in Mound, as Savvy AK leading the charge once more.
Leading the charge into battle comes the troops. Savvy 8K blazing a trail for his teammates. Able to clear most of sight here. Micro manages to find Marky, though. That loses their controller. And the explosion comes in really fast. And Kelly, yes, the raise is just too explosive. Nexi, though, eventually gets the trade. But for an eco, now 2v3. And even equalizes to a 2v2. Very winnable. But Nexi and Wild Oreo does secure the round. Expensive for Oasis, but still a round that's important.
Honestly, so crazy to me. Yeah, it was an eco on the side of APH, but only 2 members were left, even after Oasis won.
Look at this replay, though. What a great replay. Playing that short handle for APH. Yes, they did invest the raise ult, but also the showstopper doesn't stop this. So as the bullets still rain down from below, next even getting one off for that money.
Kellyus with a beautiful showstopper. Seekers available for Blurred. Micro with his ult as well. But look at this, Kellyus with an aggressive satchel. Unable to find Marky despite the shrouded step. Kevzi wants to trade, but he is sandwiched a little bit as Blurred is right there for the support. Oasis backs away.
Oasis forced back a little. One important difference, though, is Kev's on that Omen still alive. Marky falling means that they do lose their controller. There's a lot of space and info gain. Savvy using the satchels just to clear it off safely, the clear angles. I mean, the close angles. But this swing is going to come through and through the minimap. They do go for the spray down. The 3 people from Oasis Gaming going to be able to assist each other and break the Seekers as well.
All of those Seekers gone. And now Oasis, will they do the same thing? They've got 1 minute on the clock. Do they commit to A or shift towards somewhere else as Georgie finds 2 kills, finds Micro and Blurred, and Derek, the only one alive.
Only one alive. But he is in the correct site. The spike not planted yet. He's going to be able to make the moves. This is a pseudo 1v1. Peeks off the turret. He knows that he's there already. He's the first player. He knows where the second is. But the spike does go down. Oh no, he just runs out of bullets at the wrong time. Georgie capitalizing on the situation, gets that 3K.
Last round before the switch.
Felt so... It was winnable. It didn't just feel winnable. It felt so winnable. But yeah, one bullet left. Unable to get that reload down. That was so close.
Last player standing.
So close indeed. Looking at that replay, I mean, the fight, you can see both teams really going at it. Too close for comfort, some might say, but now the final round for the half does begin. APH on the deficit, but they do have a lot of pulls that might be available, especially, I think, if Derek gets that lockdown.
Very, very important. Get that orb, get a kill. Especially if they want to slow things down, because 4 ults on the side of Oasis.
Oh no, Blur gets stunned here, but he does protect himself with the guiding light. Yes, can use the nade to try to get some kills. A spray down as well as the nade's gonna find you. The paint shell's value is so high, reducing it to only 3 players for Oasis Gaming.
That's a really good timing, honestly. They're still committing. Oasis still committing onto C. A lot of people are gonna be there. Lots of flashes, gonna push APH out. And now with the retreat, they have full control over this side. Can plant the spike. Georgie going through this smoke. He's able to dodge if he doesn't know. He's able to not dodge the flash. And now it's a 3v4. Marky still has from the shadows. He can go elsewhere, but he doesn't have the spike with him. He's just here to create chaos. Georgie tries to do a hero play, but Micro and Derek finds him. With the ult now in play, that means Marky is the sole survivor throughout this. And I don't think it's a miracle is going to happen.
He does have a TP at least to go over the barrier orb. Yes, eventually goes up. Marky finds 2.
Wait a minute.
Finds 3. Able to get 4. Will Marky get the ace? He knows where the last player is. He's just moving around this corner, dancing like a corgi. He spots him out, and there it is. Oasis with Marky ace to finish.
I am shocked. It was a 1v4 situation. Marky is playing out of his mind in this map. How do you recover from that, Fluffy? How does APH recover from that?
Gotta relax, go to some mental de-stress for that, because it's a new half, it's a new day, and that's all you have to think about. It's all you can afford to think about. Even though it's 4-8, we've seen Action PH really bring the attacking side to bear on other teams. Against Oasis, though, it might be a struggle because of what we've seen, but also a lot of hope for Action PH to have a new start.
There.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Marky. I'm sorry. Anyway, just as you said, it's a new beginning, it's a new day, it's a new start. And here we go, Oasis on the defense. This time around, they do have control over it to A, and Wild Oreo deals first blood.
Kelly S goes wide enough to dodge the fault line, but not to dodge the bullets coming from Wild Oreo. The crispy aim coming in with a classic all the way from downrange.
And so far, it has been silent. APH needs to recover from this. The alarm bot is going to be there to spot them out. And the sounds coming from the side of APH. You get to see the movements already coming from Oasis. They're already rotating towards the site. Let's see if Micro's going to use the barrier orb. Close one of the entrances. That's going to be a yes. So far, so good for Action PH. Despite the man deficit, they're just funneling everyone onto this very, very closed area as they meet eye to eye. Nexi kills 2, and now it's a 2v5, and now it's quite unfortunate for APH. Oasis just bulldozes their way through this pistol round.
Stuck in the mosh pit there, down below. APH crumbles. They're able to take the site, but not able to bring the fight as they push onto Oasis. An aggressive push. They already had control of the site. They walled off the upper side. That way they can only focus on one. They do the flash through with the guiding light, but it was not enough to really stop the pressure as Oasis was ready for it. 3 players already marking that. Even though some of them are flashed, it's such a narrow angle that the bullet has to hit something.
Yeah, everything just funneled into that entryway. Now for APH, what will be the approach? They always have to deal with what do you call this? With Georgie, or rather Wild Oreo, and as well as Savvy AK on A.
Savvy though, how's he gonna start this? He started with an explosive start, going wide this time. A bit more tame. He gets stunned by the fault line, or maybe that was the Trailblazer. But regardless, they're gonna rotate because of that pressure towards that B and C side. But C already ready for Marky and Nexi.
are definitely like 3 people on the side of Seed. Is a silent round so far, but I feel like Oasis is just so ready for this. And now the air quote surprise attack has been denied as Nexi kill a lot of people on the side of APH. Now Kevzy is the only one left with just a single pistol. Able to kill 1, actually, or everything else. But with 30 HP, let's see if he's able to clear more people before he dies. Could be a no.
Oh my, and Oasis bringing their firepower to bear against APH. Now they have that buy, but APH, what can they do? It's so difficult for them to play out of this breach. Look at the shots. Just able to hold their ground through sheer firepower alone. They don't have the util much, and they are on that lower buy. It's always difficult, but they have to manage to find a way to get through this defense of Oasis Gaming.
And now let's make that 4 people actually stacked onto A. We'll see if the initial exchange of utility will actually happen, as usually first bloods will happen onto A lobby, or perhaps onto the site itself. We take a look at an aggressive charge, as they actually back away after.
They have a lot of options, though.
The options.
A lot of stalling here, especially because they get that player really crept up because of the one-way coming from the defense, allowing the solo hold to happen.
And it is all up to Kevzy to do that. Whoa! Was that unfortunate timing, or was that unfortunate timing? And now we get to see Marky pulling away. He knows people are there. He's able to gather information for his team. Instead, Nexi finds Derek. Now it's a 4v4.
4v4. 50 seconds, though. They have to make that deciding factor, make that decision right now. B already held by the alarm button. He's already waiting, doing some damage to Kelias as well. The flash comes through, but there comes the counter flash.
Paranoia comes in. There's the barrier orb to reduce any sort of other entryway. Marky has eyes on the prize already. Kills Blurred. Kevzy with a trade, though, very fast. Nexi falls. Now it's a 3v2. I'll have to Georgie and Savvy to stop this onslaught from Oasis. A seems to be the call for now. But what tools do they have? It's a satchel already used by Savvy AK. Trying to close in. Trying to walk slowly, but Micro already has eyes on that angle, and he finds him. Now Georgie is all alone, and this barrier orb is in the way to narrow down, or rather to increase other entrances throughout the site. He's probably going to wait for it to expire, then shoot it. He's going to walk in slowly. Yes, he is. He's going to find Micro, but Micro finds him instead.
APH getting a very important round for them, closing that gap ever so slowly but surely. This wall that allowed them to cross into this building was on one hand a great idea, but also kind of forced them to really fight that, and they did win out the fight. So good for them that they were able to really secure that area. Pivotal part of that round. But as we move on to the next round, Nexi has that lockdown available. The rest of his team, though, ultimate's very far, but the guns are the same in terms of firepower.
It's going to be up to the ults for sure, as Nexi. It's going to be important to slow down APH here.
Guiding Light coming in, a more aggressive push here from Savvy. The fault line as well, giving him a chance to break the turret. One gets spotted out, but Blurred lands a shot with the Bulldog, removes Savvy from the equation. That's man advantage now for APH.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to get orb control for Savvy there. Wanted to see if they can get a pick onto pillars in mid. Couldn't find it. Marky gonna do a bit of a smoke take and move closer and closer to Mound. But can he find anyone?
Ooh. Georgie just creeps too close to Destiny here. I like the smoke from Marky because the original one actually gave Kelias an angle. Not sure if he heard him go up there, but it does block his way. But instead, Marky's going to retreat, fall back, get pushed back by this Trailblazer. He knows at least one player is there on the orb as Kelias does tap it. But will they pivot to C or will they commit to B? Looks like they're going to position themselves to BB5 right now.
And the door has been opened and the door is closed. That said, the spike now is being planted. Full control now on the side of APH with Georgie and Savvy AK gone. It's a bit difficult. Retake Nexi is 8 HP. How is he surviving for this long? Blurred eventually ends his life. I don't think they know Marky is here. He's gonna peek slowly. He knows Blurred is there. He's trying to clear every single corner. But Derek and Micro tag teaming and finding everyone from Oasis.
Claustrophobic fight to end the round. APH now 4 rounds separate both teams. Take a look at the replay here. Started a very strong for APH, able to punish Savvy's aggression and Georgie's as well because of that man advantage, which is too powerful with the setup coming from the crossfires there on that B side. This time around, I see a couple pings already coming up from the attacker side. Looks like they're gonna go for a stun or a play, but Do they know that Wild Oreo is already ready there for the fault line for himself in case that they're gonna explode?
That's the thing. The fault line, the paranoia, the guiding light is all there. Layer of skills, of flashes. But because of this smoke, this keeps APH safe, but they don't know that they're slowly creeping closer and closer into lobby. Elias is going to retain his position. So far, no one wants to budge.
Oh, they have the trailblazer. They already know that this could possibly be close. Oasis Gaming trying to salvage something. They're on that lower buy. They're trying to play the closer angles, and instead of trying to avoid it, APH losing the fight. They get one, but Georgie gets the refrag. They explode out. They do the damage, but Marky finds one with the frenzy as well. Blurred falls. Now it's 4v3. Only Savvy is lost on the side of Oasis Gaming. They get the spike back though, but look at the HP already. Kelly has 68. The rest of the team kind of chipped. Only Derek has the full armor. Marky able to also upgrade his weapon, which gives more value to this push as they can just distribute this to the team.
Yeah, they had to give up space there. They had to go to a different site and rotate instead, giving it away, the weapons and control. And now it's a 4v3 situation. Kelly S, almost half HP. While they get the plant down, while they have time to reposition, 4 post plant. Wild Oreo is right there for the trade. Derek will find Wild Oreo and the second kill, and making it into a 1v1. He has to go up against a Phantom as well. It'll be very difficult. Whether the defuse, there's killing the Nano Swarm, and this is a silent battle. Will the dark cover expose Derek? Will it expire soon? Trying to blast through the smoke, but because he fired through the smoke, it gave away his position.
Marky, he destroys the Nano Swarm against the Killjoy. It removes the post plant. He knows that he has to push through. He's not able to have it because he's worried that he might be playing too close, but just because the turret is there and he plays the smoke so early to try to get himself that repositioning. Unfortunately, it might have expired, so he had to mark it, but because he did the pre-fire, like you mentioned, he just gets punished off of it. And slowly but surely, Oasis Gaming, that gap between them and APH, they still have the lead, but how long can they keep it?
It has been very, very smooth sailing so far for APH. Look at that Satchel dodging the fault line. Dale kills 2. Marky finds him eventually, but that's 2 kills inside of APH.
More importantly, too, that's Wild Oreo and Savvy. Love their explosive power. Next, he slips his way into the B side, but Kevs is already ready for the angle. That's a Killjoy ultimate to lockdown. Gonna secure a lot of that B side. Will Marky choose to push through, though? He's still inside the AoE, but through the smoke, Derek does find him, leaves Georgie left alone.
He is all alone here. Gets spotted by the dog. And Derek with a headshot. It's now a 2-score difference between the 2 teams.
2 scores, 2 rounds separate both teams. Great entry from Kelly S with the slow as well, stopping the escapes with the spray down. Even easier to connect, but also already difficult to do.
Honestly, yeah, being able to dodge everything that Oasis wanted to give Kelly S. And now it's a timeout on for Oasis Gaming. What do you think is going on in their heads, Fluffy?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a coach anymore, but they do have a lot of economy. They do have rifles. They do have a lot of ultimates as well. Savvy possibly can get the orb, bring out the showstopper, but the rest of his team already ready to use any util that they need to counter. I think this round, though, the Rolling Thunder especially will play a pivotal role for Wild Oreo, as that is the main piece of util. He's been doing a lot of the spike planting when he was on attack, and they've been funneling him on defense as well. Action PH, though, how will they respond? It looks like they're already making their own plans. I can hear the pings from Oasis Gaming. It seems like they are going to lean towards that A side and maybe fake into the B.
That is the biggest question. Especially that what you just mentioned, they have a lot of tools to slow down this aggression from APH. But so far, every single time that the round begins, it just feels like APH will always get the initial pick.
That's the deciding factor. A lot of these plans can get ruined if the momentum swings on the opposing side. APH, though, what is their plan? Looks like they're gonna go and try to get a lot of this A control, but do they know yet again that there's gonna be people waiting? Very early ultimates coming up. He doesn't find the mark, but he does secure at least the site. Up until that point, Link's still open though, and Oasis Gaming still has that under control.
Yeah, with Kelly as being far deep into Oasis's territory, it will create chaos for the rest of the squad, but Georgie will kill him. The chaos is gone.
Has the option to use a Seekers if need be. They get the first pick. That's still good momentum for them, and because of that, look, the ultimates for Oasis Gaming all online, ready to use, ready to secure the round, and hopefully creep it their way to match point.
Very, very highly possible. With the numbers advantage, Marky is gonna get shrouded by this dark cover, but with the spike now being planted, this means APH will have that advantage when it comes to post-plant positioning and just waiting for Oasis to do the retake. With the Killjoy ult now being laid down, it will push APH out of their position, and it will narrow down the choices for Oasis, rather. Will give them space to grow here with that Rolling Thunder use. Again, APH losing control for a lot of these spaces, but I don't think that will hit. SavvyAK will finish the job anyways. There it opens the door and leads to a kill. But there we go, 11-8 now. They're so close to match point.
We were talking earlier about how Oasis Gaming has so many ultimates, and in a non-greedy way, they just decide to use 4 of them. That way, securing the round, pushing them ever closer to match point. 2 rounds separate them from victory. 1 round separates them from hitting that 12 and kind of in a way safety zone. APH on the other hand, though, they are forced to take another round and really reevaluate the situation, but at least they have that saving grace of having the great economy. Derek, 9,000 credits, will be able to buy for the rest of the team, so equal firepower, especially because Micro has that res in case anything does happen.
Yeah, honestly, it really felt like Kelly S was what do you call this? He was making a lot of space. Problem was, Georgie found him. Now we're taking a look at tech pause, and as we evaluate ourselves how this is going to go, it does feel like APH has to find the timings here now, because honestly, they've been winning throughout these rounds from the initial picks, but Oasis, they're not revealing themselves. They're not revealing a lot too much at the earlier seconds of the round.
Not revealing their strats, making sure that they have their plans in check, but they really have to have at least one solid plan, because they've been trying to do this A push on the defense side for Oasis Gaming, and it has worked out for them. They even won it on the eco, able to really stop a lot of this early pressure coming in from A. Again, it's such a big factor. I know we talked about it a couple times, but the breach, just the presence, the potential of the stun being there means that, think about it, if you're on APH's side, only Kelly S and Kevs can really go wide and TP or satchel their way past the stun. Everyone else has to wait behind it. And even if you don't use that fault line, just the presence and possibility for Wild Oreo to use it is just enough to scare off a lot of the pushes from APH. They have to find a way to maybe bait out the stun, maybe figure out a way to move around the map, avoid a lot of these narrow spaces that Oasis can really capitalize on and has punished them in certain rounds.
Yeah, it always feels like it's gonna be at the back of your head every single time. You always have to think where Wild Oreo is gonna be. Most of the time, it's gonna be is rushing going to be the best option, or are we gonna get or are we gonna be punished and be fault lined and stack into a stun? And I feel like that's the reason why you get to see APH play a little bit slower and evaluate where the rest of Oasis are.
The thing is, playing slower is a good idea, but you still have to apply a lot of perceived pressure, bait out utils, get something. You can't just like wait for them to come out unless your plan is to really punish out a push. But Oasis Gaming seems to have that controlled aggression where they want to take space, but they know when to stop now, which is a very good thing for this team that has that firepower capability. They're willing to push out of A, but they're willing to wait for their teammates. And that is something that they've worked on throughout their transition from split 1 to split 2 and has been paying off this game. But the rounds have been tight. If you look at how the rounds have gone, Oasis Gaming looks like they had a dominating first half, early good second half, but they have been losing rounds up until the last round. So after this pause, they have in a way had some adjustments in their plan, but APH, they still have ways of winning rounds.
They have been very successful after the switch. It's possibly due to the fact that they're very more comfortable with the setup, having to dictate the pace of the game as we proceed with the map. Let's see where everybody else is going to be going.
There we go. The round begins yet again. Early smoke coming in for the defensive side. The one way going to push up a lot of that A main control that allows them to focus their attention towards B and C. The guiding light going to guide Kelly S closer to get maybe this orb or maybe just clear out the corner so that they get the contact. But Oasis Gaming are stacked on the wrong side of things, so it's going to be up to Georgie as well as Wild Oreo to really make or break this side if they do choose to push C.
Taking their time a little bit, using utility, scouting the area first. Georgie's the only one here. Forced to back away. Give up space, wait for the rest of the team. LES. Right now, Blurred is able to get the plant down. Lot of pre-fire through the smokes. Derek is going to be intact, but this fault line covers a lot of ground and stuns a lot. It means APH cannot reposition. They're pretty much trapped in this encirclement. Georgie is trying to go inside the site. Wallbang everything. See to clear as much corners as he can. So far, everyone's playing quite close, while Oreo will destroy Micro. Marky with his own kill as well. Now it's a 2v4. Now it's looking a bit dire. And now Nexi is going to stick through this defuse. And I don't think APH can do anything about that.
They had a good plan. Again, able to secure the spike. They planted it. They even used the fault line. And honestly, even though the fault line, like the lineup was really good, no one was able to peek off of it because they were just holding. So on Oasis, even though that didn't get as much value as they could, it still bought them the ability to creep closer onto site, swing together. And that's where that value really has come into fruition. Able to take out the important targets, clear out water, wrap around, force everyone back, which left only Killjoy outside just trying to spray down the spike, and because of that, the man advantage too huge. Now match point for Oasis Gaming, and the last stack pause here for Action PH. They have to make or break this round, come up with that Giga strategy, because now is really the only chance that they have. They have the resurrection on Micro, they could possibly do something aggressive, they can still go for a goodbye, but aside from that, the ultimate's still far apart. Blurred might have a chance to get his ultimate, but outside of that, the overall strategy, they have to figure out a way to deal with that A push. So that at least they get out of that choke and force Oasis to rotate. Because how it stands right now, even though it's a 3-side map, Oasis just takes so much control of A that they can just focus on everything else. It's like it's not even a 3-side map for them. They can just default.
That's true. It feels like it's a 2-in-1 so far with this 3-stack onto A. Just as you mentioned, full control for Link as well, leading up to B. And at this point, it's all about APH. How do you penetrate through these defenses?
A lot of choices there.
Still, mini mo.
Yeah, they gotta decide. It can't just leave it to RNG this round. Make it great for them. Kelly S starts out strong though. That is the controller as well. When Marky falls this early, if they play out the round, the smokes will be gone. A lot more options for them, but they're gonna choose to add a bit more aggression. They're actually gonna use the sustain from this rejuvenating heal from Sky to get some more value out of that. They have the res as well, so even though it's Marky down, if one of them falls on APH, he just can just come back.
Just gonna be very important later on. No, it's very hot, Georgie. Let a fan out. And with the door now open, this makes a lot of noise for Oasis to decide on what would be the best course of action. We can see the rest of the squad already rotating slowly but surely onto A. Still, not a lot of movement. We talked about the link. We talked about the slow transition. Nexi is still here. He's gonna find Kelly S.'s head. Will he find a second one? Yes, he will. He is humongous right now. And Micro, who will you resurrect? That is the question. So difficult. You don't have the barrier orb to help your team, but he's going to use that distraction of the shots. And Micro peeks and finds Nexi. And now it's a 3v1. All off to Georgie. APH recovers from this round and take it 9-12 and survives a little bit more.
The resurrection coming in clutch, able to stabilize the round, not only to revive the player, but use it as bait, forcing the players onto B to peak. And because they win that duel, they secure the round. And what looked like to be Oasis closing out the game breathes more life into APH's game.
Incredible stuff from APH. Now 9-12. Will we see overtime? They have to hold on for so long till they push through that possibility. But they have Seekers. They can use it.
Placing alarm bot.
They have Seekers. A lot of information possibly gained, but Savvy 8K aggressive start here with a paranoia combination. Finds one, but Kelly S manages to get two before he gets stunned up by the fault line. Now he just has to jump for a joy, waiting for that debuff actually to just wear off. The Trailblazer going to give them a bit more protection as it does scout out the rest of the team. While Oreo not spotted, but forced to reposition off the loss of his teammates. And again, Marky falling this early. No more smokes for Oasis.
That's definitely going to be unhelpful, I suppose. Nexi, Wild Oreo. Already on towards tree and towards door. Look at this crossfire though with the Seeker's timing. I don't think he's able to work it out. 1v2 right now. Micro in a very, very difficult position. Georgie's 45 HP, but he still has a lot of utility. How will Micro isolate all of these fights? has the spike, trying to break down doors. But does this give away information? Look at Oasis, they're going somewhere else. But at the same time, in the same note, Micro doesn't have much information to work with either.
Although,
Now he does.
a lot of hope here. 2v1, very winnable still for
30
Micro,
seconds
but
left.
what is the plan?
Tower.
He breaks the turret.
Turret.
And what can he do with this information? They know already at least where he is. The spike already moved down, but it's still for Oasis Gaming. He hears the tap. There's 2 on Heaven. They go for the flash as well, and Nexi closes out the game. There's map 1 for Oasis Gaming as they take it on Lotus.
That was just so close, so tight. But at the end of the day, Oasis is the victorious team on towards Lotus. And honestly, it felt like it was really good on the side of APH, but like Oasis, their defense was impenetrable.
Impenetrable is one way to put it, but honestly, I'm more impressed with their attack. Oasis Gaming, they ended that 7-5, able to really secure a lot of the important rounds on this map, which shows that they've been playing Lotus for a long time. And as we move to the post-game, we can see the accurate statistics of what happened during that game. Oasis 13-9 for APH, MVPs being Marky and Kelly S for the teams respectively. Marky, though, especially, he got that ace. And on that, even though he, for the past, maybe last couple of rounds, he did fall pretty early, a lot of the util that he's able to bring on this controller, not something you normally see Marky on.
Yeah, honestly, he was such a pivotal player, especially at the very first half of this map. He was not only on top of the ace, he was able to clutch a few rounds. He was playing out of his mind. He was getting a lot of these kills, and therefore that's the reason why we see him at the very top of the standings. But on the other side of things, APH, they really tried their best to hold on towards this game, and it looked really good once they switched over to attacking, but eventually it felt like they had a hard time reading Oasis.
It's a lot of difficult decisions here. Marky again with this clutch. Look at him
Oh,
go.
yeah.
He just has the read and he gets the better angle. And because of that, is able to find the kill. Look at the highlights here. But also for APH's side, a lot of Kelly S's immaculate spray downs. We have the 2K on top of Rubble. And eventually, as the rounds progress, the team as well, the Sage baits and everything. There's a lot of firepower from both teams. Makes me excited to see the second map.
Honestly, we're heading over to Haven next up, but I just can't get over the initial, what do you call this? The initial rubble scrabble at the first few seconds of the round. It's always between Savvy AK and Kalias. It's so nice to see the duelists dueling and duking it out at the first few seconds of the round. But of course, we've got Nexi from Oasis delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Nexi, so sexy there, ending the game in style. And if you like style, of course, you can have that with the speed of Grab delivery. When you have that Grab Unlimited promo, you can use the QR code there on the side of the Oasis text.
Very, very important. Who knows? We might go to 3 maps today, considering that this is a battle of who gets to be second in the standings, as they're currently in a triple-way tie. And honestly, that was a very, very close game. And I feel the same way, Fluffy. It's honestly going to be an exciting round when we head on over to Haven later.
Very exciting, especially because Haven, again, is stable for the Philippines in terms of maps, especially for Oasis Gaming. I think it's one of their most played, so regardless of their win rate on it, which I still think is in their favor, in general, they just have played that map so much that they have to be experts at this point. And again, another 3-site map. If you don't learn the lessons that you have here on Lotus, how will you apply that on the next one?
Yeah, that's the biggest question that we will, or they will, answer as we head on over to Haven. But first, we're gonna go over to a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to VCTPH Split number 2, and we're still your casters for today. I'm Riku, joined by Fluffy02, and we're currently in the middle of a very, very intense series between Oasis Gaming and Action PH. But before that, we are currently available and streaming on different channels. You're watching the English dub. I was about to say English dub for some reason. You're watching the English dub of VCTPH, and there's also the Tagalog dub available on YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
A lot of dubs and a lot of subs because we are on Twitch, which is where you can obviously sub to our VALORANT PH channel. But I know there's a lot of fans out there as well. And if you guys are hungry, you can always check out some great food with great delivery speed with Grab Unlimited. But aside from that, big shout out to also a lot of the fans supporting. I know that there's a lot of Oasis gaming streamers also, as well as big fans from APH. So hopefully you guys enjoy the next game because it's a pivotal game for APH. It's gonna be their life or death situation for this best of 3.
Yes, Survey. I mean, no, it's one of those things where it's important to be able to bridge that gap between the rest of the teams that are in this current tie, which is Oasis, Action PH, and Game Lab Alpha. Being the second seed is going to be incredibly important once more when we look towards the playoffs, but that's going to be a few weeks afterwards. Let's take a look at our current second series of the day, which is again Oasis Gaming versus Action PH. We're currently at Haven right now, which is the second map, and I'm wondering what the statistics is going to look like, because honestly speaking, you talked about how this is going to be a triple map site again. This is going to be Oasis. It feels like they have the upper hand.
Yeah, APH, I think with these bigger maps, the 3 sites, yet again, we mentioned that how if they're not able to pull pressure like they did on Lotus, and really pull the attention from Oasis Gaming, force them to rotate when they're on defense, or be able to hold with the lesser numbers because of they're so spread out when they're on defense respectively, then it might be difficult. It might be somewhat of the same story on Haven, especially that they know that Oasis Gaming is very proficient at this map. But that's not to say that APH isn't as well, because Kelyes, we've seen him and Kevs as well really pop off on this map, especially because in the duelist days for Kelyes in his previous teams, he was always ready to entry on these maps.
Honestly, I feel like if they took they carried over the Kelyes's performance and sort of take the volume like twice as aggressive, it feels like Oasis will definitely have a very difficult time. We've seen him become a very high impact player in other maps as well, in other matches as well. So imagine if they're able to unlock Kelyes. But at the same time, we don't know what kind of Kelyes we're going to be seeing. Is it going to be a duelist Kelyes or an initiator Kelyes?
I mean, we saw Duelist Kelyes just a moment ago, and although they weren't able to close out that map, he really did show a lot of the reasons why he's one of the top players here in VCTPH. He brings the firepower, he brings the discipline, and he has a lot of impact during rounds. And I think overall, that's what is the most important for any player out there. Having the impact to really do more than just your role is something so valuable here at the pro level. But what is more important is the deciding factors. We saw Oasis, on the other hand, struggle a bit, especially during their first half, deciding of where to go, deciding when to change pace, and making a bit of questionable decisions when time was really putting a lot of pressure on them. APH looks solid on that part, but where they fail is a lot of the executions and pulling pressure like we mentioned earlier. Hopefully both teams resetting, adapting, and bringing their best here on Haven.
Yeah, honestly, when we dissect the previous the previous map on Lotus, it felt like, Oasis, when it comes to attacking, it felt like their attacking was their defense was better than their offense, and it's the contrasting result when it came to Action PH. So hopefully we get to see Action PH pull through, pick up from themselves, because I feel like because of Marky's ace after that 1v4, APH's prowess it felt like it was very difficult to come back from that.
It's the mental attack.
Yeah,
it's like, oh my god, we just got ace, what do we do? But then at this level, they've dealt with this so many times, so I'm sure through the experience combined for that whole team, you saw that they were able to bounce back. Even on that latter half, they were just able to secure the rounds that they need. They were so close on tying up the score, but unfortunately for them, it just had not enough rounds, a little couple mistakes here and there from both teams. And I think that's another important thing, able to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. Who can do it faster and more together really pulls through in a lot of these clutch situations.
Yeah, and when we compare styles of attacking on the side of Oasis and Action PH, and maybe if it does carry over to this another triple site map, Oasis feels like they're the type of team that really likes to move like different kinds of layers of rotations. It feels like they do it a lot, and you know, the bad side of it, or like the weaker side of it, is, you know, it takes a lot of time where they don't have the luxury of time. Meanwhile, for Action PH, they're not rotating the same style as Oasis, so I wonder how that's going to look like when we go over to Haven.
I mean, it's a paradox, right? When you have a lot of options, what can you really do? As we move on to our agent select here on Haven, we will find out what agents they'll be playing on this battlefield, of which both teams are very proficient on.
I'm so curious to see what Micro is going to play. Earlier, or rather, usually we see him on a controller, but it was a very different scenario this time around. It is going to be him, not on the stage, but on as well as the controller on the Omen.
Speaking of a couple of differences with the Omen, on the other side for Oasis Gaming, it's gonna be Drax piloting the From the Shadows here, because it looks like Marky was sent to the Shadow Realm for this map. He played Omen on the previous one, this time on Haven though, bringing a bit more leadership in the form of Drax, as well as stability. And on the other side, now they have, or maybe they're hovering Kellyas on another Breach, which is a good way. A while ago they had a problem because they were like, how do we play against this Breach? We have no Breach. Now they just bring a Breach.
It's a Breach versus Breach. It's a mirror composition for both of these teams. And out of all the maps, it feels like Haven has, again, and as well as Icebox, both of these both of these maps have the tendency to have this sort of mirror with each other. And now with a composition in set, and as well as the sides decided, it makes me wonder who's going to set the tone, because so far Oasis Gaming has won all of their pistol rounds in Lotus.
Fun fact, if you win both of your pistol rounds, generally you have an 80% chance to win the game. It's that big of an impact because of that better buy that you have. But as I say that, just like my father who aren't in Haven, we will be moving to the big map of Haven.
Yes, we're heading on over to the game. APH on your defense and Oasis on your offense. They're actually keeping very, very fast onto the side. They spot out Derek because of that recon dart. Georgie pushing through. He doesn't need any cover, but he actually does need it. Kelly S finds his head.
They lose Georgie really early. Derek is also the person who falls, but you mentioned already low. Savvy low as well, but at least they do get that spike down. The C attack so far working out inside of Oasis Gaming as time is on their side.
A lot of control now on the side of Oasis. One is at window. I don't think they know that Micro is over there. But now Nexi still is able to kill him despite having to not aim earlier, as he did not expect that. Now it's a 1v2. Turret is 1 HP. This is a turret. You didn't expect the turret. And now Oasis, again, ha ha ha, they won the pistol round.
The turret of Oasis Gaming, I'm going to call that Ariana. And she was able to hold down that C site off the angle, able to secure a frag because Nexi was just there. It cuts off so much and brings so much info, especially on the pistol round. That chip damage really stacks up.
Yeah, absolutely painful to see. And honestly, that recon dart on top of Georgie's entry was just the perfect combination for the success of Oasis's pistol round.
Now, because of they win that pistol, you mentioned on Lotus, they do it really well. Still, same story here. It looks like they're going to go for a repeat here as they do flash through to allow Georgie to get a cleaner entry. The drone as well to secure even more with a late fault line to really get more damage into that side.
Don't worry, me too. Anyway, Oasis already having the plant down, and it feels like it's a stack coming from APH way down south. No one's going to be coming from spawn. Instead, the opposite end of things, possibly from garage, just to bridge the gap closer and closer. Instead of going from long, there is a turret there to spot them out, so it is going to be difficult. I suppose they're just going for exit frags with the way that they're positioned.
I feel like that fault line was so strong that even I got stunned, and it's stunning the movement here for APH. They're just waiting outside garage. I actually think that aside from the exit frags, they're going to try to just go for that spike and just remove themselves that way. That way they have no orbs to give up. They're going to take the eco because it's so hard. You lose so much timing off of that early plant from C. And they're just going to jump for joy as they go for a swim as we move to the next round.
The darkest sea is the explosion of the spike. It's a very deep saying. Have you heard of it?
No.
It's okay.
No, I have not.
I just made that up.
Okay.
Anyway, yes. 2-0 now for Oasis. And now they have to deal with a bigger buy on the side of APH. Maybe this is the time where they break the momentum, because so far Oasis is incredibly strong on the very first 2 rounds of a half. Now with a spread coming from APH, let's see how they defend through this.
Oh, the sea pressure again for Oasis is there, kind of conditioning them of how they can reply to things. The restun coming from both teams, but that recon dart as well as the it's gonna move up.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my! Able to find one. Derek does find another. Slowly stabilizing, the better buy working out for them.
I'm so sorry. I was just so surprised with Georgie playing so close under that smoke. Now it's all up to Blurred. Against 3 players that have already upgraded their weapons. This is going to be very difficult, a very tall order for him. He has to walk through an alarm bot. He has to watch Nexi in this long position. And just as we said, the alarm bot's going to be very, very annoying. And now with that said, still going to try to push through. Still see if he can do anything, unless he wants to save this weapon for the next round.
They come so close. They started off with a very decent hole, but Oasis Gaming just overwhelming them on that C site. Something that they've done repeatedly, and it's something that in the future APH will surely have to adjust and work around. And because of that, Oasis can use that information, knowing that they have a weak C, to either abuse, keep going C, or force the pressure to be on C and make the rest of the map available. This time looks like Wild Oreo going for the hunt.
Will he find Blurred? No, that's gonna be a no. But yeah, I feel like it has been the story. Time and time again, whenever we see Oasis on Haven, it is Blurred being slingshotted across toward a site, and it's up to APH. How do they deal with Georgie? So far, 3 rounds in a row, they haven't had an answer.
Duelist mindset for Georgie being the explosive entry, the tip of the spear, allowing the team to fall back, fall behind them. And now on the eco buy, but there's still the hero battle with Blurred. He's gonna try to repeat the same heroics, but he goes so deep. Oh, what a huge scan, but the stun prevents him from capitalizing off it. He's gonna be able to spray through, but no one's gonna line up. They just moved to the side. Derek finds Nexi though, sadly gets the trade onto Blurred, but that is still the rifles for Oasis, getting another one down. 3v4, and only Sheriffs in the hands of APH.
A very difficult scenario indeed, as APH has to pick up the pieces once more. They're trying to circle in, move closer, gain space, see if they can catch anyone off guard. But we'll see if Georgie, look at this peek, Elias is thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Georgie retreats from his field of view and fans away the flames because the Philippines is very hot.
It is very hot. It looks like the fire rises for Savvy as he's able to find one, but will he overheat? That is the question. The heat retention still keeping a cool-headed mind as he does eventually fall to Micro, because Micro matters in big moments, as the recon dart also claims that C site, forcing this into a 3v2, but it's still advantage for Oasis.
Yeah, 2v3, half HP onto Georgie, but with the better guns, it's a difficult scenario for Micro. Try his best to clutch this. I mean, I know we saw that clutch from Marky back then in a 1v4 scenario, but the spike being planted with post-plant positions, especially everyone on towards along, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Micro to see if he can isolate the targets. Finds one, making it into a 1v2. With 5 HP though, I don't think this is gonna happen with pre-fire happening throughout the smoke unless he can get a headshot. But with him running away, I don't know why I'm talking uwu right away. He's running away right now. Saves the gun.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
They are saving that gun. They've done it for the past couple rounds, and it looks like this battle is just getting passed around because they had it already. You know, their jet Blurred saved it last round. Now it looks like someone else's turn. Trying to keep that economy up. You know, it's good for your investment, but it's not like they're going to buy a house and lot at this point, because they need to start building up their economy. If not, they don't have the firepower necessarily to really fight Oasis in these long engagements.
Sorry. That was a very good one. That's true. That Vandal has been a very big investment, and so far no returns. I actually don't know my economics that much, but it's definitely a very valuable thing.
Well,
keep
at least
as we
right now you can tell that the economics of this game, both teams on the Vandals, but Savvy still has that Rolling Thunder. Georgie with the knives as well, in case he does lose this economy slightly, but more than the econ, what they really need right now is rounds. APH struggling to find one because this C is something that Oasis has really abused for the attacking side. They actually leave the spike outside C. They leave one player close. Next, you're going to draw some attention here, which is one valuable thing to do, but the KJ turret is going to allow Derek to play safely behind it.
That's the thing, they've invested more players from APH because of it. Sia has been the primary giver of scores for Oasis, but the spike is still there. Now they're making their way towards long. Blurred will try his best to peek, decides to back away instead. They want to play safe. They want to make sure that they don't lose people too early, as that has been the struggle to retake sites. And now, because of the time being extended, they decided to move players away from C.
Again, the C primacy coming from Oasis Gaming, just really stopping a lot of the attempts, forcing the rotate onto A, forces Micro back. No teammates to really help him on this. They have garage control, but Nexi's already waiting on the other side. Georgie spraying through to get some damage in, but another clean plan for Oasis. They have so much for the blow spat. They even have the Rolling Thunder, but they're going to go aggressive here. Nexi gets the burst. They're going to go for the collapse onto garage. With players stunned up like this, Aftershock's going to push them way into CT. All they have to do is worry about that backside, but already, while Oreo is there, ready for the swing on the Sova, the fault line hits too, but it's still not enough time because there's so much breathing room with Georgie being alive. He falls though. There comes Micro, the trade from Caps, as well as Kilias finds two. Now 2v2, the wraparound coming from Oasis, but they're playing the opposite side. They managed to find one. Micro has a swing out because of this, and Drax and Nexi, the Drax and Nexi connection still survives, bringing Oasis Gaming another round. The C side so open for them.
Dude, that was so good. The Rolling Thunder just creating chaos on the side of APH. It looked like that could have been an APH round, but the anti-wraparound from Drax and Nexi created that extra layer, and APH wasn't ready for that.
This timeout from APH, they need to adjust their strategy. They need to figure out a way to safely hold the C sites, safely hold the other side, because again, mirrored composition. It's not like they have different tools. It's more of how they're going to be able to use this. Will they go for a quicker push to maybe get some firepower back onto the table, or will they hold that C site and just use util to bombard it off? The problem is though, that if they're not able to fight that, it's very difficult. They can opt to save as well. It might be an option, because one thing we know about APH is whenever Blur does eventually get that operator, the flow of the game changes a lot, and that could solve a lot of their problems.
And I feel like, again, it will depend, considering the fact that the Blade Storm is very close. And it makes me wonder, now APH is like in their heads, okay, this time, I bet it's going to be A. I'm sure of it. It's going to be A this time.
It's going to be A, just changing up the pace, but because of the tone already set from Oasis, they're actually sending two players, one of which is their Killjoy, which is very important because that means that the util is there. And Omen actually, because of the way the dark cover works, means that there's more travel time needed, and traveling up to this long already opened up by Savvy as he allows Georgie to push in, still with dash in hand. The drone does spot him out though, but that's going to be a long control for Oasis.
Hell yes. Fortunate. Had to greet people on lobby. There's like a 5-stack on the side of Oasis. You know, knowing this fact, and now knowing Derek not seeing anyone at all on towards C, this will possibly give information. Kevzy with a very clean headshot onto Georgie. The duelist is gone on the side of Oasis this time around. Blurred will reposition through his dash, but Nexi will spray him down. Nexi might get two, and that is just perfect for Oasis. And now Derek, the sole survivor. Oasis again. That's a 6-0.
Probably, unless some heroics comes here for Derek, but there's not much to work with. Time is not on his side. He might be able to at least die to the spike, or maybe get one kill, get his lockdown ready for the next round, but this is a checkmate position for Oasis, and it looks like the next move is up to Derek, as next he's going to try to go for the swing, and it's not going to be enough. The Sheriff not going to be able to match the firepower coming in. 3k for Nexi to end the round, and Oasis starting this map very strong on the attacking side.
It's such a dominant start, yeah, for Oasis. And now, you mentioned this, Fluffy, Blurred now having the operator. This is the time. This is the time.
They have not just the operator, but look at the rest of his team. Full util. This has to be the round that they win. They've built up their economy. They've built up their ultimates to have all the tools to really handle any situation. The problem is if they get caught off guard with the wrong recon, get spotted out, get hit by the fault line, it can prove very difficult. At the early recon off the short scans and get some value out of that. They already know that there's going to be one player, Derek, playing close, but the reef stun actually does delay them quite a bit. The aftershock going to be able to force them back as his A hit progresses.
And Nexi, probably waiting for a timing on the lockdown drop, but because the movements from Oasis, actually, they're dropping it in. They're trying to do a little bit of a bait here, considering that everyone's moving towards C again. C supremacy, just as you said, and Nexi still is able to get a frag before exiting this part of the map. Now C is clear, now the op is gone, and Oasis is playing the mind games, Fluffy.
My god, the map rotations for Oasis Gaming, essentially getting them the plant for free, applying pressure in multiple parts of the map, and again, Nexi outside garage, ready for that refrag, ready to flank, and they're playing so close together that it looks like it's going to be another save for APH. Gonna clear out that A side to make sure that there's no one that can really take away any of their rivals. But Oasis Gaming, look at how disciplined they are moving together. Look how strong they are, taking a lot of control of the map, just not even by using a lot of util. They just bait the rotation.
Yeah, and I feel like they've done this before in Lotus as well. Now they're searching for the op. Blurred finds Georgie instead. And that is a mini win on the side of APH, but still they have to catch up to a lot of things still.
Oh, there goes the
No,
op.
it's gone. No! Oh!
Will he be able to salvage it though? Because Valor can just
That's
hold the
the
angle.
no.
No, he won't. So there goes the operator. They tried to go for the save. They still have a bunch of ultimates. Kelly S did use that rolling thunder, but they still have the lockdown to work with. But this early lockdown from Nexi, forcing the rotate already to begin as his teammates are already on C. So while they're trying to retake A, Oasis just takes the free C side to get the plant. They play long, and it's something that APH has been struggling, to say the least, to deal with.
Yeah, the mind games is real here on this particular map. But now 4 ults, we did mention. And with that, they're on eco though, with just Kevzy, only one left. So Hunter's Fury is there, but Georgie finds a kill on Blurred.
A lot of damage from that one though, but he's not going to be able to convert much off it. It's actually Blurred that falls because of the massive distraction. Next he's going to hold for his teammate as they do take that mid control, but Derek gets spotted out by the turret. Spots out one, but the off angle from Georgie just peeks behind the turret. He's dropped low, but he's still kept alive.
I know, right? The value off of his life now is just a lot of returns just because of that. 8 HP is able to kill 2. That's just a lot of things in favor of Oasis now. And he's most likely he's like, okay, if I die, it's fine. I just already have done a lot of value off of my life.
Speaking of value, Kelly S gets the shutdown onto Nexi, but Oreo quickly trades. But look, again, they go for that seaside plant. The movements of Oasis. It looks like APH is scrambling. Sometimes they're in A, sometimes they're in B. I know that they're on their eco, but still, the general perceived pressure that Oasis has been bringing has really separated. Even with Georgie, he's low HP, but because they're not sure of where he is, they lack so much control on the map. Georgie's just able to punish.
And we head on over to the replay immediately. He's able to fly and avoid the last couple of hits to ensure his death there from the Hunter's Fury.
And because of that, speaking of Hunter's Fury, Wild Oreo has his online. So now that Derek has the lockdown, there's actually a counter for the side of Oasis Gaming. They have the indirect damage to really deal with this, and it's gonna be a pivotal ultimate to really have, especially when you're against the opposing KJ lockdown.
And what can APH do? They've come from a very large deficit. We actually seen that today with NAOS and as well as MVPE. Could happen again, but with the up, that's a second chance.
There we go. Second chances for everyone, but it's going to be Oasis Gaming slowed down already with this A hit. But now they're not getting baited by it. They have still their operator holding down an entire C push. But then Oasis, looking at the economy, should know that an operator is possible. So this time, maybe just going for the A hit is a good idea. The spike on the A side or this time around. So a lot of util, but they've crept very close. There comes the util. The flash comes through. Georgie's able to find one. Savvy gets the trade as well. Micro manages to stabilize somewhat. They still push back. And again, an early spike plan coming. And now what started with a strong operator pick now has to shift his way all the way to A. Not the best gun to have on the retake as well.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult now. Micro's right there on top of Heaven. but it's half HP. It's looking a bit dire again. It could be a 9. I know I keep calling it quite early. And we'll see what APH decides to do. With this ult, though, in response to a Hunter's Fury, it's going to destroy the lockdown very, very easily. Derek, the only one alive with this op. Can he scope early? Yes, he can. Will he get the second? That is the biggest question. But it's going to be just a dart. Shock dart. It's the third kill. He has no access into the spike. And that... he'll be happy taking these exit frags instead, while the spike unfortunately will explode. Why do I keep doing that?
Okay. Guess I'm casting in my VTuber fellow, but also speaking of imaginary things, we do have Wild Oreo trying to play his own game against that operator. Didn't lose out, maybe a bit too greedy for Oasis here as they do lose 3 players there. He just peeks out, baiting the shot with the recon as well as the barrel of his gun. But the discipline coming in from Derek, he manages to get the kills, and that might actually hurt Oasis in the long run because that does, even though he just uses ultimate, now he's 3 points closer to even getting the ultimate.
Honestly, so insane, and I guess it shows how much of an impact this player has, and it could be a C again on the side of Oasis. Micro's gonna teleport, it's gonna dodge that rolling thunder, perhaps, question mark? Derek's gonna hide through the smoke.
Oh, the stun.
Maybe a no. Kelly S actually gets killed. Savvy AK ready for Micro. Kelly S with the swing finds a kill. Now he's sleeping. Not sleeping.
Oh,
he
Kelly.
made someone sleep instead. But with the 4K, this looks really good on the side of APH to score 1 point. It's all up to Nexi now to clutch this for the team to make it a clean 10-0. That is the question, if it's even a possibility. Because the spike is right there. The drone doesn't actually try to spot him out, but he's going to be sandwiched by Kevzi, by Blurred. He is in a very difficult position now. He has to maneuver, cross garage perhaps, or decide to use a turret to spot out anyone pushing through these sites. But take a look at this decision from APH, Blurred, and Kevzi instead. As the but he still lands the headshot. No way, Nexi is not going to expect this, and he tries to swing, and there you go. APH wins their first point into this map.
Nexi, he beats out the operator, but just not enough time because he has so much to do. He has to be able to hold his own flank. He had a turret there, but also the spike didn't go down, so he had to get it, and he can't even tap it safely until he removes one, making the smart decision to go for the challenge instead. But the refrag from an opposing angle was just not enough. I think one thing that also helped, very small, but because he was standing in the middle, not like holding one side, you're not sure of which side the other guy is. Normally, if you're holding the left, you expect the reswing coming from the right, and vice versa. But because he's just standing in the middle, it's 50-50. And speaking of 50-50s, APH, though, they do manage to get their first round, maybe activate that 9-3 curse, which Oasis has been very susceptible to recently, although they have overcome it at times. It seems like, though, Blurred opening up this round with Wild Oreo skill is a good sign for APH.
That value off of that up destroys one of the initiators on the side of Oasis. The spray down will not be allowed to be done by Derek, as Georgie will knife him out. Kelly S, though, with a refrag coming in, the trade. Now it's a 4v2. Now it's looking a bit dire on the side of Oasis this time around. With the Rolling Thunder activated, this opens up B for the taking, and Drax will plant the spike.
Second dart coming out from Kevs. Spots out one player. He knows that they have the man advantage. He knows that both of them are on it. That means that the rest of the team from APH can just funnel back into the site. He's already on it. He moves for the paranoia, but the quick shutdown from Kelias and Blurred secures around. There goes the 9-2, and APH finding the momentum, but is it a little too late?
I think that's the biggest question here. We're talking about the swap later on, and the difficulties that Action PH encountered back in Lotus. But this is, again, a good sign. I'll take, what do you call this? I'll take this versus the 10-0 possibility from earlier with that 1v2. Now it's a timeout on the side of Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming using the timeout even at this winning advantage. I don't know if that's necessarily the best plan, because on one hand, yes, you fix your own problems, but you do also give APH a chance to reassess the situation and can come up with their own formulas to success. Micro has the From the Shadows to play with, so this time around, if they do have a wrong positioning with when they go for that over rotation, at least they can manage to get it back somehow with it From the Shadows. Blurred with the operator still in hand, but for Oasis Gaming, they will be able to buy up to that full rifle buy. They have their own From the Shadows, so maybe some tricks up their sleeves there, as Nexi can also bait with that lockdown or just commit with it.
I wonder if that's going to be the plan in mind to secure more of these rounds. Definitely definitely have to deal with that op once more, considering that Blurred has been getting a bit of value at the beginning of the double digit of these rounds, and now round 12 has began. Let's see how it goes.
There we go. The round begins for the final round of this half. A very strong lead for 9-2, possibly 3 for Oasis Gaming. They can hope for that 10th round, but still, at the worst case scenario, a 6-score deficit is all that we have with early peaks and destroy the turrets coming from APH. From the shadows used very fast, but Georgie's just quicker.
Yeah, he keeps doing this, honestly. And again, Georgie is relentless through all of these entries, and they're always not prepared for Georgie's speed and swiftness. The timing is not going to be in his favor, though, as Derek finds him instead. 2v3 now. Still very doable on the side of APH to take this into a 9-3. But with the, with the lockdown enabled, this slows down APH a little bit more. They'll be coming from the different sides of the links of this site. They have a lot of work to be done here. Kevzy gonna get spotted out by the drone. He's gonna have to remove this, or else he's like unlimitedly spotted to a 1v3 situation. He's gonna find Wild Oreo. Can he kill Nexi? He doesn't have time. The clock is ticking, not in his favor. And Nexi denies that 9-3 curse.
Oh my, Nexi able to secure that round, pushing this to a 2-10 score in favor of Oasis Gaming. Kevs felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place there, getting hit by every piece of utility in Mankind as he gets scanned, spotted, outflashed. And in that situation, Oasis Gaming even using that lockdown just to buy time because Georgie was able to entry so well, getting the first initial picks. Yeah, he went for the overextension, but at that point, honestly, you already did your job. And even if you fall there, you give info for the KJ sat. So still, Oasis Gaming running off with some good lessons, but APH, they need this pistol. They need this round to come back, because if they don't, that's possibly round 11, maybe even 12 for Oasis.
Let's fly. And we all know that Oasis so far, 3 out of 3 pistol rounds in this series, they have won.
Well, we can see the plan, similar to how Oasis does the attack. APH gonna go and try to get some pressure off of A with that Sova, putting the recon onto C side. Gonna drone out a lobby, so they might be going for a fake here, but again, they have the same agents. It is a mirrored, so how will Oasis hold this? Because it's been something that APH was struggling to do earlier, especially when they're stacking like this onto the C side.
They're not going to take the bait at all. They're already repositioning towards C. Drax gonna get blinded a little bit there, but Nexi wraps around, lands the headshots, and Derek with a trade, but he is able to already kill 2. Now, Micro is trying to back away. As he does have this spike, they might transition over to a different side instead.
They have a lot of options, but do they have the time? 50 seconds remaining. Derek's stuck in a corner. They can't hold this angle because he has no smokes to help him back out of there. Or will he just go for the walkout instead? Actually, he chooses to walk forward. The Brave Soul trying to fight his own fight, but he gets spotted out by Savvy. The double swing going to come out, drop him low. That's 1 bullet from a classic at any range right now. Has to be very careful of this. He's going to try to spam him out, but the rest of his team creeping into A while he's causing this commotion.
Yeah, he is the sacrifice here to make sure that Oasis stays put onto C. And once the spike sound goes off, that means Oasis might have to go somewhere else to defend. They're still not doing that. They're trying to clear all of these corners just yet. They decided not to push. And the timing, Georgie is able to find his mark. Now, Micro is sandwiched. This is not a very comfortable position for him. And now it's a 2-11. Once again, 4 out of 4 pistol rounds, and Oasis wins again.
Such a scary position there for Georgie. In fairness, APH, they did what they could. Derek staying alive for so long did hold 3 players toward that C site. And I think one big lesson from this game is that if you hold this backside of Haven really strong for that C, it gives you a lot more control on the retake. I think Oasis, when they're attacking, goes so deep that it's just hard to hold. But with the way that APH was playing, it was slow enough that Oasis able to stabilize somehow, and Georgie able to hide in the pocket long enough to actually get the timing.
Yeah, they didn't want to reveal too much just yet. Look at this, though. Very aggressive. Blurred's gonna lose the 1v1 versus Georgie. Will trade. That's the cloud burst. Make sure that he's safe. But looks like they're gonna keep pushing this. 44 HP. Kevzy and Derek gets a kill on to Oasis. And now it's 4v3. Still very much doable for Action PH here. This is the sign that they're trying to look for. And now with the spike being planted, what are the options now for both Nexi and Drax?
Oh, there comes the kill from Nexi with the ADS, but will he expect Kelly to be playing this close? He has the Vandal that he picked up from Georgie. Spots on the shoulder, but Nexi still lands the shot from the heavens. Micro finds Drax through the smoke, and now it's 2v1. Does he have the time though? Because everything is still sitting as over DVs. Gets a first, almost tries to go for the spray transfer, but the guns advantage the Kevs. But because they forced, I don't know how good their buy is also the next round.
Yeah, there's just one player left that was able to keep some of their guns, but it seems that they're going to be forcing this with a couple of half shields, probably sacrificing utility. But let's take a look at the replay here. Nexi, it felt like it was so close. He was able to kill this one by sewers and wanted to click double heads there, but was denied with a double swing.
Speaking of stacking together, looks like the defenders here on that B side might go for an explosion as Georgie looks like he's ready to go for the play. They get stunned up. Georgie goes very deep here. He gets a lot of deep control, but that flash is going to allow Blur to get another frag here. Moves on, spots Nexi close, but they're just flowing with him. The Classics and Sheriffs proving to have so much value. The bait and switch coming from Oasis, even finding more damage somehow. Drax able to find one more, able to find the fourth. They win it out because of the flank coming in from Drax.
No way. No way that just happened. And now they have the better buy. Action PH. Let's see what their economy looks like, because it felt like they invested so much earlier.
They're going for that timeout as well, giving them a bit more breathing room. But Oasis, wow, their strategy, taking mid together, baiting each other, able to just chip, you know, I'll shoot him with one bullet in the body with my classic, your turn, next. And eventually they buy so much time that actually it's Drax able to crawl up, get that kill that he needs because he has that Vandal in hand. And he does have the ability to land those frags when his team is not even just doing damage. They were actually removing some of the players here, even though APH got that opening pick.
Yeah, Nexi and as well as Wild Oreo, they're able to get a couple of kills, and then Drax just comes in swinging. And I feel like, yes, that is definitely the identity of Oasis Gaming. You mentioned it yourself, Fluffy. It's the controlled chaos where they're able to thrive. And now it's 12-3. And now with this timeout, this is, again, a series of a battle of second place into the standings as they're currently in a triple-way tie. And that's why the series is important.
Yeah, overall, if we look at the big picture here, it will affect how the rest of the VCT stage does go with only so many games left, so limited in errors that you can have. You have to be very careful. And it looks like Oasis taking this to heart, while APH struggling to really make their mark on this game. This is actually their chance because they've already missed their chance on the first map. So now the fault line's going to come in, push out Georgie. But will that be enough?
They have to walk through this long side of things as Georgie is going to swiftly exit as he gets a kill on to Kelly S. Repositions towards platform. Just going to fan himself. I think they're just trying to clear backside for now, but with a bunch of Spectres instead. He hears the dash. He knows someone's here. He's just being very patient, waiting for the rest of the team. He's trying to aim and finds an angle onto Blurred. He keeps repositioning. He keeps finding all of these things. Georgie, he's doing so much for the squad of Oasis. And now, as we get to see Kevzi landing a shot onto Georgie. 1v2 right now, and there you go, 13-3. Oasis ends this series with a bang.
Savvy even trying to bait for his teammate to get that ace. Look at the boys happy in the boot camp, ready because they have secured their win for their important match, breaking that tiebreaker to some degree. Still more games to come, but congratulations to Oasis Gaming as they take map number 2, map number 1, take the series, and now are in the lead.
Yeah, it was such a contrast between Lotus. It was more close, but when it came to Haven, it felt like complete control, even during the thrifty rounds. And even during the times where APH had the better buy, it felt like Oasis was just denying every single chance that APH wanted to take.
I think their ability, more than just the gunplay. I mean, yes, they get the opening frags a lot, but more than that, your ability to just hold the pressure throughout these larger maps is something that APH really struggled to deal with in this matchup, and sends a message to other teams out there that maybe we should be avoiding these kinds of maps into Oasis because they have been playing it so well. Their communication now on par with the firepower that is perceived with that squad. For APH though, they have a lot of good runs, especially on that first map, able to really get the most value that they could have done, just not enough by slightly. I mean, for this second game though, we can check the post game for more accurate statistics.
Honestly, dude, Georgie in this game was insane, both on attack and on defense. I felt like APH was struggling to find an answer, struggling to find where he was, struggling to find where he, or expect where he's going to be coming from, because every time he gets slingshotted into a site, he always finds a frag and always makes his life count.
Not only does he gain the space, but with the support of that long-range power coming from that breach, as well as the recon, there's just so much to actually support him in getting that entry. Look at the highlights here as we see next to get that frag, even blurred when he tried to save his operator. Georgie though, just being a monster in the air, showing how strong he is as a duelist, and is why Oasis main duelist.
Just making every moment count. Honestly, there were so many instances where even like if there's a low key, high key, low key player, it has to be Nexi. When in some of these attempts on some of these clutches, always there to support. But again, some of these highlights, as we take a look at Georgie handling these solo situations and managing on his own whenever he's isolated. Again, such a very consistent player for the squad.
High key, low key, and any key, honestly.
Mid key.
The key of the game is that teamwork is key. I mean, Oasis Gaming pulling ahead in that department for this best of 3.
And there we go. We've got Drax from Oasis delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
There you go. There you have it. If you haven't had your dinner yet, please use that code. The QR code says Grab Unlimited beside the Oasis logo there. And because of that, you will be able to get your first month free with a QR.
Yeah, make sure to get your midnight stack. Well, it's not midnight. It's just pretty much early, 8 o'clock. I'm thinking about yesterday where we ended around 10:30 p.m. But anyways, that has been the second series of tonight. It has been a dominating performance by Oasis. And it feels like history has repeated itself from Split 1 when they went to fight once more. It is a 2-0 clean from Oasis. But let's take a look at what the panel, what they're going to say about the series as we're sending it back to you guys.
Basta naman, yung mga matches natin, mukhang mainit na close fight, hindi. One-sided match yung second map na nakita natin dito. And congratulations, syempre, sa Oasis Gaming for winning that series as well. But we were talking about this, guys, bago tayo pumunta dito sa panel ulit, nung nanonood tayo ng games, that it seems like Action PH is just having a hard time or difficult time finding a footing talaga against Oasis Gaming specifically kasi nahirapan pa sila, hindi pa sila nakaka-comeback sa mga past matches nila dito, Asoray.
Yeah, it was painfully obvious na a lot of the issues that Action PH were kind of going through were, I think, hindi lang, paano masabihin to, nahihirapan sila na mag-execute on defaults nila because Oasis just play their side ever so consistently. And there is just an answer for everything that they are throwing, and because of this, nahihirapan na mag-employ something different ang Action PH.
That's true. I mean, again, what we talked about it in the pregame, right? Oasis really had no reason to adjust. They had nothing to be threatened by. And again, this is not to bring down APH because I still think that they have their strengths, and that really comes down to their mid-round adjustment. But since they don't have that initial set play to threaten, to force the defender to change which is the weak side and which is the strong side, it just becomes that much more problematic, especially against Oasis, who is so, no pun intended, savvy in these types of situations.
Definitely true. Not only that, pagdating nga dito sa second map naman, which is Haven, na nakikita natin sa highlights, Azurai was touching upon on the operator of Blurred. And napansin nga natin, obviously, in a usual setting or setup nga dito sa games na nakikita natin, the operator loses a little bit of its value when it comes to the defense, especially kung gagamitin mo na siya for the retake itself and not for those initial pick-offs. And it seems like that happened for this matchup as well, Azurai.
Yeah, and I think hindi ko sasabi na hindi maganda ang operator ni Blur dito. Sasabi ko lang na up against Oasis that do such a good job at being able to read yung setup kung saan naglalaro si Blur with the op, there was very little time or very little rounds where he was actually in contact. And if ever he was, tatakbo na lang Oasis on the other side, have their setup already, and make it very difficult for Action PH to find that rotation. And the big para sabihin to, proof of that is yung amount of kills na nakuha ni Blurred when he was holding onto the operator. I think he was bottom fragging for Action PH for the rest of that.
And again, just having Georgie as your MVP means that they really had no read whatsoever on how Oasis would approach the map. Typically in the pro scene, when you get the op, it means you have a good read or a great idea on where that initial contact might happen. But as you guys mentioned and all the points that you brought up, basically everybody on the side of Oasis was running wild. There's really no reason for them to fear that operator, right? Because they shuffled their offensive hand so well.
Tsaka pagdating sa side ng Oasis Gaming rin naman dito sa ating series na to, it seems like Oasis Gaming from the middle of this split, I would say, na medyo shaky yung dating nila sa atin dahil laging umaabot ng mga 3 games and laging nagiging close fight yung mga dapat hindi na nahahabol ng ibang mga teams natin. But right now, as we close off day number 10, it seems like they're just getting stronger and stronger as well. And with the other teams or the rest of the teams, they're having a harder time coping up with the players that we have right at the top. And knowing na yung target din naman o yung nasa likod nila yung target dito dahil sila yung nasa pinakataas ng leaderboards natin, very much obvious that they would try to read it out as well. At isa pa sa mga babasahin natin dito syempre yung standings na meron tayo. Obviously, makikita nyo rin to sa page ng VALORANT PH, pero huwag kayong mag-alala habang nanonood kayo ng broadcast. I-update natin kayo kung ano nga ba ang mga recent standings natin dito. Asteraya, how is it looking so far? And yung mga teams ba na ina-expect mo is the same dun sa ating rankings right now?
Honestly, yeah. Kasi kung nakikita natin dito, I mean, there's already NAOS and Oasis at the very top. Game of Alpha, who have been just evolving so rapidly, is 3-1. So, very good na rin dyan. Action PH back on track. Even if they did struggle to Oasis, I mean, come on, that is Oasis Gaming that we're talking about dito. So, 3-2, pretty respectable. What is kind of interesting sa akin is even though MVP weren't looking the hottest of the hottest, they still were able to get some of the most recent series to para sa kanila. So, they're middle of the pack. I think one team na lang that I was kind of expecting to maybe get a lot more wins dito would have been Zol Esports, considering how well they've been looking at, pero it hasn't clicked para sa kanila eh.
I mean, Raf, if you think about it, I was expecting SR Nakage to get more points as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, despite them having basically a new roster, I would still think that under the leadership of Mid Mathers, they would play a little bit better, but I would have to definitely agree with Asra in that we have a very clear power rankings, and I feel like this has been the clearest it has been in a long time. There's just obvious points where these teams have to make up for, and I gotta say, our weeks and our time is running out.
Yeah, definitely true. And as we look into the schedule right now, na nakikita nga natin sa ating screens, na-mention mo na rin naman, Asuray, no? MVPE, very interesting team to actually watch out for, na nasa gitna sila dito ngayon. Hindi mo mapapansin, pero it's either they go up or they literally go down pagdating sa leaderboards natin dito. But they're going up against Oasis tomorrow at syempre, isang matinding match-up na naman yung matutunghayan natin bukas dito. Actually, everyday na lang. Dahil nga, up to the final point, sa ano na tayo path towards Ascension, and this is actually the final leg or stretch towards that. And aside from that, ang laki ng pinaglalabanan nila dito for the first prize is 600k, diba? So, I mean, why not, diba? Anyway, with that, syempre, tapos na ang araw na ito. Maswerte tayong alas 8 pa lang. Matatapos na nga tayo at makakain na tayo ng masasarap na pagkain. Pero speaking of pagkain, syempre, pasalamatan natin ang ating mga sponsors para sa araw na ito. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible without Riot Games and, of course, Mineski Philippines.
And, of course, ace your game with your favorite go-to meals and enjoy up to 30% discounts on select Grab food merchants when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited, of course, free on your first month.
Of course, big thank you to the Games and Amusement Board for sanctioning this. Big thanks, everybody. And that was, I guess, a pretty exciting day. I think you guys have had Well, most of your predictions right. I was right in the second series. I don't know about you, so.
Ouch.
Wala eh. Yung feeling ko na APH, hindi. Wala eh. Ganun talaga guys. Minsan mali yung pakiramdam natin, no? Pero
You should have listened to me.
tomorrow is another day. Pwede pang matulog ulit. At next week naman, syempre, VCTPH ay muling magbabalik. But this time around, it's finally done and over with. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin dito sa VCTPH. Again, the Twins and Asarai. Mamba out muna kami and see you guys next stream.